What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Boss Up Show, part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the villain. New the Bruce Wayne it is Ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the Notorious One, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus, and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with the dirty old man, EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best edutainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr.
Your third leg
Greg.
was just phenomenal.
Also, the man with one trabajo, and I've been living it well. The motherfucking Mitch Slapper is in the building. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Mating Matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer. Also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But I ain't done yet. It's Malo Poppy, the dirty old man himself, the Uncle Tom Coon sellout extraordinaire, and everything the internet has been calling me over the last week is true. The degenerate king, the man with the plan, the man with the courage to be disliked. Don Gregorio himself, the cleanest man on the internet, the man that the average man hates. All right, we're back with a $1,200 to $1,500 custom-made suit sitting in front of you. But in case you forget those names, the villain arc, it is CGA, see God Allah, otherwise known as the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. The author of the Free Agent Lifestyle, the author of De-Evolution, and the master of the heel turn.
New world order.
CGA is back in the building. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Shout out to the Shield and Boss Up 2026. Season 8, Boss Up or Shut the Fuck Up. We are back, and I'm losing Mitch niggas by the day, but we gaining a strong core audience, and that was the plan all along. Welcome to the dark side. We got a great show for you lined up today. Hey, man, listen. A lot of people were talking about me on the internet, and it is about time they finally had the guts to talk about CGA because they've been watching CGA from the clouds. The Mitch ass niggas been watching me from the clouds, and I see these motherfucking hate watching niggas talking about, I used to like CGA, but he's over here. Yeah, bitch, nigga, you. We spray and raid on these cockroaches, and they coming out of nowhere. All right, but they can't help but watch the Notorious One. They over here commenting on my videos talking about, I used to watch CGA, but I don't like them no more. Nigga, how you comment on my video when you used to watch me? It sounds like you still watch me. Yeah. But shout out to the Shield. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Shout out to the best entertainment here on YouTube. We back. About fucking time they had the guts to mention my name. But listen, I had the courage to be disliked. And the best thing is not being disliked by women. It's being disliked by bitch ass niggas. The hoe in you. I love it. They want to drag me back to the plantation. Okay. It is fantastic. All right. I've been waiting for this day. Because now these men have revealed what's under their skirts. All right. And they don't like CGA. And I love it. This is a fantastic time. But today's show, we have Jillian Barbary, a TV host. She says she got ruined by her divorce because she had to pay alimony to a Major League Baseball star. All right. Most of you guys don't know who Jillian Barbary is. She used to be a flatback supreme. She used to be a flatback supreme, but we're going to show you what she looks like now. All right. But there she is right there.
Where the white women at?
There she is right there in all her flatback splendor list. All right. Back in the day of the low rise cut. All right. But she got Jillian Barberie having to pay alimony to a Major League Baseball star. We have the return of Stormy Daniels. All right.
Where the white women at?
Stormy Daniels making her return. We also have a woman who is a divorce lawyer. I've covered her a few times before. She says men are in love, women are in business. She actually didn't say that. But a lot of people have been using my shit across the internet, and they finally have a face to who's been the person, the originator. All right, because people just been like, we're gonna watch CGA, but now all of a sudden we're gonna steal his shit and not give him his credit. But now they have to acknowledge me. Because they have the knowledge, and everybody's gonna say, who is Coach Greg Adams? I've been introduced to a whole new audience, and it's been a wonderful experience. And we've gained some new people over here. We've gained some new people. We lost some Mitch ass niggas. All right, well, I've been wanting to lose them, but we've gained a lot of people over here. My subscribers are up, my viewership is up. It's crazy. All right, and it's a wonderful thing because we're looking to build a strong core group of men. See, the average man was never meant to make it. And that's why the average loser male wants to return back to the 1950s, because that's when the average man was able to make it. All right. But today, and as far as history is concerned, and my incoherent speaking, okay, as far as history is concerned, the average man was never meant to make it. And that's why you have loser males always trying to go back to the 1950s, because that's when the average man had a chance. All right. But today, the average man don't have a chance. That's why we tell you niggas to boss up. All right. Or shut the fuck up. My content is not for the average man. It is not for. And if it is for the average man, it is to wake you up. It is to wake you up and shake you up. All right. Because the average man ain't winning today. And you better wake up and witness this. And you can cry in your soup all day, but the notorious one is still here. And even if I wasn't here, you'll still be a loser. By the way, I haven't had a chance to watch the entire stream playback of my Monday's debate that everybody's still talking about. But when I talk about it, bitch ass niggas are like, why are you still talking about it? Because everybody's still talking about it. I'm the most talked about man in the manosphere's history at this particular point. All right, taking down I've toppled two giants. All right, I've toppled two of their giants. They sent their assassins to me, and the verbal assassin toppled them. For the people who say he won, I watched the playback, and I was dragging that nigga across the floor. All right, I was dragging his ass. All right, because I hadn't had a chance to watch it, but one of my homeboys, he was like, somebody did a review, so I was watching the review. And I was dragging his ass. You know what was happening? I was bullying him. And they're mad that I was showing bully skills on him. Nobody's ever been able to bully him. And I was bullying him. All right. So that's why you haven't seen any clips of him, because he's used to bullying people, which is ironic. He's used to being the bully. All right. But the bully get bullied. All right. At some particular point, somebody's going to bully. And I wasn't letting him get his shit off. And I was like, that's why they're calling me emotional. I was like, oh, I see what happened. I wasn't letting him get his bullshit off. All right. I was calling him out on his bullshit. All right. They calling me feminine. Look at him. You know what was happening? You know what's happening is I literally was giving him the energy that he usually gives other people. I was not letting him get his shit off. I was dragging him. I was watching the first hour going, I'm dragging that nigga. I'm manhandling him. All right. Because he's used to manhandling people with his verbal skills and his knowledge. He's a smart man. I think he knows what he's talking about. But I was like, damn, this nigga getting drugged. All right. So, and he had nothing else to say, but, oh, this is incoherent. I don't understand. Oh, okay. By the way, we'll talk about what that means later on. If you wish, we'll allow you to vote on it. All right. I'll allow you to vote on it. But what people normally do is when they say they don't understand you, or that's basically gaslighting, and it's a personal attack. All right. It's a personal attack. When you attack somebody, when you're having a conversation and you say, well, you're incoherent, you're crazy, I don't understand. That's gaslighting. All right. That's more feminine than anything else. And so when his argument wasn't standing up, and now we know why. All right. Now we know why his argument doesn't stand up. And for the people who are supporters, because we have a lot more supporters here of his supporters because they're watching me. All right. He says his channel has posted a clip from Rolo stream, but nothing from the debate. Exactly. Case closed. Where is his clips on the debate with me? He can't have any because I bullied him. But in reality, shout out to the new people here because it's important. Now we know why the ecclesiastical marriage sounds ridiculous, and we'll have you vote on it if you want to see why the ecclesiastical marriage is ridiculous. All right. And anybody buying his anybody buying his reality of the ecclesiastical marriage, we have now learned why it was bullshit. All right. We have now learned why it was bullshit. And I wish I had watched this before I went to the debate. All right, but we'll allow you guys to watch this later on. But anyway, all right. But anyway, to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. Hollywood CGA is in the building. Let me put on my hater blockers. Shout out to the working class individuals. The Yob Mob Sizzle was in the building. All right. The bully. All right. Was bullying the nigga, man. All right. I was watching it and I was just laughing. All right. And I was like, damn. Every time he brings something up, I would bring it back up to him what he said and then rephrase it. And he was getting triggered. All right. He was getting emotional because he's normally comfortable when he's debating, but I didn't make it comfortable for him. All right. I did not make it comfortable for him. For the people who didn't watch it, please watch it because I was dragging his ass. I was like, damn, I'm a little bit too hardcore on him. And here's the deal. A lot of men don't like when men do that to other men. See, they like Kevin Samuels doing it to other women. And it's ironic. And, you know, I've lost faith in men. I've lost faith in men because it's interesting. When Kevin Samuels did that to women, it was okay. When Andrew Wilson does it to women, it's okay. When CGA does it to Andrew Wilson, it's not okay. I was ragdolling that nigga, man. I was like, wow. And guess what? There's a comment section. He's emotional. He cutting them off. He not letting them talk. Why am I let you talk and repeat yourself and say the same bullshit over and over again? See, in ecclesiastical marriage, I was like, damn. And for a person here who is not very invested, you know, this is playtime for me. This is playtime for me. This part of my social media evolution, this is playtime at this particular point. If you're in the life where you're taking the manosphere or content seriously, like as a heart attack, meaning that your feelings are invested in it, as opposed to going, all right, what is this person saying? I'll take whatever he says here and I'll drop some of this here and it's fine. But a lot of people are pitting one person against another, one philosophy against another, when really most of people agree. If we didn't have this ability or need for someone to be right, I would have probably agreed with Andrew Wilson and he the same. But because people are in their feelings, people are taking everything seriously because they don't have nothing going on in their lives, that we are the only thing matter. What they don't understand, that this is playtime for me. All right. I put in many, many years in this space. Well, as I should say, I put in many, many years on YouTube and social media. I've been doing social media pretty much since I was in my early to mid 30s. So with this being said, I'm doing this for a long time. So I'm not taking any of these manosphere, any of these men serious, any of these women serious. It's kind of like, you know, you got to take it with a grain of salt. And when you reach a certain point in life, you got to look at where people's lives are. They're so concerned with other people that they're fucking losing in life. And their concern is us. All right. Their concern is us. And they're going to war. And they believe that I'm taking them seriously. But right now, this is playtime for me. I had to play with Andrew Wilson. I was toying with his ass while he was trying to take it seriously. But now we know why. And we're going to show it later on. We know why. And you know who I feel sorry for? Because in all of this, men, you're being taken advantage of. Men, your guys are being taken advantage of. And listen, you can probably accuse me of doing this, but I've been trying to be 100% truthful. You've been seeing the real CGA. And as I've grown into this villain era, it's the real CGA. I feel sorry for the men who follow him. I do. Because what I'm going to show you later is bad. And it is not to do harm to him in his career, but he tried to harm me. All right, let's just get it straight. They tried to harm me. There was an eventual plan to try to harm me. The Whatever podcast has reached out to me. It's funny these people are reaching out to me now. Okay. It's funny these people are reaching out to me now. And they reached out to me to possibly go to their studio to do a second debate with Andrew Wilson. I tell you, why does he want a second debate if he won the first one? Okay. Why does he want a second? He wants a second debate bad. He had the Whatever podcast reached out to me on Instagram. Hey, would you want a second debate? Why? Okay, not a rate is up to 50K. I was going to only charge him 25K, but since you guys want it so bad, $50,000 for the second debate. Not that bad, huh? Okay, $50,000. I was going to charge him 25. I'm rich, bitch. But here's the thing, man. It ain't going to happen, all right? It's going to happen on my terms because there's no need for me to have a second debate. I won the first one, career, like clearly, all right, dragging him. But here's the deal. What I feel bad for is that, again, what I told people in that debate, I said, you're selling men a fantasy and you're going to send them in the burning building. And what's going to happen is, and I tried to make that analogy, and he's saying I was incoherent, which is gaslighting. They're trying to make you seem, and that's a personal attack. For people that say I attacked him, anytime he did that, that was a personal attack against me. Okay, so that's why I reacted. You can't attack a person like that when he's clearly making sense. And I've seen people review it, and they're like, he's not incoherent. He's saying something you don't like, and you can't rebut because you're stuck over here on Little House on the Prairie. But the reality is, I feel bad that he sold men a dream on possibly having an ecclesiastical marriage. And guess what? He's not even an ecclesiastical marriage. Not only that, the idea of him being an Eastern Orthodox Christian got to be absurd at this particular point based on what we have here. Okay. Based on what we have here. So I said, you are sending these men into fantasy world, into a burning building in which you will not be there when the building collapses on them and these men perish in the divorce court. You won't be there to represent them. And based on what we know now, we know why the ecclesiastical marriage is retarded at this point. Can I say that on YouTube? I can say a lot on YouTube, but listen, it's
New world order.
It's crazy. I mean, based on what we know now, and he does not have an ecclesiastical marriage. But somebody said the Manosphere was selling that for a decade. Exactly, man. And listen, I understand what you're trying to do. I get it. But my whole point was, how many men can you get to do it? And if it's a small percentage of men, well, then it's a waste of time. But this is a crazy time to be me, and crazy time on the internet, that men are vulnerable. And unfortunately, I don't give a fuck. Okay. I gave a fuck at one particular point, but guess what? These men didn't give a fuck about me at the end of the day. And so now I have to look at it, and I've exposed this that men are not to be trusted, because this villain arc season 8, I know they don't watch my live streams. People can't keep up. So they're seeing what CGA represents now. They're seeing some clips because people have a short attention span, and they're seeing that without context. And they're like, hey, CGA lost the plot. CGA, what is he doing? Why is he going against men? And they don't realize that there's been a buildup of me calling out average men to boss up. And a lot of these niggas bitched up. All right. All they complained. All they did was complain. And this is what Kevin Samuels experienced before he said average at best, is that men don't want to be challenged. Men believe that they can be completely average and below average and win out here. And I'm going to just let you know, life is cruel. Life is cruel when you are average and below average as a man. It's cruel. And you were not meant to succeed with women and in life. So if you're struggling in your position in life because you're an average male, you think being mediocre is good, you're not going to survive going forward. You might live, but you'll be dead inside. That's what's going to happen. And I'm trying to shine this light on men, and men are revealing themselves to be the bitches that they are. Because guess what? Guess what? The reality is, you're showing exactly why I don't need to make content for you, because I didn't hear, you know what's happening? I didn't hear your comments when I posted my regular shit. 8 comments a video. Now that I've been posting the villain arc videos, the men are coming out in the comments. Oh, I used to like CGA. I used to support him. I used to do this. I used to do that. And I'm sitting here like, wait a minute. You used to like me? Well, let me take a look at the comment sections of my videos. You're not there. Okay. Which means, in effect, you're not engaging with the content. You're just watching it as a freeloader and just marching off to the side. Okay. All right. You're not engaging with the content. You're not promoting the content. You're not sharing the content. You're just watching it and moving off to the side. Well, then, soon as I start posting the villain arc season 8 CGA, now these niggas come out of the woodwork. I used to like him, and I used to. Well, what is the point of being liked if you're not going to engage with it, if you're not going to promote it, if you're not going to share it, if you're not at least going to contribute to it and support what you like? So why should I make content for you? Like, what? Why should I support your cause if you're not supporting me? You're just going to watch it and dip, watch it and leave. You don't even hit the like button. So what we're looking at is, and I told you this a year ago, I read the book, The Courage to Be Like, and it's been a game changer for me, because what I realized was it wasn't the courage to be disliked by feminism and the New World Order. It was the courage to be disliked by bitch ass niggas. That because people thought, hey, the courage to be like, yes, CGA is taking steps to be able to say things that are truthful and honest. The courage to be like disliked. Well, the courage to be disliked is by the people who claim they support you and they don't. So I'm glad to say that that discovery of reading that book enlightened me to the fact that we got to shed these bitch ass niggas. That's who I need to have the courage to be disliked by, because they're the ones that are not helping me. They're the ones that are not supporting me. It's fake support. It's in the clouds. So I had to not just say be disliked by feminism and women and the New World Order and the Matrix. Okay, that's one thing. That's easy to dislike what I was saying. Who I need to be disliked by and who I needed to discover who I would dislike by are people that hid in the clouds and never really supported. All they did was mooch and leech and listen. And now it's odd that they have the ability now to comment against what I'm saying now. Now you have the ability to comment. But before, some reason, you didn't comment, you didn't support, you didn't hit the like button. Isn't that ironic? Yes. Shout out to our brother here, and it is our brother. And by the way, here's the funny thing about it. People are literally like, it's odd because people are still talking about my debate. Every time I look up, I'm being recommended a video. But it's funny, they don't want me to talk about it. Like, you're uncomfortable. Like, oh, you're still talking about this? Bro, everybody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about it. I'm getting interview requests from podcasts, large podcasts with millions of subscribers. Everybody's talking about this. My inbox is full of requests to be interviewed based on that one thing alone. Now, this is more attention than I've gotten in 2 years. I got it all in 1 week. I got it all in 1 week. But see, being liked by some bitch ass niggas didn't get me attention. But all of a sudden, jumping on the screen and holding that nigga like Bart Simpson, grabbing him by the throat. Now, all of a sudden, guess what? Now y'all like me. So guess what? What am I supposed to do?
You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me.
When you're being talked about, you milk the shit out of it. Because one thing I will tell you, and you gentlemen, you better listen to this because I'm always giving you gems. Never let them write your autobiography. Never let them control the narrative about you. As much as they talk about you, you keep standing up and writing your own autobiography. You never let them just keep talking about you and talking about you. Okay. Somebody said the next debate. There will be no next debate because I'm pretty sure $50,000 is not going to happen. What you don't let them do is to continue to talk about you and write the narrative, because AI is paying attention. AI is paying attention. So if I don't say anything back, all right, AI gets to control the narrative. The hate niggas get to control the narrative. All right, so I'm not going to let them continue to write the story of CGA and Greg Adams and Coach Greg Adams. Okay. What I'm going to do is they want to write a narrative. And by the way, I'm responding to them responding to me. All right. So it's interesting. I control my narrative. I control what's said about me. All right. I can't control everything said about me, but what I ain't going to let them do is just run off and say whatever they want to say and not respond. All right. So that's the reality of that. Now, with that being said, we're going to get to these earlier contributors to today's show, but I got to fix my light. So bear with me. Let me fix my light. Has the modern dating landscape confused you? Have many of the standards that you heard, you're kind of tired of hearing about, and you're wondering, what does it all mean? Well, look no further. Join us talking about the monetized dating marketplace right now on Locals, and it is CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can create a free account to join the conversation between the Coach Gang members, but also on Sunday, we do a live stream demonstrating all aspects of the monetized dating marketplace, and coming soon in 2025, you're going to have access to a sample of the monetized dating marketplace course where you can get information related to how to participate in the monetized dating marketplace and or how to understand it, so you're not out here spinning your wheels trying to figure out how you're going to best deal with the monetized dating marketplace. Listen, everything and every aspect of dating is monetized. We just want to relieve the frustration that you might have about it. So the best way to do it is make a free account right there on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can get access to those live streams, but create a free account. Just join the conversation. I am the only one covering this conversation from this point of view. And yes, I am ahead of my time. Get ahead of the information before you're priced out. Somebody said controversy creates cash, and I'm looking to cash in. We bossing up out here. Hey, look, I ain't gonna let. I ain't gonna let. All right. I ain't gonna let them make money on me. I'm gonna make money on this. All right, that's what we gonna do. All right, and we gonna tell you to boss up. I ain't let this attention go away. This is free marketing. Yeah, right. And they priced up. Yesterday's prices ain't today's prices. The new price is $50K. And I'm going to raise the price each day I don't hear from you. All right. Each day I don't hear from you. So you better get on these prices. All right. It is what it is. All right. This is money moves. I ain't going to just sit here and like, oh, I'm going to let it die because these bitch niggas don't want to hear this shit. It's boss up 2025. Let's go. Blue chips abound. Let's get these blue chips out here. All right. Shout out to our brother, no government name, step dummy Andrew Ifson. Chain smoke so much to cope and stimulate, catching up with his wife's body count, but he knows he could never catch up to her even if he smoked 2 or more at once, like his wife does with men's meat in the past. Oh my goodness. All right, you guys are coming in lethal. All right, lethal. Matter of fact, I was just seeing another clip released on me today. I was like, damn. And it was from the Avengers show, which was weird. All right. But I'm supposed to not talk about it. Shout out to our bully here. DB says, what's up, coach? I just watched the Clansville Avenger episode. You see, people are watching it. It's still in the news. And he says, none of those fools practice what they preach. You got to be out of your motherfucking mind if you think the church can keep marriages together. The church can't even keep YNs out of these streets. Facts.
In these streets.
We're going to let the church do it. All right, the church do it, man. Look, they had a long time to actually team up with me, but they didn't. All right, and listen, they missed a valuable opportunity. And he says, coach, I also think the problem with men is that we don't raise our standards when it comes to marriage or relationships. The clanosphere will tell you to marry a chick from Target or Taco Bell if she's hot, but will shame you if you pay a JUCO a smooth 200. Men need to get leverage. This is a fact. And I'm exposing this. This is an expose tour of men coming up in season 8, where we're showing you, and I've been having a problem with this for a long time. They're telling men that they don't need to get better. And I'm like, wow. All right. Now they're saying don't get better for women, which I can understand because I even said that. You don't need to get better for women. You need to get better for yourself. But they're saying, well, why do we need to improve if, and they'll come up with a whole bunch of reasons why they don't have to improve. Like, well, we're getting women lesser than our grandmas, and these women are 304s and ran through. Okay. We'll run through them. Like, what's the problem? Well, I have a moral stance I need to uphold. I think society's degrading if we run through all these hoes. Okay, which one is it? Pick a struggle. Pick a struggle. Y'all literally don't want to pick nothing. All right, y'all just gonna sit here. We're just gonna sit here and hold the line. And he says, Hombre Lobo, sir, Gregory Adams is the GOAT. Thank you for the value and service that you provide. Every time you guys send me these chats, the haters are crawling up like a roly-poly. All right. The haters are crawling up like a roly-poly. By the way, 1,300. I'm supposed to be losing viewers this week. All right. I'm supposed to be losing subscribers. Everything's going up. Everything's going up. And I think men are tired of these Mitch ass niggas, man, because they sitting here listening to the Mitch slapping and they're like, finally, somebody standing up to these piss ass men. Finally, these roach ass men, these incels and these hater niggas, man. Somebody's finally standing up to them. And it had to be somebody that they were closely had allegiances to. But, you know, what I'm finding is that men don't want to, they don't want to be better. Like, they don't want to be better for themselves. They just don't want to accept the challenge. And I feel Kevin Samuels, because that's what he was trying to do. All right. And it's exposed even the so-called we're going to stick together. But of course, the people who were supposedly on my side are throwing darts and arrows on me. Right. They teaming up. They forming up like Voltron to come against me. Shout out to No Government Name. Thank you for your knowledge. He says, how many men have you saved from financial ruin and or self-deletion since you started? A guesstimate ballpark figure. You have helped me with my decisions also. And I can't even tell you what the ballpark figure is. It got to be 100 at least. And there's a lot of people that I do that has never come back to me and said, all right, but it's a lot of people with this information. All right. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to Jahari Russell said, shout out to Coach, the final boss of this space. The realist. All right. Because my philosophy is straight up real, because I'm being real with you. Like, I don't go under a pseudonym. I haven't changed my name. Right. I'm not telling you I live a life and then you can prove otherwise. Everything's, and I even had to expose myself, pause, as a sugar daddy extraordinaire. All right. Yes, indeed.
Get him, daddy.
What these men want to do is they want women to love them with burning desire and to control women. All right. And I'm not on board with that. I've never been on board with that. Okay. I've never been on board with you having to get women in order and control them. Like, because why? It's like gripping sand. It's trying to like hold sand without the sand spilling out your hand. Like, you can't do it. It's like herding kittens. And the more they don't want to be controlled, the worse off it's going to be. Like, it's kind of like imprisoning yourself, as opposed to me. I'm like, man, let these girls do what they want. Well, society's going to degrade. Like, what do I got to do with that? Yeah, society's already degrading. Society always degrades. Like, I'm not here to turn back the goddamn time infinity stone so I can stop the world from degrading. You worry about what you can control. KT King, good morning, CGA. AW does not understand that men and women who get married outside of a state licensed marriage can still get a divorce in family court, even without the children in the marriage, as divorce is within subject matter jurisdiction of the family court. This is easy knowledge. But if you have the Hope strategy, KT King, you're going to just assume, oh, well, you could do it. Again, when I ask for the evidence of somebody's done it, we don't see it. We don't see it. We don't see no man come out here like, yeah, man, I got ecclesiastically married and the bitch tried to take me to court and if she fell on her face. All right. Nobody's saying that on the internet. I haven't seen one person saying that. You know, my wife tried to go down to the court and divorce me. She filed for the divorce. They threw it out of the court. I didn't even have to respond and she had to come back. It's not there. Pro Man says, I'm noticing the clanosphere has been pivoting to black men now that women don't give a shit about them. So yeah, I've been calling the clanosphere a long time. It's always, but listen, I'm not trying to play the race card, but we've called them the clanosphere because there always been a sense of an underlying current between black manosphere and the white manosphere. Like, so the idea that there's a manosphere, but there has to be a black manosphere is ridiculous. Right? Wouldn't it be a total manosphere? No, because at the end of the day, those two people are distinctly different. So that then when it comes down to the real issues, you have the underlying issue, which is we're different. Okay, they see it, they don't see us as them, even though that they're manosphere. Shout out to Sizzo, and the Yob Mob is in the building. What do we got going on here? Shout out to you. He says, check out the comment saying weird and feminine behavior and read the thread live. He says, I agree now that the Mitches got to go. All right. It's boss up or shut up. Shout out to you.
You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you?
And
back to me.
And I'm noticing that as I'm fighting back against men and pushing back against them, what are they doing? Sign language. It is the weirdest thing. But I'm sad to see it because this is what I've tried to help men. I've honestly, you cannot fault me for this. I tried to help men for years. Okay. I gave you guys the benefit of the doubt. I tried to use you as a group collective. I tried to join in the struggle. But now all of a sudden I give them a little bit of pushback and I'm just getting sign language back. All right. As if it was females commenting in the comment section. So it's like they're saying he's sassy. He must be gay. It's feminine behavior. He turned into a woman. Like, wow. That is unreal. That is weird. That is real. It's weird. It's weird that the men just revert to sign language instead of debunking me. All right, he's stupid. He's illogical. He's incoherent. This is just sign language. It's like gaslighting me because I'm like, okay, where's the hole in the argument? Where's the hole in the argument? I only heard one guy say, well, CGA just needs to get married because, well, all right, he's a dirty old man. People will think he's a dirty old man. Okay, I'll give you that. But I am a dirty old man. I've actually called myself that. So it's okay. So it's like, holy mackerel. I mean, this is a sad day. It's a sad day, but it's a good day because it shows that I probably held on to a few of these men a little bit too long, right? Pause. I gave them a little bit too much extra content. And then we got people donating over here. Wowzers. It is the Ko-Fi supporter, and he says nothing. So I'll do one more. Shout out to the Ko-Fi supporter. And him says, we can't be like that gump ass step dummy Andrew raising out here raising bastards. He says he lost when he said, what are we supposed to do? Be free to do whatever we want? Yes. Yes, that's what we're supposed to do. Society hates men like us that choose to be free. It is the free agent lifestyle for life. But of course, I'm a feminist now if I say that.
New
Also,
world order.
So I'm a feminist. Well, what are you gonna do? Just leave and leave us here? Yep. Yes, that's what I'm proposing. It's kind of like if I had a spaceship or a rocket ship to send me to the moon, knowing that humanity will literally get flooded out in 40 days, I would go to the moon. I'm not going to stay down here with the sinking ship. Okay. I will be at the moon like, see you later, niggas. What are you going to do? Just leave us here while it degrades and we get killed? I am. Yes, that's exactly what I'm proposing. Like, this is not hard to figure out. I'm going to let you down here while you guys get lynched and murked and robbed and the society degrades. And sure. Sounds like a good idea to me. I hope I'm not in the center of the that's called the free agent lifestyle. What do you do? What do you want to do? Degeneracy takes over? Sure. I don't know what yeah, that's exactly what I'm proposing. Leave you motherfuckers here to deal with it. I'm not going to do anything. All right. Anyway, you fix it. I didn't break it. Anyway, it's been fun. We're going to give you Straggle and Sniggle Theater coming up. Let me see what we got. All right. What am I showing here? All right. There's some Straggles and Sniggles. All right. All right. Let's do it. And we're going to do it live. All right. We got it set up now. It is Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's go. It's Boss Up 2026.
Boss up, nigga.
All right, Boss Up 2026. We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. The first one here, we have a guy that goes to Nepal. All right. And it's a black guy. All right. It's a niggy that goes to Nepal to get some $20 punani. You know what I mean? It's a little bit cheaper over there. And it says date goes wrong in Nepal. All right. So let's see what we got here. We have a guy recording his conquests on $20 vagina.
Life good? Like everything good? Life good? Oh, okay. Have kids? You ever been with a black guy or no?
Like you?
Yeah.
I really say one time.
One time?
Yeah.
You like?
Yeah. You was so good.
So good? This real? That's real?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the humanity.
All right. Check her ID, but here we go.
That's real? Oh, okay. It look like a little pimp and shit. He hit you.
No, it's that nobody guy. He go to another girl. Then he said to I am the girl. I'm not that he was.
Oh, he thought you was the girl. What you doing? What's that?
Oh,
What's that?
Oh.
You picked up a square off the ground, fool? Damn, it's that deep. Damn. Free cigarette off the ground? Damn. Why you picked that up off the ground?
That is the hotel.
Yeah, that's unhygienic.
She just blew my shit down on my kids, for I stink on my kids.
That shit bogus.
Oh,
You a lady. Say like, okay, let me go handle my business before I give you entertainment because like this is a date. Like we're just now meeting and you staking up my place. Like damn, ain't no ventilation in this motherfucker.
all right. So just catching up what's going on here. He's in Nepal. He's in Nepal, and he found him a cheap little piece of calico. I will admit, she's nice and petite, all right, but and she speaks choppy English, which is a red flag, and apparently she's probably homeless at this point. And she went in there and blew the bathroom up. We used to say blew it up. He said blew it down, all right, but maybe that's a way to. But he blew. That means she took a dookie, okay. So she dookied up his bathroom, and what he's complaining about is because he's staying in a cheap motel somewhere in Nepal, picking up a $20 hooker. All right. And she desperate for anything. She's picking up cigarettes off the ground to smoke them. And apparently she dookied up the bathroom. All right. And it's the smell is so bad that he's saying it can't escape the room. So that's just the start of it. All right. That's just the start of it. And she probably smells bad physically. So he should have her jump in the shower, and she probably hasn't used soap, and I don't know how long. So this is what's going on here. So he's going the $20 route, but it's backfiring on him, and it gets worse.
You're live. I'm not playing, folks. Yo, ass tweaking. You tweaking. Watch out.
Oh,
You're tweaking, shorty.
Delete that video.
Oh no.
Die.
Watch out. Get this bro.
No.
Oh no.
That's tweaking.
Oh shit.
How's your life? Life good?
Oh my.
Yeah, that's brother starving.
And I guarantee you he would have hit it raw, which would have been a mistake on his part. But apparently he probably hit that bottom, and she went to dookie in that bathroom, and then
Yeah, that's brother starving.
she was clinging to that nigga. All right. She was like, no, I live with you now. We're now husband and wife. All right. You hit my bottom. We're soul attached now. All right. She was like, I am not leaving. Nasty work. All right, man. She said, you got more than $20. You got big money. I'm not leaving. He was like, I got to get this bitch up off of me. This bitch on me like a spider. That's crazy. You get what you pay for, guys. You get what you pay for. Straggle Sniggle Theater, allegedly, a teacher's getting caught smoking meth in the classroom. All right, this is alleged. The stories are, we don't know the stories, but as you can.
I'm so sorry.
This teacher, they're saying that she got caught smoking meth. All right, I don't know if this is true. She might be having some sort of different attack, but everybody seems to be concerned with her. Let's go with it.
I'm such a bad person.
No. I'm sorry, what was that?
98% oxygen.
No. So that the ambulance can come and make sure that you're okay. It's your privacy.
Yes.
Leaving your coat here at school. And are you guys okay? Did you use it at
No,
Let's
please
go.
help me. No, I haven't used it at school.
She has coke in the building right now.
That's what I was curious about.
An 8th grade student on his way.
I might be wrong, but I think that lady said she has cocaine or coca in the building now. All right. So she basically has whatever she smoked. And she tweaking. All right.
Stopped in. He was getting ready. They were getting ready to go. And
they do have the drug dog there. So, other people said maybe she was a chemistry teacher and got a hold of some chemicals. But I think they're saying she has it on her person now, and they got the drug dog in there. So she cranked.
He said she's happy, but he also comes from a background in which he would be able to identify that.
Okay, yeah, that's wild.
The 8th grade came in, and one of the boys said, Miss Melissa's high.
Why are you twitching your feet like that? Can you try to stop doing that?
I have restless legs.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You taking care of yourself is the priority.
All right, sorry.
Listen, that's for the best.
All right, the camera's all zooming around, so sorry about that. I'm trying to get a closer shot. She was talking about the 8th grade cast came in, but she got wrestling leg syndrome. Like, damn. Imagine if you're in the classroom. Look at even the teacher. There's the school nurse standing there in that, in that purple outfit looking like Barney. And look at how they're looking at her. Imagine if they're in a classroom full of 8th graders, how the 8th graders are looking at this. The 8th graders are like, whoa. All right, teacher is tripping. All right, she really was tripping. It's crazy. All right, Straggle Sniggle Theater, we're going to take you to Name This City. Apparently, we have a wonderful couple we're going to celebrate here. They're getting engaged, and they're taking their engagement photos. All right, and so let's look there. There's a photographer taking some engagement photos. Let's go ahead and celebrate this wonderful union because we do support marriage. We just don't support divorce. The genius came up with that. Let's take you to the video here. Oh, brothers.
Oh, the humanity.
I knew it. Let's go without the music. I knew it like a moth to a flame. Not a surprise. He gets it for free. Oh, no. Wowzers, man.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right. He chunky him. What is going on in here? What is this? What is that right there?
What the hell? Oh my God! No way!
What is that? Somebody tell me that is tucking the stomach into. Boy, there's someone to love here. Boy, I tell you, man. Well. Oh my goodness. Skinny black guy with a fat white chick. Where's T-Pain when I need him? I had that clip somewhere, but I didn't load it up. Woo! Not in broad daylight. Not in broad daylight. I mean, brothers, he gets it for free. And I want to show you these meat hooks right here, man. Wow. Look at this. All right, that's crazy here. AI is nuts. All right, weighing in. Somebody said this is AI. No, this is Memphis. Or it's outside of Tennessee somewhere. All right, Tennessee somewhere here. And yeah. All right, we can never trust the internet. There it is right there. Whoa, I mean, that's crazy. Yeah.
Oh, the humanity.
But y'all don't want to boss up here, do y'all? All right, she's had more. I bet you her body count's higher than his. I bet you her body count is higher than his. People are going to lie. But I think her body count is indeed higher than his. And he got her all by the giblets. Oh, not the giblets. He got her all by the giblets. Name this city, okay? Name this city. All right, good luck. Hey, man, we love around here. Hey, man, everybody needs someone to love. Hey, for the people who want ecclesiastical marriages, there you go. I guarantee you could get her an ecclesiastic marriage. All right, but anyway, Straggle Sniggle Theater, we have a woman that tries to front a guy off by claiming that he asked for her phone number, but she gets a reality check and instantly writes it, as the young people say. Let's take it to the video. We have this woman that says, all right, this guy asked me for my number.
Let's probably getting a new camera for some content.
Can I get your number?
Oh my God, guys, he wants my number.
Great, for your account, man.
All right, damn. That's weird. This is why this whole idea that men need to cold approach, this is why you don't do it, because these women will record your goofy ass. All right, this is crazy. All right, wow.
Best by getting.
All right.
Gotcha, bitch.
I mean, look, there she is recording herself. She wants a new one, and then look.
A new camera for some content.
Can I get your number?
Oh my God, guys, he wants my number.
Damn. Oh my God, guy, he wants my number. And he's like,
Great, for your account, man.
For your account. Oh man, I think that was pretty good. All right, ma'am. And what guys is it? Can I get your number? Oh my Lord Jesus, that's crazy. All right, who's concerned about people's future daughters here? I know people are like, we need to save society. Press 1 if you want to save society. Press 2 if you don't give a motherfucker. All right, let's go. We'll do it live. All right, press 1 if you want to save society, because y'all niggas don't. During my stream, you don't talk. But then as soon as y'all go over to the Avengers, y'all talking, because y'all watching me. Press 1 if you want to say these hoes. All right, look at all these twos. People, we don't care over here about your saving society. All right. That's what y'all thought. Y'all thought we cared. We don't. My man said, I'm concerned. Well, congratulations. Now, this is somebody's future daughter. So I'm sorry. This is someone's future wife. These are your daughters. All right. What you guys are telling me and what we learned is that you guys are concerned about young women and degeneracy. We know that. And for some reason, Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints, the ecclesiastical church, the Eastern Orthodox religion is supposed to get these hoes in check. So these are your future daughters, and let's go ahead and play it. What it says right here, she's really the throat goat. All right, she's really the throat goat. Let's get it lined up and go.
You had to rate your head game 1 out of 10. What do you rate it?
A 0. 10. My nickname was Shot back in high school.
Hold this. Tell us why that was your nickname.
My nickname was Shot back in high school because I'm just that good at it.
Well, all right. Who's going to save her? All right. Interesting. Her nickname was Shot back in high school because she was so good at it. Hallelujah. Well, her other friend said she wasn't so good at it, but boy, is she proud. I actually had a JUCO that looked like her. All right. It's not her, but I had one that looked like her. All right. That's crazy. All right. What are we doing here? All right. I'm looking at something, making sure somebody ain't hacking me. All right. So shot back.
How long will they last with you?
Like not even a minute.
Damn, not even a minute. Okay. Even her friend is appalled.
No, I can give the girls some tips.
All right, give us some tips.
Not
right
for
now.
free.
Oh, goodness. I can give you some tips, not for free. All right. Hey, that's a woman of my own energy there. Yeah, charge these motherfuckers. All right, charge them. As I told you, the Western woman is monetized. Not only is she monetized giving it, she's monetized giving women secrets on how to give it. All right, that's a good woman. All right, that is a good woman, man. I like her. That'd be a good little JUCO that I would have in my rotation. Onesie, twosies. All right, a couple times a month. Trick, trap, slut. She like, I'm making money out this damn thing. I'll show you. I got money. These are your future daughters. All right. Sorry, these are your future wives. These are your daughters. All right. Not my daughter. All right. Shout out to her right there. And that's Straggle. Actually, let's use this one here. We'll do one more. Straggle Sniggle Theater. Antonio Brown arrested. If you didn't hear this news, this is a story we covered back in the day a few months ago. NFL star Antonio Brown arrested for attempted deletion. All right. And it says former NFL star Antonio Brown was arrested on attempted deletion charges stemming from a May shooting after a celebrity boxing event in Miami. We actually showed you the video back then. And yeah, it's not a good look for him. He may get off, but it's not a good look. Miami police spokesman Mike Vega said Brown, age 37, was taken into custody with CTE by U.S. Marshals in Dubai. Dubai. Okay. He was flown to Essex County, New Jersey, where he's being held pending extradition back to Miami. And it says it is unclear why Brown was taken to New Jersey first and how long he had been in Dubai, although he had posted several times on social media over the past few months from Dubai. According to a arrest warrant detailing the May 16 shooting, this was back before the summer, Brown is accused of grabbing a handgun from a security staffer after the boxing match and firing 2 shots at a man he had been in a fist fight with earlier. The man, his name is Shaka Zulu Kwame Nandatumu Dimde, told investigators one of the bullets grazed his neck. All right, so it is unclear from the court docs whether Brown has an attorney. Now, when you saw the video, and I reviewed the video back then, yeah, it doesn't look good for Antonio Brown. Namely, number one, I think the event happened in Florida. It was a stand your ground. Was it in Florida? You have the stand your ground situation there, but it was a fist fight. His life was no longer in danger. The man was running away. To me, he had got a considerable distance away from him, and Antonio opened fire right into a crowd. His aim probably wasn't that good, but it sounded like he grazed his neck. But yeah, the guy was running away, and he was far, far away from him. He wasn't really close to him. So this is going to be a problem for him. And you know, we'll see how it goes. He's innocent until proven guilty, but we've seen the video. But it's unfortunately that Antonio Brown is turning out this way. And he said he got hit by a player, I think from the Cleveland Browns or the Cincinnati Bengals. All right, put him into CTE protocol, and he has been going downhill ever since there. Shout out to him coming to the Oakland Raiders back in the day. That was a disaster, right? But and also his time with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which was a disaster. All right, he ran off the field and got cut. Or he ran off the field in the middle of a game, then eventually got cut. And I don't think he even got a Super Bowl ring. I'm not sure. But this is a sad decline of a young man who has had it all. And I don't think he's going to be able to get much more after this. Like, well, how is he going to make money after this? I mean, other than becoming a streamer or a personality, he'll make money like that, but not the money he made in the NFL. All right. Shout out to him. Good luck to him. Straggle and Sniggle Theater out.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater, man, you guys told me that he does have a ring with Tom Brady, so shout out to him. And they were in the playoffs, wasn't they? When he walked off the field, I might be wrong, got it all twisted, but I didn't even have my banner going right, but it's okay. He got one with the Steelers as well. Shout out to him, man. Does he still have the ring? Not sure, but anyway, hit the like button. Shout out to you guys, man. Let's get to some super chat so we don't get too far behind. TWP is in the building. He says, I wrote a book last night. It's a quick read if you have time. The title of the book is How to Fix the Black Community by TWP, inspired by CGA and the Angry Man. Page 1, Black men stop being some hoe-ass niggas. The end. Shout out to you, man. Hey, that is a quick read. That's pretty good. Because, you know, everybody else has a solution. Nothing's worked. Maybe that one works. All right. Shout out to you, TWP. And we have our boy says the whole Andrew Wilson evangelical saying it wrong on purpose marriage storyline has been classic as fuck. The free agent lifestyle is undefeated. Shout out to the coach gang and free agent lifestyle for life. Shout out to our brother Corey with the coach sponsorship. Evangelical, right? He is diabolic, says, thank you for playing my reel on your stream. The black woman talking about being a stepfather. Shout out to you, man. I got it. Thank you for sharing. All right. Jordan says, just join locals and join the money mindset. Thanks for all the value you provide, coach. I truly appreciate it. And it has changed my life for the better. Yeah, man. Shout out to you. Thank you for joining. You're a part of the shield. All right. You're a part of the shield now.
Live with your own failure.
Let's go.
Where did that bring you?
Shout out to G says, where the virgins at? Shout out to you, man. The virgins.
Where the white women at?
That panel was talking about how good marriage was when none of them niggas are married. Married before Instagram or married to a single mom. Send it. He says, we gonna learn the words today. Just give me the lies. Don't pass a scroll. Mugga, 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 mullo. Hey, here's the funny thing about it. Like, we've gotten to the point in the manosphere where the manosphere has literally jumped the shark and they're defending a guy telling men how to get married. Like, what are we doing? Like, that's how lethal CGA is. That's how lethal CGA is. Or that's how much they hate CGA. We literally have got to Monday Night Raw. Monday, November 3rd, mark this down, in the male discussion. A man that is known to not promote marriage safely for men, which was once a strong manosphere talking point, which I'm no longer a part of the manosphere because they kicked me out. They're now defending a guy who's telling them to get married. I have flipped the manosphere inside out. I have flipped the manosphere inside out. They have teamed up. He says CGA made them switch their whole flow. I want you to think about this. I made them switch their whole flow. They're now supporting a guy, and their audience are like, yeah, we need to save the world. We need to get married. The best thing for us to get married. I told you the manosphere is a weak piece of shit. I told you this group, I've been telling you for years, there's some motherfucking weakness in the manosphere. He said, Coach Deranger and Syndrome. I literally have flipped the manosphere upside down and inside out, where now the support has gone to A man promoting marriage instability. And they're bruh, man, you can't make this shit up. That is how lethal I am. That's how much they hate me. That shit is crazy, bro. And he said none of them dudes was even married. The dudes that was on the panel wasn't even married. Or if they were married, they weren't married to modern women. Coach derangement syndrome. Thank you for sharing that, bro. The coach derangement syndrome. That shit is fantastic, bro. I love that shit. And I don't even think they see the irony. They're so stubborn and they're so spiteful of me that they don't even see the irony. Like, so that's why when they canceled me, I was like, good. All right. I didn't want to be in there anyway. Because now they're literally supporting men getting married. Shout out to DC. Trinidad Shelton says, Trinidad Sheldon, I should respect him. If the manosphere was not dead already, this is the final death nail. Imagine this. We now know that the way to get kicked out of the manosphere is to criticize a white woman. For real. That's crazy. That's how you get kicked out. Oh, no, we can't handle that. All right. No, he criticizing a white woman. Yo, that shit is that shit is funny, man. They literally Captain Saving Ho and a white woman. A woman at that. The manosphere has gone to Captain Save a Ho mode. I never thought. Actually, I did know. I knew that shit was gonna be there because I knew they hated me. I was like, I knew they hate me so much that they have literally just turned. It's like when they say the Democrats or the Democrats switched. And people said it's a myth. The Democrats didn't switch, right? Well, now we know it's possible. The manosphere can switch in one motherfucking day. The manosphere can switch in one day. They have now Captain Save a Hoes who support marriage and building communities. Yes. I mean, it happened. We've now seen it. Mark this day. Mark this day. They have now switched to Captain Save a Ho mode from a guy that they were supposed to be down with. They don't want Captain Save a Ho on this motherfucker. Like, what? And then now they support marriage and building communities through what? A evangelistical marriage. Like, wow. Yeah. Oh, shit. It's cooked. It's cooked. It's cooked, man. I mean, the only one that has stayed real is CGA. We can't, bruh. Yeah, I thought we were supposed to be spinning plates. Now we out getting evangelistic marriages all of a sudden, and we need to build communities. It's the best decision for man. Yeah, and you had all the solutions to make marriage better. Oh my God. Wow. Who would have thought? And who would have thought it would take me? I told you, I said, and I keep saying I told you. I need to stop saying that. I've been saying that I'm going to show you the weakness in the manosphere's philosophy, the conundrum. Have I been saying this? I've been saying the conundrum. There's a conundrum in the manosphere that doesn't make sense to me because it's just like talking points. People have called it shame, blame, and explain. But I was like, there's so many conundrums in the manosphere that it can be all they have to do is hate somebody so much that they'll expose a conundrum. And so the villain, CGA, he said, I'm the perfect villain, right? I'm the perfect villain because I'm knowledgeable about it and I can expose the cracks. And I can say, well, I can even challenge the men. I can challenge the manosphere. I can challenge women. I can challenge the status quo. I can challenge the feminists. Like I'm that good because I'm not allied to any group. So like, I don't care how anybody ends up at the end of the day. So I'm not trying to fix anybody. So I can expose everybody. I've exposed the weakness, the red pill conundrum. Yeah. I made a video called the red pill conundrum. Didn't I make that video? And we now see the red pill conundrum. This is another one. All right. CGA stand on business. And then they went to Captain Save a Ho and promoting marriage. Like that is the craziest thing, man. Because I challenged their old, yeah, we should have traditional marriage. That's what I challenge. All right, the red pill conundrum. They are literally don't have nothing, man. They're grabbed. It's sad, bro. And listen, Manosphere guys, if y'all want to really have me help you, I can really help y'all. I can help y'all, but y'all don't want no help. The ego. And that's what's wrong with Andrew Wilson. When I was getting him, the ego, his ego was getting crushed. So, yeah, my ego is like on 10, all right, times 10. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to Mr. G says salute to you, CGA. It's always these religious panhandlers with a lot in the closet, and all of a sudden they now know how to correct society. Time to boss up and enjoy the ride. Let's go. Enjoy life, gentlemen. Enjoy.
Boss up, nigga.
Enjoy the life you create. Dave G says, wait, coach. He says we can't be regular people like Theo Huxtable and them. Regular people get taxed first. Amari says, salute the coach. I support what you're doing, champ. By the way, knockout. Shout out to you. Absolutely a knockout. Shout out to the people, man. We gotten a tighter audience. And what I'm going to do is, because I know these people are going to reach out to me. More and more people are reaching out to me to show up on their podcast. I'm waiting for the Steven Crowders and the Hodge twins. And I'm waiting for the, Officer Tatum's and the Tim Pools, all of these people, the Joe Rogans, because they're next. All they got to do is get a whiff of this. The Abbas and preach it. What's going to happen is I'm going to just go over there and troll the fuck out of them too. All right. I'm going to just give them the same business. And then people are going to be like, oh, okay. Oh, CGA actually doing this to everybody. Cause they thought I was Hafiz CGA. When I was CGA versus Hafiz, that was a different CGA. But I'm in my villain arc CGA. So I was giving them villain arc CGA. I was like, nah, nigga, you ain't going to talk over me. Nope. He couldn't even get his shit off. I was like, he was trying to, he was all frustrated. And what the white people are calling it, he was ninja fatigued. Nah, bro, you were frustrated. It's okay. Trayvon is in the building. Trayvon S. Damn, coach, that's real facts. The fear of being disliked by bitch-ass niggas holds us back sometime. He says, got to continue to carve your history in stone, coach. Appreciate the wisdom. That's what we're doing. Indeed. Thank you very much. The courage to be disliked by bitch-ass niggas. And it's been a steady exposure of bitch-ass niggas, right? These guys that liked humble CGA. Soon as I got to show them a little bit, oh, he getting too cocky. Don't show too much. All right, you doing too much. You putting us down. You bragging. And I was like, this is interesting. This is interesting. What they're saying here is they want me to not grow because they don't want to grow. That's what they're showing me. They don't want to grow, so they want me to stay with them. And I said, nah, man, I'm not going to walk this walk with you. You had a fucked up life. My life was fucked up. I fixed it. Now I'm going to tell you how to fix it and see if you want to fix it. Then I'm going to show you. Have you guys noticed this? I've gotten more hate from men when I start showing the free agent lifestyle as opposed to talking about it. Right? When I was talking about the free agent lifestyle, they were all in. Because what they heard was we're going to separate and segregate from women, sit over here in this corner and talk shit about them until they hit the wall. And I said, no, that's not what we're going to do. I said, we're going to tell the free agent lifestyle, and they were cool with it. Then I start showing the free agent lifestyle, and they didn't like it. I was like, what? This is what? So it's been a year. It's been almost a year since I took off traveling internationally each month. Every time I travel, I showed you. I got more hate. Not only from these Manosphere content creators, but also bitch ass niggas. Now all of a sudden they see it and they're like, what is this shit? What you doing? I thought we was, and I'm like, soon as you show them, they're like, well, we don't like it. Stop showing it. And NGN says CGA is already great, even to AI. No beanie or TRT required. Tracons and Mitches hate CGA because he's liberating men to become winners and bossing up for themselves, not for society and women. Instead of putting faith in Sky Daddy, put your faith in yourself and win. That's Adams 316 for the Shield members under 30. All right. But shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. it's a sad day, but it's a wonderful day at the Free Agent Lifestyle. We got a couple more over on the Cash App. It's Hustle Every Day says trophy this week, victory. Shout out to you. This is the week of victory. You know, they are regrouping and they're scrambling and straight for shit. They trying to regroup and recalibrate because what they thought it was about to be is a tap dance on me. They haven't tap dance on me. Like they wanted to sit back and be like, ah, ha, 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 ha. Like that's what they want to do. Now, tell the truth. Are they tap dancing on CGA? Nah, they regrouping. They scrambling and scraping for shit. They like trying to figure out how to reposition this as a W. They doing everything they can. He's stupid. He illogical. Yep, they trying to scrub the internet of evidence. They're shuffling. All right, they're not over there smoking cigars and laughing. That's what they wanted to do, but they're not doing it. They're clearly not doing it. I saw a clip. I didn't see the whole clip because I was prepared for the show. Somebody sent me a clip, and they was doing some super chats, and they look concerned on their face. Their face looked concerned. And guys, they could team up with me anytime, but they've already lost trust with me. It was like Myron was looking over reading the super chat like this, and then the rest of them was sitting there. They look gloomy. It looked like a funeral. It looked like a funeral. I was like, whoa, that don't even look enjoyable over there. They were mightily frustrated. All right. They were mightily frustrated, and it was sad. It was an attempt. They thought there was about to be a tap dance and a laugh because I would have been like, man, that nigga CGA crazy. I would have been having drinking. We would have been toasting each other, you know, with the whole, it would have been all of that shit. Cigars. They didn't have none of that. All right. It was not a celebration. That was not a celebratory victory. That was scrambling and scraping for shit. But look, man, we was about 25 minutes drive away. You could have just called me. Hey, if y'all need help, you know, men's ego, and even myself, men's egos, you know, especially when you're celebrating and you're a know-it-all and people say you know it all, it's hard when you match up with somebody that doesn't allow you to get your shit off. All right. So it's hard for them to come humbly in front of me and say, you know what, coach, the free agent lifestyle is the solution. And we do have to admit that maybe we should listen to you. But it's hard for them to do that for a variety of reasons. I'm not tall. I'm very, very dark skinned. And I got an ego so big that I got 2 pictures behind me. All right. I have 2 paintings behind me. So, yeah, I mean, it's hard to come humbly. Pause. It's hard to become humble in front of me and humble yourself in the sight of CGA. But it's hard. I get it. Pause. Shout out to 8 Hustle Every Day says, used to like those trashy white girls like Jillian. All right. They are good for a little bit of a reason. Shout out to our brother Terlonius W says, thank you for your time and knowledge. Thank you, sir. And thank you for the support. All support is great. And you're supporting your interests and you're supporting a great movement here. You're seeing history put out in front of you. And there have been people have tried to do this to the manosphere and they could not do it. They've been trying to say this for a long time and they could not see it. I've literally split the manosphere in half. No one's done that. Not even when they tried. I guess I would say there was a guy that did that. It was Anthony Johnson with Donovan Sharp. I don't even think he split it in half. He literally like chopped it into 90%. Like there were 90% of people that simply sided with him, and Donovan Sharp took a big fall after that. So that wasn't even split in half. I'm the only one in the history of the manosphere to split it in 2. Right here. Overnight with the Infinity Gauntlet. Split it in half. Who else but your boy here, the Notorious
You could
one?
not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me.
All right. And it's sad to see because they could have came correct. They could have came correct, but I literally split it in half. And who else can say that? So even though people over there are saying what they're saying, I have my group over here saying what I'm saying. I done split it in 2. And now that I done split it in 2, I'm going to let y'all try to put that shit together. Put it together. Dr. Doom of this ish. The Dr. Doom of this ish. Let's get back to this part of the show. We got some shit to cover here. We got fuck you, boss up here. It's boss up season here. We have a woman that says, well, we shouldn't have accepted the job as workers. All right. So here we go right here. This woman says, take a look at her right there. All right, let's see what we got. This woman says,
I don't know much, but what I do know is I'm not doing this shit till I'm 65. I'm sorry. I'm not doing this shit till I'm 65. You're telling me we work 40 hours a week to trade off for 2 days off a week. Oh, great. Perfect. I wake up every morning. I get ready. I go to work. I come home. I get unready, and then I go to bed. And then I sleep. And then I wake up and I do it all over again. Are you fucking kidding me? And then I have 2 days off to do my chores. Oh, great. Perfect. No, great. Perfect. And then by the time I'm like, okay, everything's done. It's time to sit down and enjoy my weekend. Would you look at that? 10 p.m. 10 p.m. weekend's over. I'm not doing this until I'm 65.
sorry, ladies, that's what having a career is.
Boss up, nigga.
So you see this, I've been kind of preparing you guys for a long time. I even hear men saying this. This is a pathetic person. This is why I say the average man is not designed to win. The average man is designed to have a fat woman. All right, because take a look at what you're hearing now. I'm not doing this to 65. Well, you want to pay your bills? You want to pay rent? You want to get Starbucks? You better work, bitch. I said this for a long time. A lot of times women get into that career thing because most of the time in their 20s, it's more favorable to get jobs, right? When they trust women a little bit more. Sometimes women are in their best physical shape. Sometimes they're youthful, they're pretty. So managers who are cucks and simps, right? They hire a woman to have a nice piece of legs or arm candy around so they can flirt with her and get close to her, but not, you know. And so what'll happen is women will get jobs. They'll get bank teller jobs, and they're good at it. They can, you know, keep spreadsheets and count money and be diligent little workers and all, right? Count beans and push pencils and papers around and book appointments. They'll be diligent. Men, on the other hand, at that early age are disadvantaged because, well, they need experience. You know, they can't use pretty privilege or youth, right? They got to start from the bottom and build it up. And it's hard for them to get favor. So women get this great boost in career early. They used to. That's even going away for them. So what'll happen is then they'll hit that glass ceiling, aka the glass ceiling, which women are saying, well, yeah, we have to make a decision to have kids, or we'll have the gender pay gap, or we'll hit the glass ceiling, or they'll have fatigue, right? Damn, I don't want to work this long. You know what I mean? I got to work another 30 years. Yes. You got into it. That's what happened. You use your feminist card, and now your feminist card has now forced you to work another 40 years. So yes, you got to work to 65, and then you got to plan your retirement and then get your 401k and have your investments and then hopefully retire at 65. But now they're like, and this is the whole thing about the rug pull, because then what'll happen is they'll try to have a retirement plan, or they'll pivot, or they'll go to marriage and they'll use love and love bomb you to marry. And then all of a sudden they'll be like, I don't want to work as hard anymore now that we have this extra income. All right, so this is interesting, man. This is an interesting thing going on. And it's not just with women, it's with men. They're finding out and they're waking up to the realities of what working is. All right, and this is why we tell you, man, some of these jobs that you're working for, this is slaves. You're actually planning to make yourself a slave. This is what the public school indoctrination camp does. They train you to be a slave, and then by the time you wake up, it's too late. It's too late to pivot. Then it's tough. Then when you hear a person like me, okay, how did you pivot? Well, I had to really pivot out and then struggle, barely make it, and then make it. All right, because you have to take 2 steps back. What people don't want to do is take 2 steps back. They don't want to lose their current, everything they worked hard for. Well, I was like, that shit ain't nothing. Trust me, what you can earn and get back, what you're losing is nothing. I know it seems like a lot, but it's nothing. So there you go right there. We're finally waking up. She doesn't want to work all the way to 65. Well, unfortunately, you're going to work, bitch. All right. Everybody's going to work. I'm going to work. Everybody's going to work. There's no retirements out here for the majority of the people. All right. Now, if you hit a lick, you're good. All right. And if you retire and you get that bag, you better run up out of here quick. Go to another place. You know?
Gotta get my bag and run.
So they working. So we also have this one right here. We have now our brother Napoleon Hill is going to fill you in on the idea of how you guys are being trained for this. And I hope you guys wake up. All right. You don't have to agree with this. And you might think, well, my good, stable job is going to afford me for a career. But let's see what Napoleon Hill has to say about this.
Been lied to. They told you to work hard, save a little, retire at 65, and that this was freedom. But if 40 years of labor ends in a pension too small to live on, what do you call that? You were not born to serve until death. You were not born to watch life pass while you trade your soul for a salary. The world does not reward the obedient. It rewards the man who sees the trap and walks out of it. And that man begins here. Listen closely, because if you miss this message, you may work to the grave and still die poor. You believe you are free. You believe that hard work will pay off. You believe that one day, maybe after 40 years of labor, if you've been loyal, if you've saved, if you followed the system, you will get your reward. But I say this to you without apology.
Yes.
If 40 years of labor ends in dependency, then who truly owned your life?
God damn, boss up 2026. Let's go. Hey, tell them.
Boss up, nigga.
Who truly owned your life? See, this is like the whole thing where these men say, well, I used to like CGA. I used to support him, but now he done switched up or he's saying some shit that I don't like. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Like, why would I care? Because what does that like get me in the end? Nothing. All right. It's shown it. It's shown it. It hasn't get me what I was worth. Okay, at all. You guys have just kept me in your little bucket. All right, and we'll just listen to CGA when I want to, and we're not gonna share his videos, and we're not gonna support him, and I don't like him. And so that fake like that y'all had to me, that you now realize that I've challenged you, and you don't like me, I don't give a fuck. It ain't doing nothing for me anyway. Same thing as you figure out after 20 or 30 years, or like that woman figured out after 5 or 10 years. Holy shit! All right, I'm stuck, and I can't get out. One of the hardest things for people to do is get out and turn from employee to self-employed, or employee to business owner. It is one of the hardest pivots you'll ever make, because crabs and a lot of the system is designed for you to be stuck there. You have work benefits and all these other things. You're going to walk away from that. You're going to have a gap in your resume. You're going to fail. All right. And they're going to scare you away from your own freedom. They're going to scare you away from your own freedom, but it's going to be too late, because now you're going to get to 65 thinking you're going to retire, and boom, you're not. Wake up call. I heard a guy say this on Twitter. And he said, weekends are for the poor. Weekends are for broke people. I want you to think of this. This is some really hardcore shit that I'm telling you.
Boss up, nigga.
You don't have to agree. But the real people who work, they don't have weekends. You working all the way through it until you get to the point where you can hire broke and poor people to work so they can have a weekend. Now, that woman said that in that video. She said, I work all this time to get 2 days off, but what happens? I have to do chores. And then now it's 10 o'clock and now the weekend's over. Weekends are for broke people. When I saw that on Twitter, I was like, wow. Because I have the same thing. And people are like, you work on Saturday? You work on Sunday? Yeah. Like, who told you don't have to work on Saturday and Sunday? But yeah, that's for the broke class. That's for the that's for the non-wealthy class. You get your little 2 days off, whether it's in the middle of the week or the end of the week. You celebrate, you spend the money that you worked hard for, and you take your ass back into work. You're just over broke. Okay? Weekends are for broke people. That's how they trained you. Yep. Even I go on a vacation, I work. All right. When I do, and you might not think it's work, but I'm working on vacation. Or you should just relax and kick your feet up. Why? I'll do that too. I mean, what am I going to do that for 24 hours on the beach? No, I could do that for about an hour or two. And then get some work in. And then I hire a local JUCO to fix my meat. And I go have dinner and I go sightsee. Okay. So this is a whole thing. This is that boss up mentality that we're having here. Now, anybody that thinks otherwise, you're welcome to believe that. But what this guy and the other previous women are saying is true.
I have seen it too many times. Men who gave their entire youth to a job only to reach the age of 65 with a tired body, a trembling hand, and a fearful glance at the calendar because their money is running out. They obeyed every rule. They stayed quiet. They did what they were told.
Ooh, wait. This is why you see the villain CGA. They did what they were told. They stayed quiet. And everybody liked them. Guess what? Still broke at the end of the day. It still meant nothing. You see that liking that bullshit? I like CGA. That's cool when you support CGA. All right. But liking me don't do shit. I'm still going to be poor at the end of the day. All right. Just to feed you goofy ass niggas. All right. All right. To feed a bunch of losers so I can make you feel better about being a loser. All right, but no, that's not what we doing on season 8. It's boss up. All right, and my damn banner and editing is going to be a disaster, but that's neither here nor there. Let me go ahead and switch it. Fuck you. Oh, you getting cocky. All right, yeah, I am, nigga. I mean, I was cocky all the whole time, nigga. I was trying to help you, bitch, nigga. All right, I was trying to stay humble to help you. All right, but a bit you want to stay a bitch ass nigga. So guess what? CGA, villain arc CGA. Let's see what else he has to say here.
They worked, they waited, and when the waiting ended, there was nothing waiting for them. I ask you again, who owns the life of a man who gives it away one paycheck at a time, only to die uncertain, unfree, and unremembered?
Damn. Didn't I say that? Only to die uncertain, unfree, and unremembered. Give this shit the round of applause. Damn, he cooking. 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 Where's my damn epic win over here? There it is. He cooking. Cooking. Uncertain, unremembered. That's the average man. And who wants to be the average loser bitch ass nigga? Who? Like, this is crazy. Like, but men are striving to be this. Well, none of that matters to me. Okay, go be a bitch ass nigga over there. All right, we doing some different shit over here.
You must understand this. Slavery has changed its costume, but it has never left.
Ooh.
The chains are no longer metal. They are made of routine, of debt, of low expectation, of unexamined beliefs.
Sheesh.
You were told that the system works if you follow it. But what you were not told is that the system was never designed to make you rich. It was designed to make you useful.
Oh, God damn, he cooking. Cooking with hot fish grease. Damn. So when people come to me and like, I'm struggling with the system of marriage, the system of all these systems that you're trying to uphold, it wasn't meant to make you good or better. It was made to make you useful. Marriage is made to make men useful. The same thing with work. He's saying you can apply that to marriage. All right. Now, is your neighborhood going to be cleaner? Sure. There are benefits from it. It's not because you're useful. There's no benefits. I'm acknowledging the benefits. I acknowledge the benefits in a debate. But just because you're married and you found a wife, now you're useful. Okay. So now they can use you because when you get married, now you have $1 million in debt. You're signing up for $1 million in debt, which you must accept because that means house, car, multiple cars, and it also means children. That's $1 million of debt. That's going to make you useful. Not only that, now you're a consumer because now you got to go through buying car seats and all kind of strollers and this type of thing. And now you got to buy school supplies. You got to go to Lowe's and Home Depot, right? Every weekend on your weekends off. Now you're useful to the system. Now you're a cog and that's your choice. If you make that choice, that's your choice. Diapers and formula and Infamil and all kind of milk and eggs and all of this shit. Now you are a Spacely Sprocket. Now you're useful. But if you're single and stay single or protect yourself, now you're not useful. You know, you could just get rid of it, just get away. Now, this is a choice that you have to make. Same thing is if you get your little families, now you're useful to the work system because you cannot leave the work system. It's hard for you to get out there and just say, I'm going to make my own money and I'm going to just keep my own shit and I'm going to go over here and go over there. You're not useful now. That's why people don't know how to relate to you. So we're giving you the option to do this. Then you do it early enough in life to realize this. And this is Napoleon Hill, allegedly, his words allegedly. Napoleon Hill, I've recommended that you read his book. All right. And he's telling you that marriage is not off the table. I'm not telling you that it's off the table. What I'm telling you is to leverage up early enough. As he said in his book, if men knew to harness this energy, which he calls sexual transmutation, if you harness this early enough, by the time you're 30, you can win. But what happens to men is they're hopeful. They try to chase every shortcut, ecclesiastic marriages. They're trying to do all these things to make it fit instead of bossing up and leveling up and getting leverage. And then they have to wake up, right? Or you'll get a divorce, or you have to wake up and realize by 40, you're still single. But you're still hoping that there's somebody that loves you, right? It's a bad position to be in. Shout out to this content right here. And yeah, he's speaking the truth. He's dropping so many facts. He's on fire. Is this an evil world over here? Let me see what we got. Yeah, I guess that's the evil world we live in. Yeah. All right. Let me see if that was it. Yep, that was it. Fuck you. Boss up. 2025. Boss up. All right, get busy out here. Get busy.
Better boss up, nigga.
Super chats. We'll do a few. I think I caught up to a lot of them, so this will be quick. That's what I said to her. All right, that's what he said. This will be quick. Don't worry about it. Shout out to our brother No Government Name says weekends are for broke people. That's a blue chip. I don't just like CGA. I respect CGA for charging me the money for valuable information and improving my mindset. Those who don't pay attention. Let's go. The Shield under 30. Shout out to the Shield members under 30. Okay. Guys, you're not going to free your way to success. You're not going to free your way to being better with anything. I know that happens and men think that. And also men think that other people owe them. They think women owe them pussy. You think women owe you loyalty and love. You think men owe you advice. No, we don't. We don't owe you shit. All right. You're not entitled to anything. So again, you get what you pay for. You're not going to free your way through life. Even people, as you earn money, you have to reinvest that money into yourself. And that can be in a variety of ways. All right. But you're not going to free your way through life. QD Exec says you got AW out here looking like he's fresh out of drug treatment program and jump right back on that nose jumper. He says you caught him with that overhand right, and now he has CTE. You won, bro. Fuck your uncle. Boss up.
Boss up, nigga.
Like I said, I actually saw the debate. I actually ran it back, and I watched it all the way through. I was like, I'm dragging this nigga. Like, where was the L? And what I'm hearing is the L came from I had no solutions and I was over talking him. I was cutting him off. That's not an L to me. I look at it as I was manhandling him. That was not a cutting him off and not letting him talk. That was not letting him get his bullshit off. All right. That's all that was. All right. Cause I was like, this is what they're complaining about. Okay. This is what they shout out to my boy who just texted me. I know you are, because I know you wish you could do this. All right. But I was like, this is what y'all complaining about, me cutting them off. Well, you didn't let him talk. I was like, bro, I was cutting it. I was manhandling that nigga. I was like, nah, nigga, what? Okay, nope. No. I heard you, nigga. You said virgin. Every time I cut him off, it was legit. I felt that. I felt that. I bullied him in that conversation. So I'll freely accept it. People were saying I was emotional. I was like, I saw him being more emotional. All right, for sure. So it really was interesting how I've heard the reactions, and for me to watch it back, I was like, I don't see it, bro. I was dragging that nigga. All right. I was straight bullying the bully. And I think that's what he don't want, because he can't clip almost any of that shit. He can't clip any of that. What he could do is clip it and say, look how he's bullying me. Yep. He says, I held him accountable for his words. Yep, that's what I was doing. Every time he said something, I literally was like, okay, like, here's the thing, man. I don't know if we'll do it, but I could review the video. Maybe we can do it during the stream. He says I was dragging him again. Don't say dragging. What happened was anytime he introduced something, I used it against him. All right. And so they were calling him a pro debater, but I said I was more of a pro debater. I think pro debater, he was more gaslighting me and personal attacking me, but I don't know if that's professional, but I was going in literally using whatever he said. And I'll have you vote on it. Should I do a review content on this one here? Okay. We'll do it. We'll do it now. All right. We'll do it now. Actually, we'll do it in the next hour. But every time he brought something up, I literally would go, okay, I'm going to use that. Should I review the debate live now? Live now. All right. So for the people that are going to say we still talking about this, the audience, we're going to listen to the audience today. Shout out to Q the exec. All right. Should we do it live now? All right, look, we'll see what the audience says. We got our brother No Government Name. Okay, I got him already. And he says, here's an idea for the Free Agent Lifestyle stream topic or video on the Coach Greg Adams channel. Trad cons and PUAs hate women. Here's why. Facts. That is a video that I'm gonna do. All right, and they gonna be pissed. He says, "What say you, Coach Laney?" Facts. All right, there's gonna be a lot of videos like that on the Coach Greg Adams channel. All right, for sure. Okay. I'm going to show you how they hate women. All right. Even to the point of ecclesiastical marriages. I mean, that's the pure hate. All right. All right. So we got almost 80% that says yes. 20% says no. So you 20%, you definitely can leave the stream when we do it. Shout out to our brother Initial DL says, I saw the debate, and even though it did go off the rails a bit, the points you brought up heavily trumped over his passive aggressive and focusing on ecclesiastical marriage irked my nerves. It irked my nerves. He says, you weren't lying when you said you were in your villain era. I mean, I literally saw villain CGA over there dominating the conversation. And I think what happened is people didn't know that villain side of CGA. So they thought I was just going to come over there like 2019 CGA. All right. But I don't understand why people don't look at it as I was. Yeah, shout out to MJ says, Coach, you got the Clanosphere looking like Larry Holmes, flabby and sick against all odds on these Mitches. And they getting emotional about it too. So you got to be careful because these men have been accused of being dangerous men that commit gun violence, desperation, revolutionaries. And they are desperate. When they get desperate, they do shit. It's a thing. So you got to be careful with these people. They're zealous. Shout out to Bob says, damn, this ass whooping was worse than Rafi's. He says, I can't believe that they put this fraud in front of you. I'm defending for you. He says, you live more of a Christian life and a family man than him. I mean, for real. He says, we should now call you the Black Plague of the Manosphere, whooping one Mitch at a time. The Black Plague of the Manosphere. Shout out to you, man. And I'm the one with the Manosphere insight. So I'm like, they should have literally been like, ACGA, don't go in, right? Hey, man, you know what I mean? They should pay me at this point. They should slip me $20K and be like, hey, just shut up about this. But it's the ego. Shout out to Stephen K. He said, CGA the Great. This week has been extremely entertaining, losing sleep over here. How can you keep up with it? It is crazy. Shout out to the infamous NYC says, watching a clip from the podcast, AW was calling out degeneracy, and Rolo and them was over there stacking 50 bodies. Myron was calling out sex before marriage. LOL. I was like, Ninja, what happened to spinning plates for bro?
New world order.
And I didn't see their therapy session over there. I just saw a clip and it was like 10 seconds long. But last year, it was like, fuck 50 women before you get married. Spin plates. Now they're like, CGA is a degenerate. He promotes fucking these hoes. Like, what happened, man? What happened, bro? Like, you have to ask yourself. I was able to flip the Manosphere inside out in one day. In 2 hours. It took me 2 hours to flip they shit inside out. Like, come on, man. I really am concerned because I'm concerned not only for myself, I'm concerned for them because it's not looking good, man. This is not looking good. Like, whoa, like y'all looking weird. And shout out to AI says it also degenerate being a man who believes in Sky Daddy so that a 304 can be saved and he can get laid again. Somehow society paints this as a noble act. He says, I prefer this boss up version of CGA. Congrats. For sure. Why is it noble to save a skeezer and marry her? All right, man. Then we got some super chats here. Shot X says, Coach, if you do a second debate, I suggest the lead attorney or attorney James Sexton as your second moderator, an actual lawyer to tell the Clanosphere that the ecclesiastic marriage will still run men through the cleaners with a divorce. All right. And we haven't proved one time that there is one that hasn't worked. You know what I mean? Like, all right, here's 5 examples of men that protected themselves with that particular device. None. It is Jaden Hooper. Says, first off, your outfit looks dripped out. He says, I think with this debate side quest, these dudes are coming like Fred Flintstone and you're a quantum leap ahead. He says, finish that Bible bashing step simp fatality. Like, how did all of a sudden the Manosphere become Christian? Like, how did they become like crazy Christians and whipping out Bibles and ecclesiastical scriptures? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Actually, what are they doing? Shout out to our brother Los. Says, I got divorced and went straight to the Gumps sphere, going broke, taking older women on dates. Found you, and now I'm fit. In grade school with a girlfriend, 8 years. I think you mean grad school, all right? But you're in grad school with the girlfriend 8 years younger than me, getting laid more than ever. It pays to pay up front, gentlemen. Boss up.
You better boss up, nigga.
Boss up. Shout out to you, man. Congratulations. I'm glad you found it, because I did the same thing. A lot of men did the same thing, going that PUA route, and they realize you're wasting time. And then you're not getting the women that you think you're going to get. And then you look up, you're like, damn, I'm sleeping with single moms, and I'm sleeping with 37-year-old women. And shout out to LL Cool C. Last one. The debate between you and Mitchson basically exposed where the manosphere is at. And it shows how stuck, hopeless, and delusional males are. For real. For real. Stuck, hopeless, and delusional. And again, hope is not a strategy, gentlemen. All right. You guys are hopeful. It's nice. I mean, listen, not everybody is this pessimistic or realistic or nihilistic as CGA. But you can't deny that what I'm saying is real. Okay. What you're telling me is you hope for a better day. You hope it become better. Now I'm going to ask yourself, let me just give you this one right here. Just if you were around as a young adult, or at least, you know, a young an older teenager, and you take 2016 and you draw a line to 2026, and you take dating, marriage, social media exposure, hookup culture, what we have as the monetized dating marketplace, aka social media prostitution. You take relationships, marriages, those last 10 years, has it gotten better? Okay. Ask yourself, don't just take the last 10 years. The media, feminism, just take the last 10 years. Now, let's take the next 10 years. All right. And what do you see the next 10 years? Do you see it as returning back to 2016? Returning back better than 2016? Or getting worse, or staying the same? Where do you see it? It's amazing how people will look at it, and you're in a steep decline, and figure it's just going to turn back with no hope for the future. It's like, wow, man, let's get real. It's getting worse and worse and worse. Now, there's always going to be the pendulum swing, but it's always based on something that I'm telling you the pendulum's going to swing on. Not something that you can use against the system. Anyway, let's get into this real quick. All right. Let's skip ahead. Let's skip ahead here. All right. So, apparently, let me see if I can do this live, because we're going to fix the thumbnail, because people want to hear this, and this will be good. 76%. Some people are saying no. I'll just tell you, if you don't want to watch what's going to happen, you're welcome to leave. But what we're going to do is, what we have scheduled is, It's an Evil World We Live In, with more videos to review. We have Stormy Daniels coming out, and we also have a divorce attorney that says that will still probably play, that says that they wish their husband dropped dead so they don't have to divorce him. All right, so we have that, and then we have the Jillian Barbary story, which most people don't even know who she is. Or we can review the debate. Okay, or we could review the debate. All right, because I got a massage coming up. I got my personal assistant coming in. I got a JUCO coming in, driving in. I got a lot going on. So, and I got to get to my fitness training class. So I do have a lot to do today. I'm going to be busy getting no sleep. But what I can do is change the thumbnail to... And you probably won't see it changing the thumbnail. And the thumbnail now says, damn, I did get cooked. All right. So that's what we're going to do here. And then once we do this, we can leave it, and we can let sleeping dogs lie. But we can see what people are talking about here. And let's go ahead and change the title of the stream. Damn, maybe I did get cooked. Now we're going to see a lot of people come into the stream if indeed the thumbnail was allowed to be changed and the title in that debate. All right, so now I'm going to troll them and say that the title of the stream is "Damn, Maybe I Did Get Cooked." All right, now watch them come in. All right, we got 1,800 people here. All right, the thumbnail was changed to look like me saying, "Damn, I got cooked" in that debate. It changed, so we're going to troll them, and we're going to see. You know, I always come prepared. That's what makes me legendary. So now the title of the stream is "Damn, Maybe I Did Get Cooked" in that debate. Now we can review it. And all right, now we can review it. But before we do, we're going to hear this woman who is a divorce attorney. Let me see here. Watch the numbers go up. Here they come. I tell you, man. Content strategy. You got to stay alive in this beast. All right. Let me see here. We're doing it live. Give me a second here. I know. It's that I'm a professional here. We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. Okay. No. We'll do it live. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
When you're a content creator, you got to think ahead. All right. So we're going to bring them in. Look at them numbers going up. All right. They're going to want to see this. But damn, maybe I did get cooked. Okay, let's get this lawyer here that said the reality for marriage today. I want you to listen to this because this is where we're at. All right, you know what? This should be an evil world we live in. Bear with me. Okay, let's get it up right here. Check this out. Listen to what she says about her marital client.
My neighbor's husband dropped dead in the laundry room, and she has never been happier. As a divorce lawyer, I can tell you that she's not alone in that feeling. There are so many married women quietly dreaming of becoming widows, not because they're cruel, not because they don't believe in love, but because death in their minds feels like the only escape from a miserable marriage. It sounds shocking, but I've seen it up close. Women sitting in my office whispering that they wish their husband had just disappeared because leaving him feels harder than losing him. And that's the tragedy. Marriage should be the place where you feel safest, but for so many women, it's the cage they want out of. A lot of women stay because divorce feels like war. It's expensive, it's exhausting, it's public. But widowhood is sympathy. Widowhood is clean. Widowhood doesn't come with depositions, attorneys' fees, or custody battles. And when women start fantasizing about widowhood, what they're really saying is, I don't see any other way out. I've had clients admit that when their husband travels, they hope for bad news instead of a safe return.
And you guys got it right, because I was saying when I heard this video, I thought of Erica Kirk. That's the first thing I thought of, and that's what you guys put in the chat. That is the first thing I thought of. I was like, damn, if you see how Erica Kirk is operating, she is literally that. All right, she's like, damn, okay, he died. I don't know if they had a good marriage. I don't know if they had a bad marriage, but that's basically her. Now she has sympathy. She forever has sympathy. I heard Angry Man once say this about single mothers. When they have Pookie sons that die, they're forever deified as a queen. All right. And you know, her son got shot, all right, by Pookie or the police. She's deified forever and she'll have sympathy forever. So if you think about what she's saying here, you can see it in real time. This is sad. So these are the traditional women that you're going to have under patriarchal control, and they're now plotting on your death. All right, going, I'm gonna get the life insurance. I hope the nigga die. When he travels, she hopes for bad news. Oh, he got wrecked in a boat accident, or a hooker killed him. Yep, Tupac's mom is an example. Tupac's mom is an example of being deified after the son's death. All right, so she was forever a black queen mama. So that way she's now free from the burden of going through the war of separating. So it's like, yeah, I hope you do. That's crazy, man. That's sad, but a lot of guys don't understand this. Sad, I got to show you. I got to show you this reality. I mean, I got to wake y'all up. This is what I do. I'm not going to just show you some bullshit out here. That's crazy, huh?
Do you know how broken a marriage has to be for death to sound like freedom? That's not love, that's survival. The saddest part is these women are often the same ones who were told marriage was the ultimate prize. They did everything right. They built the home, raised the children, managed the details, and still ended up in a life they wanted out of.
Damn. Brothers. Yep, DJ Twitch. The DJ Twitch's wife. She ended up writing a book. Okay. So this is sad. She's like, damn, like this is some cold shit if you hear it. But of course, men are in love, women are a business right there. They want it out of a life instead of wow, this is tragedy for a lot of you hope strategists out here. And she's saying this is what she's heard from her female client. Thank God for women talking on the internet. That is unbelievable.
And instead of support, they're told to keep enduring, that suffering is just part of the marriage. But here's what I tell my clients. You don't have to wait for death to be free. You don't have to daydream about widowhood just to feel peace. Divorce, as painful as it is still an option.
Divorce is still an option. Okay, y'all want to listen to Jesus. Y'all don't want to listen to me, huh? Y'all don't want to listen to me. You still have, I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead. These women want to be in traditional marriage, and we're going to control them. And we're going to socially pressure them to fuck. Whoa. She says, hey, it don't matter. Divorce is an option. It's painful, but it's an option for us. My God. All right, man, hold on to your hat.
It's not glamorous. It's not easy, but it's a way to reclaim your life while you're still alive.
Reclaim your life while you're still alive. Woof. Woof. And I don't even promote divorce. People think I promote divorce and don't promote marriage. You guys got it wrong. I don't even promote men to get divorced like this. This is evil. This is crazy.
Some women secretly dream of becoming widows, but what they really dream of is freedom. And you don't have to wait for a tragedy in the laundry room to finally claim it.
It's an evil world we live in, gentlemen. It's an evil world.
It's an evil world we live in.
All right, quickly here. We do have another one because this is going to set it up here. We have a woman that says right here, she found something that she rocked with. It says right here, my wife and I have been together for since high school. After 19 years, she says she wants to know what it feels like to be with someone else. Okay, 19 years. 19 years. Let's go to the video.
Evan, you've only had sex with one person. And it's just like, all right, I've got all the tricks. Whatever is up this man's sleeve, I done got it already. There's nothing else to get from this one person. Live a little.
I agree. I'm with you. Live a little. Have the conversation. I think you should be able to have that conversation, especially if you're married. You know, what are you going to get divorced over a conversation?
I don't know.
You said, yeah, that happens.
Yeah, these things never end well.
Yeah, it's like
they never end well. And like, she'll step out. She'll think, thank you for letting me do it. Come back. It's never going to be the same. He's going to resent you. The marriage deteriorates. Now, it could be other issues. Maybe she's not sexually satisfied with, the relationship.
Okay, he's not hitting it right. That's not true. You guys want to marry virgins? I've been saying one of the things about marrying a virgin is that they're going to think at some particular point. They do have the ability to think at some particular point, this is the only person I'm going to be with the rest of my life. And if she doesn't think about it, her friends are going to implant it in her head. Okay, even if her friends are married, they'll be like, they'll tell you, I was a hoe before I got married. And then your wife says, I was a virgin. Only man I slept with was my husband. They're going to be like, girl, you crazy. You ain't experienced this. You ain't experienced that. Have you did this? Has your pussy ever squirted? And your wife going to be like, no, my pussy never squirted. You need to find you a nigga that make your pussy squirt. Like they're going to find a way to get them in this degenerate society. Yes. Unless you have them on a little house on the prairie. Right. That's what they're going to do. And look at that. Look how many people we gained. Look how many people we gained on this by changing the stream title. The numbers jumped up at least 120 and 130 in 5 minutes. All right. So, yeah, this is the one thing about virgins is that, yeah, she might get curious at the end of it in society. Social media, social pressure is pressuring them to cheat.
Maybe that's what's going on. And maybe they can explore how to make their relationship more exciting. But
at 37, you've only had sex with one person. And it's just like, all right, I've got all the tricks. Whatever is up this man's sleeve, I done got it.
Look at that. I done got it. Everything that I can get from him, I got. Sheesh. What else is there to get? What other bedroom tricks does he have to do? Whatever money he can get, let him die in a laundry room accident and good, I'll be set free. So they want to go out there and catch STD. All right, that's what they want to catch. And then they want to go out there. Then they're going to say, I'm going to come back to him. Okay, man. All right. So we got Jillian Barbary here. So I'm going to skip to the next thing since we're reviewing it. I did get an invitation to the Church of the Ecclesiastics. One of the things is I do fear going to people's churches. You know what I mean? Because people are very passionate about their church. Shout out to the church people here. And what'll happen is they'll think their church is the best. All right. My church is the best. All right, my church is the best and we do good and our church does this and we're not like the other church. And this is what they do is they dice up Christians. So then when you're getting in a conversation with someone and you say, well, the Christians do this. No, not my Christian. We're this denominational. And they start dicing it up so much that they can show you that our divorce rate's lower in this brand of Christianity. And you're like, yeah, well, if I add up all of the brands of Christianity, the divorce rate is similar. Okay. Well, not our brand. Okay. Your brand has how many people? I don't know. All right. So here we go right here. Maybe I got cooked in that debate. Maybe we should review it and see the cooking. All right. And 77% of people said, yes, they want to see the cooking. But before we do that, we're going to show you what church that I was invited to. And I'm going to turn down the invitation. We do have actual footage. This could be the ecclesiastical church.
Humanity.
Yeah, I don't think I want this church. All right, wherever this church is. This church is looking soy in there. It's definitely looking soy in here. It's smelling low tea around that mug. All right. The limp-wristed church. Yeah, these men gonna need some social pressure. And what's the dude sitting down? Tell him to stand up in the name of God and Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints. All right, so there it is right there. That was an interesting church here. I'll pass on the invitation here. All right, this is the statehood of you bitch ass niggas. All right, the bitch ass nigga church. All right, that's what it is. Coach, I want society to get better ass niggas. There you go right there. All right, these men have been defiled in the degeneracy within the church. There's degeneracy in the church, apparently. All right, but wowzers. Apparently, Tree, and her name is Just Tree. Just Tree is she anti-manosphere. I would say she's an anti-manosphere person. She has compiled a video of the ecclesiastical marriage. All right, and so somebody has presented this to me, and this video has been out for a year. I didn't see it before the debate, but apparently this is going to be an update on the ecclesiastic marriage. All right, we're going to see this. This is one of the reasons why the topic of divorce was avoided.
Anyone, if I said you did something,
wait a second here, was avoided during the content. All right, so when we were in the debate, and by the way, the manosphere, this is who y'all supporting this week. This is who I split the manosphere on half on. All right, this is the ecclesiastical marriage that we were proposed with. So we're going to see how good it is and possibly if this is for you. All right, this is for you. So let's take a listen to what we got here.
Put your money on me, baby. I come with facts, and you're about to see how I get down. So let's go ahead and get started. But before I do, okay, I need to give a big shout out to Thoughts and Players. Let me tell you something. Thoughts and Players is one of the best investigators we have out here, and I am so glad that they were helping me. I feel so sorry because they were with me for 5 hours, and it wasn't until we finished the timeline. We didn't finish the timeline until like 6:15 in the morning. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Look at this right here, right? Look at the entire timeline that it took for us. And by the way, what you're looking at right now, that took 5.5 hours, and we didn't finish until 6:15 in the morning, and that's when I decided to go ahead and put the videos together. So once again, shout out to Thoughts and Players. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for helping me out. I could not have done this without you. So let's begin. So when it comes to Rachel's timeline, we're going to go by Baby Daddy 1, Baby Daddy 2, and Baby Daddy 3. Now we understand that she's been married twice, and I am naming names. So I'm going to put the names with the baby daddies so that you can understand and keep track, because when Brittany and I just keep saying Baby Daddy 1, Baby Daddy 2, it's confusing. These are adults. We will conceal the names of the children, but there's no need for us to conceal the names of the adults. They are public, and basically I'm just going to give the first name and not the last name. So let's talk about the boyfriend, and that's Baby Daddy number 1, and his name is Chad. Last name starts with H. So they started dating in 1997, and then they moved in together in 1998. In the year 2000, that's when Rachel got pregnant, and she was 20 years old. Don't worry.
Let me stop right there. Chad, the irony, okay?
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
Now, here's my problem with this. This is not even problematic. This is what everybody does. But what everybody doesn't do is play holier than thou and then come attack me and say I'm a degenerate and promoting degeneracy. Okay? So, this is why things were hidden, and this is why people are protecting certain people. And if I had known this before the debate, I certainly would have just focused on this. All right. I wouldn't even had the conversation about an ecclesiastical divorce. And the arrogance back to me is ridiculous. Okay. The arrogance back to me is crazy. To be completely arrogant and uppity against me is crazy. I mean, listen, my past is dirty, but I've disclosed most of my dirty secrets. Everybody's got to keep holding on right here. But we got Chad.
I'm going to show the receipts right after I give you the timeline. But I want to give you the timeline, and then I'm going to show you the receipts to back everything I'm saying in the timeline. Okay, so here we go. In the year 2000, that's when Rachel, at the age of 20, she got pregnant. They were not married. They were living together, okay? And that's when she had her first child. She gave birth to the first child. It's a daughter. And the initials of the first daughter is I. Last name begins with H. And Rachel was 21 years old when that happened. In 2003, that's when Rachel, she was 23 at the time, gave birth to her second daughter, still not married to Chad. Her and Chad were living together at the time. And by the year 2003, that's when Chad caught Rachel cheating, and he left her.
Okay, so, man, I mean, listen, I'm going to let her do the commentary on this one. So this is bad news, man. And listen, I want men. This is just me trying to help men. All right, but men don't want no help. So, listen, we make mistakes out here. We make mistakes, but I'm a whole heathen out here. Yes, clean. I'm a heathen, but this ain't even the half at this particular point. Let's continue here. We got her cheating on Chad. So Chad got cheated on.
With the two baby daughters that was, it looked like about a year and a half apart. So she gave birth to IH in 2001 and to JH in 2003. That was the second daughter. All right, so let's go to the receipts. Here is her blog that is on her Patreon. We also have it indexed. We also have it archived. We also have it bookmarked. So I want to show you how I was able to calculate all of this along with Thoughts and Players. So as you can see, she wrote this on October the 29th, 2021. And as you can see, I highlighted right here where she says, my oldest daughter is 20 years old now. My youngest daughter is 9. So we just basically did the math on that. Then she says, but I was 20 and had been with my boyfriend for 3 years. That's how I was able to determine how long they were together. So I'm just basically doing math here. And then finally in this paragraph, it reads, the boyfriend I had my first 2 daughters with left me. And then that's when we came to this conclusion right here of in 2003, that's when he left her. And then of course she goes in here, and in this blog is where she talks about the affair, and it's right here on the Wayback Machine. So we go into that. All right, so now let's go into the next timeline of baby daddy number 2. Now, out of all the baby daddies number 2 took the most time. We spent way more time on this person than we did on Chad and Andrew. So let's go over the timeline and we will go over the receipts. So in 2004, Rachel and Brian get married. Now remember, that was just a year apart, okay? Chad left her in 2003 because she was cheating around with Brian. And so Brian was like, oh, that's okay, let's get married. And so a year after Chad leaves her, then Brian and Rachel get married. And then a year after getting married, Rachel gives birth to her first son and her only son, and we're going to use the initials J and J. So his first name begins with a J, last name begins with a J, so we're going to call him JJ. And this is her third child because she had 2 daughters from Chad, and Rachel was 25 years old. So it was important to show how old Rachel was so that she can't say, oh, I had all my kids when I was, in my early 20s. No, that's not true. Okay. So, and a year after she gives birth to JJ, Brian files for separation. So this was in 2006. Brian had enough of Rachel and he separated. He left her. Then Rachel.
Now, the funny thing, the mitigating divorce thing conversation, we already got 2 seeming like divorces from just the woman at this point. And there's 2 divorces here, or at least there was a baby daddy and a divorce. All right, 2 years. None of these relationships lasted 2 years, 2 or 3 years tops, and it was on to the next one. We just following this.
Turned around and filed child support. That's, I think, about a month later, on June the 23rd. Okay, so they filed child support, and then they had a court hearing on September the 9th, and I'm gonna show receipts for all of this, by the way. So on September the 9th, along with gets to once a month.
But here's the interesting thing. When I was talking about this in the debate, he kind of acted like he had no experience with the court. But looking now, there is extensive experience with the court between the both of them. And I'm like, why was this the talking point you leaned on, knowing that this exists? And he knows this video exists. So why are you telling other people otherwise? What I would have done was I would have said, this is what I experienced. This is what I can do better, right? But it sounded like he came on his high horse and was like, no, I've been ecclesiastically Christian. Well, this is what I would have done for you. And I did this. This is why I have what I have. You should have came with this. You should have led with this, not the holier than thou, not the conservative traditional. I would have came and showed, this is what I experienced. This is why I have this wonderful wife that I have now. And, our sins are washed away. We're redeemed. That's what I would have done for my image. But now look at this. All right, so now what we got here is we have the other one, second daddy, baby daddy. Now they're fighting in court, which I said, so they didn't get married ecclesiastically. This should have been a known thing in our debate, but this never came up. Child support, temporary restraining order, temporary custody order, sole custody order. He knew this, and he acted like he didn't know this. Okay, let's continue.
Will be $616 will be deducted from his payments, from his check. And then
sorry, I'm going to skip this part because there's a lot of court hearings and this type of thing here. So just know that they fought in court. The second baby daddy and Rachel fought in court for almost 5 years straight. Okay, so from 2006, 2007, there's a service on Rachel. 2009, she filed a temporary protection order, which is domestic violence against Brian. It was granted. Then you got filing a sole custody order from the woman, Rachel. Then you have Brian appealing a temporary. Here we go.
New world order.
They messing with the stream. We still here. All right. The mass reporting is happening. All right, the mass reporting is happening. So let me see if we still live here. I'm refreshing my stream. You may have to refresh the stream. Oh, yeah, I see black screen here. I see a blank screen. So you see what's happening here. The mass reporting is going on. All right, so we still here. All right, but yeah, bro, you see what's happening here. All right, we're good. All right, I see that we're good. All right, it's good on my end. All right, but we might have lost some people here. But look at it. It went over 2,000, just like I thought, just changing the thumbnail. All right, but what I see is I see a lot of court actions, temporary protection order, filing for sole custody. There's some child support here. So this knows.
Order falsely, by the way, I may add.
Let me skip ahead on this one because we just see a lot of court action for several years. 5 years fighting in the court. 5 years fighting in the court. All right. Now we have a final divorce closure in 2011. Let's continue.
5 years old at the time. Then on February, about a couple of days later, Brian filed for a child protection order against Rachel on behalf of his son because he saw signs of abuse with his child protection. Brian on biological father. By the way, I want to let you guys know Andrew was nowhere on this page. He's not listed as the biological father or.
All right, so there has been a tragedy, which again I had no idea. One of these kids died. All right, so this does come up with Tree, and again, you know, this kind of reflects maybe possibly why they are the way they are. But this child has died, the one they're fighting for custody here. Unfortunately, this is sad. This is nothing to celebrate. This is a painful experience. So shout out to the son here. Rest in peace to the son. But all of this fighting back and forth in this family division ended up leading to a situation where this kid was in the custody of one of the parents and the kid was playing around with another kid and he died. So rest in peace to the child there. Nobody wants to have that celebrating that. So I'm going to continue to skip ahead here.
Check me, you can do so. These are public records. I am not using anything that's not public. Everything I'm telling you here is the case number right here. Look right here. This is the case number. This is out of the state of Nevada. This is the 2nd Judiciary District Court. And here you have the date right here. So this is when Rachel filed for child support against Brian. And this is where the order was for him to pay the garnishment and the monthly payments, as I stated earlier.
All right, this is a pretty thorough breakdown. Let's skip ahead because they're going into this type of stuff. This is pretty sad. I mean, I'm pretty sure, this is doable against anybody. But you see what's going on, constant court records, TPOs, temporary restraining orders, and this type of thing here. So we'll skip ahead. That was, okay, nope, we're not going to skip that far ahead. We're going to come back to this one.
February the 28th, 2011. And as you can see, this is where I also put it right here, where on January the 28th, Brian files for sole custody of his son, who was 5 years old at the time. And last but not least, here is the case that Brian lost. As you can see, this is a new case number because it's a new case filing. This is where he was filing for a temporary protection order on behalf of his son. You can see Brian filing against Rachel, but unfortunately, because he didn't get emergency custody of his son, that was denied. So the child protection order, or the TPO, on behalf of his son was also denied. And now let's move to the final baby daddy, Andrew Wilson. We already.
All right, so we know this. This is now again, like I said, this is not good. This is not good to be portraying one thing and then you're the other. So had I known this going into the debate, which I knew about possibilities that he married a single mother. All right, I didn't know it was a single mother of 2 different men. I had no idea. I wish I had watched it. I wish somebody had sent me this shit. Somebody sent me this shit because there would be no debate at that particular point. It would have been cooked 20 minutes in because I would have just led with this. All right, but I actually probably would have let him get his ecclesiastical shit out. And then at the second hour led with this. But yeah, he's saying I'm deplorable, dumb, idiotic, stupid. These things, man, I told you it wasn't true. It wasn't true because it was on their side. I was just calling out the bullshit on his side. And obviously it was bullshit, sadly enough. And somebody said it gets worse. Yes, there's a lot of crazy shit that happens here. So let's go to him, third baby daddy.
already know his last name, so I really don't have to say Andrew W. But this is baby daddy number 3, Andrew. Let's go through the timeline, and then we will go over the receipts. So in 2009, Rachel gave birth out of wedlock to her 4th child with the initials SW. That is her daughter. That is the daughter that belongs to Andrew. That is the first biological child that belongs to Andrew, not the first daughter that belongs to Chad, not the son that belongs to Brian, but this little girl belongs to Andrew. And by the way, Andrew was 25 years old and Rachel was 29. So Rachel is 4 years older than Andrew. That doesn't...
Gotcha, bitch.
Bruh. Hey. Right before his brainstem developed, traditional marriage, like this is getting bad, bruh. You could have talked to me and pulled me over to the side. Was this supposed to be kayfabe or not? Not kayfabe. We wasn't supposed to break kayfabe. Guys, is this your king? This is who y'all defending?
Is this your king? Huh? Is this your king?
This is who the manosphere sided with. Half the manosphere. This is who you black manosphere people siding with right now. You could do it. This is why I gotta leave, man. This is why I got to take my ball and go. There's no helping men at this point. Nobody's helping y'all. There's no helping men. I'm not doing this to belittle or ruin Andrew Wilson. What I'm doing is saying to the men out here, you have to be careful with who you champion, especially against a champion. Especially against a champion. I was a champion. I was the king of kings. I was the hunted. I was the one that people wanted to make look bad. But come on, man. The manosphere is dead. There's nothing left of it. Once they kick me up out of there and cancel me, that's it. I argue like a woman. Thank you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Again, sign language. There's nobody saying anything about like that. Cool. I argue like a woman. I'm emotional. Whatever, nigga fatigue, whatever you want. It's still not that. It still ain't going to help you in this situation. What you need to call me is the truth. I'm sorry. That's all. But we're in the new world. Okay, we're going to continue this. Let's continue.
Sound traditional to me. Now, 2010, during the month of June, Andrew married a black woman named Taraka, and I got the
the humanity.
That's interesting. He married a black woman. I did not have that on my bingo card. I did not have him married to a black woman on my bingo card. Andrew, you could have told me this, homie. We could have had the conversation after. See, you could have told me this, bro. Then I would have treated you a little bit differently. If we would have had a drink and we could have went over this script, I could have just said, okay, let's fake the debate and keep it moving.
It is all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
But, hey, Myron, are you watching, sir? Is Myron here? Myron got to be here. We could have been buddies. Hey, Andrew, we could have been cool behind the scene. We could have been cool. We could have been buddy. We could have went through a script. We could have said, okay, you say this, I say that. All right, but you tried to come at my neck, bro. Pause. You tried to decapitate me. Myron, are you here? Myron, please be here watching this shit. Hey, Fresh, because Fresh watching. Fresh, tell your boy Myron. Tell your boy Myron what he's doing, because I know you can't get a control of him. You don't have control over him. This is crazy, bro. Where we at? Let's continue. All right, get your boy over to watch this shit. Because these men, there must be money going around here. All right, so we got him marrying him impregnating an older woman. Then getting married to another woman who's a black woman. Like, make this make sense. How ecclesiastical is this? In 2009, you knock up Rachel, who has 3 kids by 2 different men. You knock her up, don't marry her. She's older, slightly by 4 years. Then the next year, you marry a black woman. That's what type of responsibility and family is that? What type of family is this? Is this the ecclesiastical? Is that an ecclesiastical family? Like, man almighty. Oh my gosh. Let's continue, man. Let's continue this shit.
Marriage court filings to prove this. So it looks like Andrew was into the swirl, y'all. Okay, he loved him some chocolate. So they were married in 2010. 2010, on June the 4th, Andrew's parents filed for guardianship of the first daughter that Rachel had with Andrew. Ain't that some stuff? Oh my goodness. So here's the deal. This is what I'm getting. By the way, what I'm about to say, I'm just guessing here.
What is this?
I'm just guessing. I'm thinking why Andrew was married to Tareka, he wanted to raise the child himself.
To get this straight, just so y'all can keep track, because a lot of people can't keep track. This is why he kept saying, I don't understand. He knocked up his current wife, married another woman, but apparently he wanted custody of the kid he knocked her up with. He wanted to raise her in the home of the new wife. He wanted to raise her, so he wanted to take custody away from his current wife and keep her with the new wife. Now that is and he didn't file. It was his parents. His parents filed, which is interesting amongst itself. So why are the parents filing on the behalf, taking away the guardianship of his current wife? But they were going to live with the former wife, that's confusing as fuck. All right, but let's continue here.
Did not find Rachel to be a fit mother, so he had his parents do their dirty work. I will show you the court case. Trust me, I got the receipts, honey. So he wanted his first daughter because the second daughter wasn't born yet, and because the deputy sheriff would come over to where Rachel was living and could not serve her, this is the reason why the case got got discharged. Let me read this for you for a second. So on June the 4th, Andrew's parents filed for guardianship of SW. That's the 4th child. Okay, that's the 3rd daughter, but the 4th child. The legal notices that were sent to Rachel, not Andrew, because he was married to Tareka, who dodged being served. She was hiding. Every time the deputy sheriff would show up, she would go hide somewhere and tell people, I'm not here. Since the deputy sheriff couldn't serve her the court papers, the case was discharged. Now, in 2012, during the month of February, Rachel gave birth out of wedlock again to the 5th child.
Okay, hold up. I know I might have got the previous thing wrong because, again, I don't understand. You sound incoherent. Let me get this straight. Come on, man. Wow.
What the hell? Oh my God. No way.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stay a free agent. So you knocked up Rachel. Next year, marry Tareka. Then, while still married to Tareka, you knocked up Rachel.
Is this your king? Huh? Is this your king?
That has the initials BW. So that's the 4th daughter, but the 5th child. During the month of December, guess what? Now, I can't find the divorce papers because I don't know what state that Andrew and Tareka got divorced in. So I don't know if they got divorced in later in 2010, or in 2011. I'm not sure. But Andrew was able to go over there and creep up with Rachel to get her pregnant again. And that's when she had the 5th baby. And then, because she had her 5th baby, her 4th daughter, February. You need to remember these dates, ladies and gentlemen. February 2012. Well, guess what? It wasn't until later on that year that they got married. So she had.
Oh my God. So both kids were out of wedlock. Both kids were before you were married. I don't even know what to say, bro. I can't even, man. Like, my stomach is turning at this point. And I don't feel bad for him. I don't feel bad for Rachel. I feel bad for the men to really be caught up in the middle of this. I got caught up in the middle of this too. This is why I have to be more careful and vet who I'm pitted against. I have to be more careful who I associate with. I have to be more careful because you try to take people seriously and try to take these scenarios seriously. You try to do as much vetting as you can, but you try to be like, I'm not going to go and attack the guy. So I wasn't on the attack, but I was like, I could smell bullshit. And this is bullshit, man. This is not a evangelistic, ecclesiastical, Christian, any damn thing, man. This does not represent that. And unfortunately, men have been now sold this, and they maybe go over there to the church. But this is what he's got in this background. This is incredible. This is incredible. And we all are human and make mistakes, but Jesus, you tried to attack me and call me all kind of names and still calling me names. I'm more traditional than him, for real.
Had her baby out of wedlock February 2012. They didn't get married until December 2012. Either the 27th or the 26th. I'm not so sure. And remember, I want you guys to understand, because Andrew said he was raising Brian's son at the age of 3. No, he wasn't. So
Tree goes into this, which to me, I'll sum it up from here. So Tree goes into really an issue that doesn't matter to me, because I believe what she's accusing Andrew of is saying that he helped raise Brian's son, who is the young child that died. But what she's saying is, based on this timeline, he didn't know the son, so that he's actually lying in how much participation he had in that kid's life, possibly using his death to get sympathy from whoever, his audience or something like that. I was around, I helped raise this kid, he died. All right, Tree is saying, no, you didn't know that kid. The kid was in the custody of Brian, the father, the biological father. And by the time you married Rachel, you already gave her 2 kids before the marriage. And then the kid would have been 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so that's basically what she's saying here. And that's unimportant to me. That could be an important thing for you, because he's using his tragedy, the young kid's tragedy, to get sympathy for him. All right, so that part I don't care about, but the bottom part, again, it gets a little bit worse, is that the son obviously lost his life. But I guess the story goes, let me see if I can get the story. Okay, I'll let her tell it. Okay, she's going into the timeline saying that if these kids were born during this time, but you got married at this point, you weren't married at the point of you weren't married at the point when the kids are here. All right, so let me see here. Let's go into this.
The fact is that Andrew is falsely claiming some other man's child as his. He had no part in raising JJ, not at all. And by the way, let me remind you that Brian's son was 5 years old in 2011 when he was trying to get sole custody of him, okay? Here is the document where Brian was trying to get his son. So the little boy wasn't even in Andrew's life. He didn't even know him. They didn't even know each other, okay? So that's what I'm saying. It's like this whole thing about Andrew played a part in raising JJ is totally false. And these wedding pictures that they show, like this is Rachel giving wedding pictures to Ralph as if this proves anything. Let me tell you something. As you can see through the timeline, Rachel and Andrew got married in 2012 during the month of December. You see these pictures right here that basically we censored? Guess what? JJ was 7 years old. Brian's son was 7 years.
All right, so I guess they're trying to call him out for this. This is unimportant to me, but apparently what happens then is so I guess Andrew's saying he raised the kid from 3. They're saying no, they met at 7. Okay, whatever.
Old, not 3, okay? And this is the reason why I said that Rachel is a bad mother. Check out this paragraph that I got from an article that was talking about the accident. He said the two boys who were neighbors in Ravenna played together quite a bit. However, Jeff had been grounded from playing with the older boy for a while because of some issues Ingram had. Now, by the way, let me tell you who Ingram is. Ingram is the older 14-year-old boy. He has been picked up off and on by the police. He's a menace to the neighborhood. Other parents refuse to have their children play with him because he's always getting in trouble. The police are always getting involved. They're always picking him up and releasing him to the parents. So therefore, he's a bad influence on other kids. And Rachel knew this and therefore told her son, you can't play with him anymore. Listen to the rest of the sentence. But they recently started to play again. Look at that. But they recently started playing again. Why would Rachel go back on what she knew what was right for her son? She knew that Ingram, the 14-year-old juvenile delinquent, was a bad influence. He was not in the best interest of her son. I guess she doesn't have any motherly instincts and therefore allowed her son, her only son, to play with a juvenile delinquent. Because here you have this last sentence, says right here, actually, the night of the accident was the first night. So she told her son, you can't play with Ingram, and that was going on for several months, and all of a sudden she changed her mind. And the day that she changed her mind, Ingram stole the keys out of the garage and took the car and drove on icy roads, and that's when they slammed into a tree, and unfortunately, JJ lost his life.
Now, on that part of the thing here, I'm not going to get involved in the parenting. I'm a parent. I'm not a perfect parent. And rest in peace to JJ. But knowing that they were part of a custody battle and the father was trying to be a part of the kid's life, knowing that she fought against it. I've been in that situation. Knowing that when you're not in an ecclesiastical marriage, that you can get involved in divorce courts, even within the ecclesiastical, you still have custody battles. You don't get rid of custody battles, even if you're in an ecclesiastical marriage. But rest in peace to JJ. Now, moving forward, that was a lot to handle. Because I didn't know this about him. And again, this makes me realize who I need to associate with and who I don't. There's a lot of grifters. There's a lot of people hiding their true identities, their real names and their criminal past and their past employment. Unfortunately, it's not me. And I don't want anything to do with Andrew Wilson losing his ability to earn a living here on the internet. But you got to remember, I did not choose this. They chose this battle. They chose to team up against me and form Voltron. They chose to debate me, and they chose to bring me and drag me in it. They chose to, piss on my name and kick dirt on me. They chose to try to play me like an idiot. They chose to even hurt me and my earnings and pocket and my audience. So you have to understand, this is war, and all's fair in love and war for the most part. But there will be no second debate. If it is, we're just going to debate this. There's nothing else to debate. There's nothing to debate. I wouldn't even, there's no association that I need to have with that individual. I'm kind of regretful that I had the association that I had. But even though I won. And with that, we're going to show and demonstrate this. What happens is we have just a lot of people in their fifis. All right. And everybody was in their fifis because it was a heated battle. It was a heated battle. And it was toe-to-toe with a person that is considered a pro debater, where I'm not. And we're going to show you, we're going to kind of go through this if you guys have time. And I know you guys are super chatting through Ko-Fi, but I do want you to hang on. We're going to go through this mostly moment by moment to try to see what's going on here. As you can see, I'm dressed to impress. He's not. And he also has liquor here. So I possibly is going to say he probably is drunk. All right. This is why. Okay. This is why I think it went the way it went. I don't think this was the regular Andrew Wilson where he's comfortable in his loft and in his office and what you see on him of the whatever podcast. I think he was drunk. All right. This is why you don't see the performance that you normally see. And other than that, I gave him a little bit of a pushback, but also possibly that he might have not been in the right headspace. So let's talk about it.
Yeah, he looks.
That's fucking the Jake Rattles
In the suit,
you know,
and the scarf.
I feel like that really. And I feel like, oh,
right, yeah, no, you're
like,
not supposed to use it.
We're trying to listen to that 1.25 speed.
No, you don't have to wait.
For those who don't know,
yeah, we're good.
Those who don't know, I told you kind of how this was set up. It was originally supposed to be a pre-recorded interview, like he always does. Andrew Wilson requested that it be recorded live. All right, so I didn't request it. Then it was requested that I hosted it on my channel. All right, so this is directly from my channel, and he mirrored my stream to his channel. All right, so it wasn't hosted on this channel. I believe the original podcaster has it on his channel as well, but I might be mistaken. I have kept it on my channel. Apparently, they're saying Andrew Wilson has deleted it off his channel. I have released clips of it on my channel. He has released no clips, but of course, he was out of town, so maybe he'll get to it next week. But we're going to do this breakdown to see what happened here, and I'll give you my opinion on it. I'll give you my opinion, even bad for the most part.
Okay, guys, finally getting started. Thanks for being patient. I know there was some delays. We got Andrew here versus Coach Greg Adams, aka the Free Agent Lifestyle. We're going to talk about today, is marriage worth it for men in the West? So let's get into some opening statements. Who wants to start off?
Yeah, man, marriage is a great institution. It was an institution that built the community of America. Most of the better communities that have safety, good children, good schools are typically centered around marriage. However, marriage has not progressed to the point where men could be safe legally, and a lot of men have experienced tremendous damage, collateral damage as a result, and it has led to broken families, a lot of broken hearts, simply because the laws are not positioned to benefit both people in a divorce. Therefore, you have no-fault divorce. You have opportunities for women to use the courts against men, and as a result, men have seen 1, 2, and 3 generations of men getting harmed, their grandfathers, their fathers, their uncles, their brothers getting harmed by this. So Generation Z men are not positioning themselves for a positive marriage. So at this particular point, if someone asked me, would I recommend marriage for them, and they were in a certain position in life, they weren't established, I would say no. All right, let me stop right there. So as you can see here, the question wasn't how do you improve marriage? The question was, give me solutions to make marriage better. That was not the question. The question was, is marriage good for men in 2025? That was what the question was. So everybody that's saying CGA should have offered more solutions, that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question that we were debating. That wasn't the name of the stream. I basically said it. Now, if you know now what Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson have been through, that's exactly what I said to them. That he should have picked up on that and said, CGA, I've been through that exact situation. And then he could have gave his resume. I've been divorced. I got dragged. I had to go to court. My wife had to go to court. That he should have led with that. And from my opinion, he should have. But did he? The answer is no. He didn't bring up any of that. So then he goes here. Okay. There's no benefit for a person to get married today.
Got it. Your response, Andrew?
Yeah, I didn't hear any anti-marriage arguments. I heard anti-divorce arguments. So I'm with you on divorce, 100%.
Stream over.
And
sorry, at that point, as you can see, I even acknowledge, what are we here for then? Okay. What are we here for then? Because the debate was not solving marriage. The debate was, is it good for men? And then he says, I agree with you. Debate over. Okay. What are we debating about? So then he says, but I'm here for an argument. And I'm here to snipe you down. I'm here to take you out. So now we got to get dragged. So now I'm about to drag your ass. That's what basically he said. Well, fuck you, nigga. Like, we about to go into this shit. So let's continue.
But,
you agree.
But it's a good thing that the topic isn't on divorce. It's on marriage. And it seems like you agree with my proposition then. And the proposition is that marriage, quote, is a great institution. Yep. And that right now your concern is that men can't be safe in marriage. But that's not actually what you're saying. You're not saying men can't be safe in marriage. They can. You're saying that they may not be safe in divorce. So I have a counter proposition for you. My counter proposition is, what if it's the case that you can use religious marriage institutions without the state?
Okay, so again, like I said, this is a good discussion at this point, but I'm not debating that. He brought that up. Just so you guys know, from my perspective, he brought that up. So when he starts bringing in this to say, this is how we can correct divorce, I was like, I still ain't going to acknowledge it, but go ahead. All right. So let's continue. He brought this into the conversation.
And then we add the ecclesiastical structure of the marriage. That's what always kept them together anyway, before the state was ever involved. So what if instead we use the ecclesiastical church, the structure of the old churches? That would be Catholicism and Orthodoxy, where you see the lowest divorce rates, because the community puts pressure on the women to act right. That's what they do. Right now, the state applies no pressure on women to act right, right? You can just go and file whatever you want, get a divorce, and go be banging the neighbor by the next night. We totally agree on that. But to say that we should abandon marriage is silly. It seems like you're completely pro-marriage. You're just anti-divorce. So why wouldn't you just throw your weight behind institutions where the divorce rate is the least, and you have an ecclesiastical structure which can be appealed to assist with that? That's what makes no sense to me.
Okay, so at that point, I agree that you could use outside systems. All right, I'm not opposed to that. I just don't think it's going to be as successful as he's portraying. Let's continue. My response to that is, if we're fifths, we beat all drunk. All right. Exactly. So now I'm already throwing in the analogies, and he's going to say, now this is where I'm going to show you where he's going to play the victim here and then start gaslighting me. So I said, if we're fifths, we beat all drunk, because much of what he said was if. What if we do this? What if we do that? I'm not a big proponent of if. All right. So if we do this, if we do that, what if we did this? What if we did that? What if we performed a miracle? All right. So I said, if we're fifths, we beat all drunk. And judging from his position, he's already drunk. So that's an old statement that old school people used to say, that if we had as much ifs as we got liquor, all right, or if was liquor, we be drunk. Let's continue. Right. So that's a scenario that just isn't present.
Can you explain the analogy for me?
Well, okay. If we use if, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. If we say if we have a situation where this is present, then this would work. Well, that makes sense. If we had that,
we do have it right now.
Well, it doesn't necessarily work because, and I'm going to tell you why, because a woman can go to a divorce attorney and they can simply just say, hey, listen, it was a off the cuff, off the state divorce, but you got married within a certain state, or she filed in a certain state, so therefore the divorce goes on. No, absolutely, yes. Well, listen, I've been with the divorce attorneys, and what they'll tell you is, hey, listen, you can get married in a ritual, you can get married in the orthodoxy, you can get married off record, but if she files and that woman is hell-bent on saying, we got married, I don't care if it was a ceremony where we walked on coals with our feet bare, that's considered a marriage. You also have common law. You have a lot of other ways for that woman to establish marriage.
How does your way eliminate common law?
I don't have any. Okay, as you can now watch this. Now, guys, what I explained was very simple, and he had no rebuttal to that. But how do you? The next question is, again, this is why you can't get caught up in these debates, because now we're not even debating what it is. He's asking me to fix problems. What? How do you fix common law? What are we talking about? Are we here to debate this? What they do is try to get you hung up on little things. And now they get you in a conversation so that they can center it back to them. What are you talking about? Let's see what he says here. Way to eliminate common law. So what I have is a way for men to avoid.
Well, then
exactly. Use it. No, the argument's not silly. So here's what you can see him drinking as now. Look, let me go back. And sorry for stopping so much, because I got accused of a lot here. I got accused of a lot. Now he's drinking.
But if she files and that woman is hell-bent on saying, we got married, I don't care if it was a ceremony where we walked on coals with our feet bare, that's considered a marriage. You also have common law. You have a lot of other ways for that woman to establish marriage.
How does your way eliminate common law?
I don't have any way to eliminate common law.
So
what
then-
I have is a way for men to avoid.
You see him pouring a drink.
Avoid
well, then the
being
argument's
used.
silly.
No, the argument's not silly. So here's what you have. You have a.
Okay, so now watch this. See, so for people that don't understand passive aggressive, for people that don't understand what snide and snarky remarks are, when people accuse me of being on the attack, he called it silly. Now, I don't know if you guys know, if you do that enough time, somebody's gonna respond back. So what that is discrediting you, is making you look bad in the performance. And it does what it does is it's a personal attack to provoke you. So he asked me a question about fixing common law, which was not a part of the debate. It was not a part of the conversation. I never have insinuated that I would fix common law. He brought common law up. And then now he asked me to fix it. And I said, I have no fix for it. I'm asking you to avoid. And well, the conversation's silly. So he's already shot the first personal attack. Just so you guys know, I consider that the first personal attack. Okay. So for the people who said I was attacking him and I was going in and I was emotional, he has already shot the first shot. You don't have to agree with it. But to say my argument is silly when I didn't even bring up the argument in the first place, nor did I provide a solution, how is the argument silly if I didn't provide a solution? He has already shot the first shot. And it was a very, very passive aggressive, but very personal attack. The argument is silly. Now let's continue. He fired the first shot. All right, let's continue.
If proposition, which doesn't exist for most men. Most men aren't religious. Most men aren't looking to be under a religious orthodoxy. So it doesn't apply. So you're taking a moral standard or a religious standard to apply to people who aren't under that veil.
So let's start with a couple of things you said which are fundamentally untrue. Most men are religious, in fact, including in this country. Most of them, not some of them.
But they're not religious.
Hang on. I didn't interrupt.
I understand, but let me just take that point. Most aren't under your religion.
Okay.
See, now at this point, I see what's up. So for anybody to say I interrupted him, that's not an interruption. That's me not letting him get his bullshit off because I see he's on that bullshit. He said most people are religious. That's a disingenuous argument. So I said, you're saying moral and religion under the Eastern Orthodoxy, ecclesiastic, but now I'm going to say not many people are ecclesiastical. So I had to clarify what he said before he went off on some other bullshit. Most men are religious. No, hold up. We're not going to let you get away with that. You'll get away with that with OnlyFans, but I'm not going to let you get away with that. Most people are not ecclesiastical or whatever you call yourself. So that's not an interruption, in my opinion. That was a clarification. Let's clear this shit up. How many people are under your veil? Okay, before you get started with this bullshit, because you're gonna come already. And by the way, he's already personally attacked me, so now I'm on the attack now.
Okay,
we can agree with that.
So here's the thing, though. But Catholicism and Orthodoxy is growing rapidly, and if it's the case that the ecclesiastical structure is already there, which it is, right? If you're going to cohabitate with a woman, the thing that you're offering right now is common law marriage anyway, if there's cohabitation at all.
False. I never said to live with a woman. That's false. I never said to live with a woman. See, he's bringing up and putting words in my mouth. When did I say live with a woman under common law? When did I even debate common law? He tried to get me to solve common law. When did I say that? So he's putting words in my mouth to make me debate a position that I never took. All right. And then I have to offer a solution to it. And I never took the position. All right, let's continue. We chopping this shit up.
You're not protecting anybody from that. At least under my model, it gives an ecclesiastical structure that's designed to prevent divorce by applying community pressure. That was the way it was always done. Apply the application of community pressure within the confines of the woman's social circle. Right now, do you agree with me, for instance, that many divorces happen because women like to yap? So you get a freshly divorced woman and she's free. You go, girl. Girl power.
Now, I'm going to tell you another thing. What he's also doing is sometimes he asks rhetorical questions that then forces me to interrupt him. But what I'm doing is he already asked me 2 or 3 rhetorical questions and I stayed silent. I'm going to replay it just so you can see it. Because then what they do is they shift the conversation to you answering these rhetorical questions so then they could debate you on that. But he's already shifted and moved the goalpost several times. So let me go ahead back and show you again He's asking that question. He's posing while he's talking, and you wonder why I kept interrupting him. He asked 2 or 3 rhetorical questions so that if I agree in midway, now I'm agreeing to his position. So I just shut up. I just sat off. I never answered any of his rhetorical questions. All right, so let me go ahead and back and show it again. He's supposed to be a pro debater, but this is amateurish to me. This is amateurish. Listen to him again.
Which it is.
But maybe just take that point. Most aren't under your religion.
Okay,
we can agree with that.
So here's the thing, though. But Catholicism and Orthodoxy is growing rapidly, and if it's the case,
it's not, by the way,
case that the ecclesiastical structure is already there, which it is, right? If you're going to cohabitate with a woman, the thing that you're offering right now is common law marriage anyway. If there's cohabitation at all, you're not protecting anybody from that. At least under my model, it gives an ecclesiastical structure that's designed to prevent divorce by applying community pressure. That was the way it was always done. Apply the application of community pressure within the confines of the woman's social circle. Right now, do you agree with me, for instance?
Do you agree with me, for instance? Do you agree with me, for instance? Here comes a question that I would interject. Yes, I agree. And now we're debating that. Let's continue.
That many divorces happen because women like to yap. So you get
I didn't answer. I didn't answer.
Freshly divorced woman, and she's free. You go, girl. Girl power.
He's trying to get me caught up in that conversation, what he's talking about.
And she starts talking to her little friends, and she starts telling them how liberating it is and how great it is and this and that. And this is why when women have divorced friends, their likelihood of divorce actually rapidly increases. It's for this reason.
Divorce is contagious.
So if it's the case that this social contagion is eliminated because now we have an ecclesiastical structure, an ecclesiastical authority, which won't grant it because you get ostracized from that social group through excommunication, for instance, or not being able to participate anymore with that community, that's an application of a serious and significant social pressure, which can do the very thing you want. Bring back that great institution, absent the state, and it avoids this whole problem of common law marriage. Because if it's the case that you can...
What? I'm not talking about common law marriage. He's talking about common law marriage. Let's continue.
Be common law married anyway, inside of a state, and they can get grounds for divorce on that anyway, then we actually need to have some social pressures to prevent them from doing that. So it sounds like we agree marriage is awesome for men. Divorce is terrible for them. So it seems like we should be attacking the divorce structure here, and it doesn't seem like you actually have anything to do that other than...
Again, this is the truth. All right. That's it. And by the way, I haven't interrupted him. So I could see he's going to make a point about me interrupting him because I did already. So I let him sit back and get that shit off. He says, how do I eliminate the issues in the divorce court? Everybody knows. Everybody knows I don't have anything to eliminate the divorce issues. I'm not here to even argue it. So again, he has posed an opportunity to get me to an argument that I didn't come here to fight. Why am I why am I supposed to give solutions to this shit? My solution is the free agent lifestyle until they fix it. Now, when they want to fix it, then we'll reconsider. So that's my solution. Don't get married. And I'm pretty sure that was what I answered. Yeah, he's the king of straw man for sure.
And just avoid the thing that's great for you, because this other bad side effect could happen.
Sure, that's like smoking cigarettes.
So why don't we attack the bad side effect when we have the mechanism to do it? It's not if, we can do it now.
Okay,
right
so like smoking cigarettes is...
All right, so didn't make complete sense, but that was me just throwing in the cigarette thing. That's a sneak diss.
The same analogy you're saying. Okay, here, cigarettes in this situation, we obviously know it has negative side effects, so you would avoid it. Now, here's the issue that I have with it. It sounds great on paper, but we can't travel to the land of make-believe.
Exactly.
It sounds great. The majority of people probably wouldn't do it. And if you ask a guy, which this is an important part, they're not even prepared to even talk about that. They don't even know what divorce laws are. So you're asking them to travel to the land of make-believe under a marriage system that small percentage of people use. No one uses it today. You might have said they used it to the past. Today, that doesn't exist. So we can't travel to the land of make-believe to make marriage work for you. It might work in your marriage, but it doesn't work for the greater structure.
Your argument here contradicts itself because...
Okay, so that's to me, that's a small gaslight. My argument contradicts itself. So I would love to hear this again. Let's see what we hear on the contradictor.
Because on the one hand, you say men don't know enough about marriage, but my assumption is that your mission is to let men know about marriage.
That's a contradiction. Again, that's a question, rhetorical, that now we're going to get caught in that conversation. This is how you move the goalposts all over the place. All right, but it's an interesting question.
Absolutely.
Okay, well then, I don't understand how it's a land of make-believe if you can let them know about this, but I can't.
Sure, you surely can. I said sure.
Right, so
you can offer that.
So if I am, it sounds like I'm offering a real alternative to what you're offering, and here's what you're offering. Men, marriage is great. It's a great institution. It's the best.
Hey, now, at this point, let me just tell you, and I know I'm pausing it a lot. You guys can watch it uninterrupted. at this point, let me just say where we're at, and I might comment on here at 20. We're 20 minutes in, maybe 15 minutes in, and he is already repeating himself. Now, one thing that we know about men, when women do this, we tend to cut them off, because what happens is you get caught in repeating yourself, and the man gets frustrated and say, hey, listen, we already covered that. We already covered that. We covered that already. We covered that. This is where we're at. So he has spun back to the opening statement. This is the opening statement he's referring back to. So I'm like, what are we circling back to that? You keep coming back to that. You keep repeating yourself. We're going to have to stop this. And so eventually I'm going to have to put a stop to this. You already got that. We get it, nigga. So when women do this, men tend to cut women off, and women say, well, you men cut us off all the time is because you keep having a circular argument with me to get me caught up into the circular argument with me that I don't want to get involved in. I will concede the point. Can we move on? All right. Can we move on? Let's continue.
Best for children, these are your words, in marriage, right? Men seem to thrive. Their health seems to thrive. Everything seems to thrive. You're saying, well, the problem is that divorce rates are high, and they are. However, there's a few things there that you haven't covered. One, it depends on demographic too. For instance, if you're black, it's going to be way worse than if you're white.
Correct.
Okay, way worse. And also socioeconomics matters, right? Demographics in general matter. So you can do a lot, actually, including prenuptial agreements. You can have a prenuptial agreement with the ecclesiastical authority without the state even involved, and it seems like that would mitigate your risk to damn near nothing.
You said if about 50 times.
So did you.
Exactly. I didn't say if. So did I. Okay. I don't think I said if. I said when. All right. But you said if 50 times. Now, here's the funny thing about this. Knowing what we know now, everything now makes sense what he's saying. Okay. Everything now makes sense knowing that he has been through these divorces. Okay. Knowing that we know what we know now of Andrew Wilson, it makes sense of what he's saying. He's not ecclesiastically married. He's married a woman with 2 baby daddies. He married her while he was cheating. He had another baby with her while he was married to another woman. Okay, so now it makes sense as to what he's saying here, because it's quite ridiculous, because he's acting like he doesn't know that he's using this to avoid. But now we know that this isn't the case. This isn't the case. So his argument is kind of weird now that he keeps using the religious argument, knowing what we know now. Right. But he could have had this argument and presented this and gone through it. He actually tried to avoid this. Now, here's my question. A prenup with the tool to say you never been married does not make sense. Now, if I wanted to pull the you're not making sense, I could have, but I was still trying to get into the conversation. Why would you need a prenup if you're not legally married to her? Now, the ecclesiastical goofies, prenup is what you file with the state to determine that your nuptials, these are nuptials. These are what you would do. You would marry a person. But why would you have a prenup with a ecclesiastical marriage? It doesn't make sense. So this is where I'm going, sitting here like, you're throwing so much bullshit at me. It's ridiculous. I can't even keep up with the amount of goal post shifting. I've been very clear, and I've been right. I've been very clear with my position. I told you what I was going to argue. You offer me other things to argue. I told you I'm not here to argue. I even said it. Stream over. I'm not here to argue. Let's go have a beer. Let's be friends. Right. But instead, he wanted to argue, which he's not even arguing on the topic. Can we agree that he's not even arguing the topic? He has tried to shift the goalpost 5 different directions. Can we agree that he's way off the topic? And now he's repeating himself. He is way off the original topic. He's way off the title of the stream. He's way off what the moderator asked. He is now on the attack to create an argument about 4 or 5 different things. And I'm like, now we're arguing common law. We're arguing ecclesiastical structure. religious statistics, right? The growth of religion. Men aren't religious. And I'm like, where are we at? What are we doing? So this is why I'm saying it wasn't a debate. What it was an argument. And I didn't create it. All right. So he moved it all over the place. There was no reason to talk about any of these things. Although if you're talking about one broad subject, you would expect several different subjects to be brought up. Okay. So he basically took away my position. I then took away his position. So now we're arguing about whatever we're arguing about, which then people are holding me accountable for providing solutions for it. So I'm like, I don't know. All right. That's not why I was there. So let's continue. Yeah. Deflect, redirect, shame, deflect, redirect. All right. So let's continue.
Now, here's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you when, all right, we're already in this system. You're going outside of the system to create a scenario for me to argue.
What system are you going outside of?
We're talking about marriage is typically done with the state.
Dude, that's very simple. That is the very simple way I can put it. And I called it out real time. Okay. Okay, gentlemen. Andrew, let me get you back on track, sir. You're arguing a small thing that nobody knows about, but I'm glad you brought it up. But now you're trying to make it a molehill. I'm talking about what's going on today that resists today, that most men are married with the state. Okay, I acknowledge that you've brought this ecclesiastical shit up. That's nice. But everybody does. Look, I think the statistic is there's a divorce every 6 seconds. Every 6 seconds, there's a divorce. None of these are ecclesiastical. Okay, so you want to fix the issue. I'm talking about now. It's not the norm for an ecclesiastical marriage. So I'm trying to bring them back. Okay, come on out of there. Thank you. Bring it on back. Let's talk about what's going on today. All right, let's continue.
Almost everyone does it this way.
Typically,
so now hold on for a second. You've moved the goalpost. You've moved the goalpost to a scenario of if. Exactly. And you're arguing from the if. Hold on for a second. You're arguing from the if perspective.
It is perspective.
Now listen.
It is.
Give me a chance to listen.
All right,
give me a chance.
Go ahead.
By the way, I was supposed to be one cutting him off. All right. I sat there and listened to his diatribe for quite a long time. That was about a 2 or 3 minute diatribe. I didn't interrupt him once. He is now interrupting me, which I've been accused of. Okay. But what I noticed about him is he is off his square when I tell him to stop talking. All right. Which is something he probably would do in his debate. But you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it to me. No. Listen, let me tell you something. You're not going to run all over me. You're not going to speak all over me. Let me get my point. You talk. I'm going to talk. So in the point of interruptions, he has interrupted me already. He has already gaslit me. He has already personally attacked me. Okay. But I was accused of this already. All right. So let's continue. And he's moved the goalpost. I'm trying to redirect the conversation back to the starting point.
For me to argue.
What system are you going outside?
About 50 times.
So did agreements. You can have a prenuptial agreement with the ecclesiastical authority without the state even involved. And it seems like that would mitigate your risk to damn near nothing.
You said if about 50 times.
So did
today.
you.
Now, here's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you when, all right, we're already in this system. You're going outside of the system to create a scenario for me to argue.
What system are you going outside of?
We're talking about marriage is typically done with the state.
Exactly.
Almost everyone does it this way.
Almost everyone. This is not even debatable.
Wait, so now hold on for a second.
Typically, he's arguing literally, and shout out to Quarantino to God. He's arguing the exception to the rule. He's arguing the exception to the rule. You guys got to understand that. I'm arguing 99%. He's arguing the exception to the rule. And he wants to make the exception to the rule the norm, not only in the future, but in this debate. Right. Now, what am I supposed to do with it? I'm supposed to hit this a home run? You can't argue the exception to the rule and make it the norm when it's the opposite when we go outside. And then say that exception to the rule can be the norm. And I'm calling this out real time. Like, come on, bro. Hey, listen, We talking about what everybody's doing, not what we could do. You're trying to fix the system. I was never offered a chance to fix it, meaning that I'm not here to fix the system. I'm telling you what you're going to deal with now. Okay.
You've moved the goalpost. You've moved the goalpost to a scenario of if, and you're arguing from the if. No, hold on for a second. You're arguing from the if perspective.
It is perspective.
No, listen.
It is.
Give me a chance to listen.
All right,
give me a chance.
Go ahead.
You're arguing from a very small percentage point. Now you're saying demographics, and we can talk about that, but you're still trying to get me to argue in your cloud of if. That's the land of make-believe. Most people, by far, are married to the state. Not only that, your land of make-believe still exists. The prenup with the ecclesiastics, you can write whatever you want in that prenup. It only matters in the divorce. That's the reality. So I'm still dealing in reality. You're in the clouds. Hold on for a second. You're in the clouds.
See, now check this out, bro. I'm not letting this guy bully me. I know what you guys like to see is him bully and step over and walk over people. I ain't let him cut me off. Now he let me cut his ass off, and that's a bitch ass nigga then. If you want to be a bitch ass nigga, be a bitch ass nigga. But hey, I'm bossing this conversation. So people are accusing me of being emotional. I don't see it. I don't see the emotional shit. I do see me standing up. I do see me saying, you ain't gonna talk over me. I'm gonna bully you. You ain't gonna bully me. I'm calling it as it is, and I'm stating facts. All right. I'm calling it as it is, and I'm stating facts. He dealing with a boss. I came with my boss mafia shit on. I don't see the bullying. I don't see the emotional. Now, maybe later on the stream, I'll see it, but I'm calling him out on his bullshit. Not only that, I'm calling him out on his argumentative tactics. His tactics are terrible. Now, you guys might like his tactics when he does it against OnlyFans girl, but I didn't let him get away with it. Okay, you moved the goalpost. You said if. All right, what about when? What about now? I didn't argue that. You put words in my mouth. Okay, so I'm standing up for myself in what he's trying to do, and I'm not falling for it. I'm not answering his rhetorical questions. I'm not giving him I'm not trying to argue against common law marriage. Okay, so I don't see where people are saying I was the one going crazy, and I ain't letting them talk over me neither. So I'm putting this bitch ass in his place, and that's what they didn't like, and they certainly don't like a black man doing it to his ass. So nah, we ain't letting you do that. I'm CGA, nigga. All right.
So let's take the demographics.
Okay.
In your scenario, it sounds like, which would be fair, your primary concern is with white people.
No.
Hold on for a second. You said with black people, the demographics, the chance is higher.
Yeah.
So have you discovered the ecclesiastics approach to black people married within this?
Yes.
However, their demographics, economics, which all do affect marriage, has nothing to do in the land of the clouds or the make-believe with ecclesiastics. It's all going to boil down to in the law. And there's no church reverend that's going to go into your household to make sure there's social pressure on your wife. Do you know any?
Sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know any that can cover all marriages? That
Yes.
answer is no.
Yes.
All right. Say again, bro. All right. So now I know he's being disingenuous. Number one. Number two, I'm going to rewind this. And you can tell he's frustrated. So for the people here that are saying he's frustrated because he had black fatigue, he's frustrated because I kept cutting him off, he's frustrated because I kept attacking him. He was already frustrated at this point. I'm going to rewind this a little bit just so you can hear. He goes, now, not one time did I do that. Now I just gave that reaction now because he's being crazy. You're going to have an ecclesiastical church reverend go to everyone's house to make, hold your wives accountable and control you. We know this is bullshit. I'm like, oh, bro, like, what are we doing? Now I know this is ridiculous. I know it's going to happen. Well, it might happen on Little House on the Prairie. But I just put him in a scenario, gave him back. How are you going to enforce these ecclesiastical marriages and put pressure on wives? Yes, I know it. It can happen. Okay, I can't wait to hear this shit. I'm not gonna rewind it back too much because we got to continue.
By the way, when you keep,
are we in reality here?
I'm
or
trying.
In the clouds? I mean, we're not arguing anything. This is in the land of make believe.
Well, all right. So just so you can hear what I said we're not arguing anything legitimate. So I'm already literally like, this is a waste of my time. We're not arguing anything legitimate. I'm gonna play myself saying it again. He kind of spoke over it, just so you can see what I'm saying here. We're not arguing anything legitimate.
I mean, we're not arguing anything legitimate.
There you go. We're not arguing anything legitimate. That's what I said right there. I'm literally in protest mode at this point. I said the debate was over. We agreed. I said we're not arguing anything legitimate. Like, how we gonna argue against this shit? And you're holding on to this point. I said we're in the land of make believe, but Go ahead. I guess we want some views. Let's continue. He wants to argue. The point is, he wants to argue. And it's not even no point in arguing it because it's not legitimate things that we're arguing about. You're arguing about a make-believe scenario. And not only that, a scenario that fewer than 1% of people use. Then he tried to talk over me and I'm not letting him. So then they're saying I'm interrupting him. All right. So it ain't fair to me to argue a make-believe scenario. Okay. So let's continue.
This is in the land of make-believe.
Well, when I'm allowed to respond,
okay, give me a second. Let me finish this point.
Go ahead.
You're imagining. Your imagination is great. John Lennon would be great. You know, you would be proud of you at this particular point.
But I'm imagining all the people.
You're imagining all the people under a situation and a structure that you brought in here. All right. But the state highly governs this, and the state highly governs divorce. I'm dealing in a reality situation where I'm trying to counsel men to give information to. The best thing you've told me is that you're willing to give men the option to do this. Are they willing to all do this option? The answer is probably not, just like they're not willing to do what I'm telling them to do. However, we're both attempting, which is a good thing. It's noble. However, your situation rarely exists. Can we talk about the reality of what exists?
Sure.
Absolutely. So let's take your moral religious crusade out of it and talk about the reality.
Yeah, let's
Are you willing to do that?
Yeah, well, here's the thing.
See, you're not willing to do that
Well,
because
see, at this point, bruh, where is the emotional? Where's the I cut him off? Where's the he was calling names and personally attacking him? I literally offered him a chance to say, okay, listen, you're arguing a 1% thing. You're arguing a make-believe scenario. You're arguing what most people don't do. You're arguing this is an option. That's noble. I gave you that as an optional. Let's move it to reality world and argue from there. He said, let's not. Now, what am I supposed to do? Now, if I just get up and leave and say, man, fuck this shit, I ain't going to do. Oh, well, CGA rage quit. But he's literally saying, no, I'm going to stay right over here in this corner. Come over here and fight so I can hit you with the rope-a-dope. At this point, I'm bodying him. I'm dragging this nigga. Like, I'm stomping him. At this point, the debate is over. I clearly won. Because now he want to go into cartoons and shit. The debate is over. I done bodied him up. But now what he wants to do is muddy the water and get me into an argument about something for some reason so I can lose. All right. And I offered him the opportunity. I'm not yelling at him. I'm not cutting him off. I'm not emotional. I'm like, come on, guys. I'm like, at least give me a chance. If you want to argue marriage and divorce, let's argue it for what's happening now. He wants to say over there. Okay, but he getting bodied at this point. There ain't no way this a dub for him. This is a fat ass L. All right.
They're not willing to do what I'm telling them to do. However, we're both attempting, which is a good thing. It's noble. However, your situation rarely exists. Can we talk about the reality of what exists?
Sure.
Absolutely. So let's take your moral religious crusade out of it and talk about the reality.
Yeah, let's
Are you willing to do that?
Yeah, well, here's the thing.
See, you're not willing to do that
Well,
because it's all based on your reality.
Guess what? It's a debate, and I will argue my points from my view, how I see fit. It's not for you to cover.
But what I'm not going to do is expect to be arguing from the land of make-believe.
Yeah, but it's
okay.
Not,
all right. So
okay,
anybody
my turn.
Anybody
relax.
have anybody have the sound effect for the television show where the train comes through, Mr. Rogers?
Let me know
because I want to be on. I want to be on Earth.
Yeah, let me know
all right. Let's let Andrew respond.
Yeah. So.
All right, so the moderator, that's his second time opening his mouth. Now they're saving Andrew. All right. Now they're saving him. We got to come save him. Okay. Let's save him. Let him respond. Now, what do you think he's going to respond with? What do you think he's going to respond with? Because he only came with one bullet. All right. What do you think he's going to respond with? And this is going to prove my point. I already made this point. What do you think he's going to do? He's going to go back to the beginning. That's what he's going to do. He's going to go right back to the beginning. I'm willing to bet. I don't remember this verbatim. I guarantee you he goes right back to the beginning. Let's see.
The thing is it's funny that you bring up Imagine All the People of John Lennon, which is an anti-religious song. And hilariously enough, was designed to assist with female empowerment. Isn't that hilarious? But the thing here is you keep on saying that what I'm offering is make-believe, but it's not. It's been governing the Orthodox and Catholic Church for 2,000 years, including in this country.
Okay.
Now,
Now, what did he just say? He said 2,000 years. I want you to remember that. I want you to remember that. That's going to be an important point. He said the religion has been governing marriage for 2,000 years. Everybody remember that. He said 2,000 years. Now, when I say 2,000 years in about 5 minutes from now, he's going to act like I didn't say it. What? Watch this. He said 2,000 years. So whatever you bring up in the conversation, I can use later on. So he brought up 2,000 years. I want you to remember that. I want you to remember that. That's going to be important because when he loses on this point, he's going to act like I'm irrational. Let's continue. He said 2,000 years. I didn't say it. He said it. So let's continue. Here we go. And I'm not even trying to argue if he's right on this one, but he brought it up.
Now, here, let me give you an example, for instance, the Amish, right? Do you know what the divorce rate is among them? It's almost...
Bruh, look, he brought up the Amish. It's over, man. This debate is over. The Amish, religious marriage for 2,000 years. We gone, bruh. This debate is over. Oh, shit. The Amish. Now we're arguing marriage from the Amish position. Literally another exception to the rule on every level. We're cherry picking. So we're going to take Amish marriage and put it in a secular society. I mean, where are we at, bruh? And this is why the dumb people siding with him, they're trying to say I'm supposed to be on his level. Like, where are we at, bro? Now we at the Amish nigga. Like, we're really going to hell at this point. Here we go. He gotta be drunk.
It's non-existent, yet they're still governed by the same laws of the land that you're speaking to. So sounds like if I give a counter, if I say, look, I can give you a way.
All right, his point was the Amish gets to do what they want to do, but they have outside of the state. So it was I see what he's saying here.
Methodology in which you can utilize the religious ecclesiastical institution, which has existed for 2,000 years.
Again, 2,000 years. That's the second time he said 2,000 years. I want people to remember that because he's now going to say I'm irrational, or I can't remember what the word he used. He'll say it. He has brought up 2,000 years twice. So whatever you say as a defense, I get to use that 2,000. I get to use that as a talking point. That's typical. Even in the courtroom, you get to do that. So if you bring up something in court, that can be discussed in court. If it's never brought up in court, you don't have to bring it up. It's never discussed. So he's brought up the reference point 2,000 years twice. Let's continue because that's important when he starts losing.
And has right now the lowest divorce rates right this second as we speak, not in make-believe land, not hundreds of years in the future, right this second, as opposed to the system you have of common law divorce, which is sky high and you can't do anything about it. That's what is true. So pointing out what is true is right now you can have a prenup. That is true. What is true is prenups are usually held up in court. That is true. What is true is that you can have a marriage outside of a state because it's a religious institution anyway. You never have to have a license with the state. It's never been necessary. And if you do...
Actually, that's false, but I'm not even... all right, I'm not even going to argue all these points because if I do, it's going to take us backwards. But that's what he's saying is half truth.
The only way that that can be done is if it's sacramental. And if it's sacramental, it's governed now by the church. That's going to be the community the women are a part of. And so the thing is like, that sounds like a real viable solution. What's yours? More fucking degeneracy? Go.
And by the way, he's the first one to curse. All right. All the things I'm being accused of, he's doing it. All right. He's yelling. He seems to be emotional. I'm pretty laid back. He's the one. He's emotional at this point. Can we agree that he's emotional? Can we agree that he cursed? Can he agree that he's gaslighting me? Can he agree that he sneak dissed me? Like everything that they're saying, he is now demonstrating. He cut me off. I didn't cut him off. He has cut me off several times and he called me silly. Okay. So I'm watching this now and I'm like, how was I accused of it? This is crazy. And now he's moved the goalpost, creating a straw man, arguing for no reason. He's got a horrible scenario, a 1% chance, a less than 1% scenario. He's the one going ape shit right now. Let's rewind it. He the one going crazy.
true is that you can have a marriage outside of a state because it's a religious institution anyway. You never have to have a license with the state. It's never been necessary. And if you do, the only way that that can be done is if it's sacramental. And if it's sacramental, it's governed now by the church. That's going to be the community the women are a part of. And so the thing is like, that sounds like a real viable solution. What's yours? More fucking degeneracy? Go out and play the field? Hump a lot of chicks? How?
You see that? What's yours? And then he said what these things were, which were what mainly the men that he was on the show with the other day prescribe. I don't prescribe it. So he's saying, what's my solution? Degeneracy, hump a lot of women. Actually, I don't prescribe that in the free agent lifestyle. I tell you to stop fucking women. Stop fucking low quality women. Monk mode. I don't describe that. Then later on, the JUCO is an option, but I never prescribed that initially. One of the things I tell men is to stop spinning plates, stop running game, stop cold approaching, stop fucking low quality women. But he's coming in with a preconceived notion and he's wrong. And that's why I'm staying out of it. All right. You see, I'm not interrupting him. I'm just letting him go off. And by the way, he's very emotional at this point. Can we agree that he's very emotional? And I never mentioned anything about degeneracy, humping women, spinning plates. I've never mentioned any of those things in this debate. So he's assuming and he's wrong. He said, I advocate for tricking, though. That's not in the free agent lifestyle book. Go look it up. Look in the free agent lifestyle book. It's not in there. It actually says stop having sex in the free agent lifestyle book. Okay. So for people who don't know, that's why y'all got to not use YouTube as a reference. You can't use YouTube as a reference. That's why I brought up my book to him, Free Agent Lifestyle, because you're using straw man, you're using assumptions, and you're wrong. Read the book. It doesn't say anything about spinning plates, running game, humping girls, picking them up. It's actually against that. It says monk mode. What is monk mode? The absence of sex. All right. So these are all wrong. He's wrong here. Let's continue. It's okay.
How's that going to help anybody do anything? That's been the progressive mantra for 100 years. Isn't it wonderful? Your turn.
Look at this.
All right, we're turning.
Let's see.
More fucking degeneracy? Go out and play the field? Hump a lot of chicks? How's that going to help anybody do anything? That's been the progressive mantra for 100 years. Isn't it wonderful?
So as you can see, who's emotional now? He's the one definitely emotional. You're looking at CGA with a poker face. Plus, I didn't answer his question. So now what people, you ain't answering this question because why? He didn't ask me 15 rhetorical questions. That's just going to lead to nowhere. I see this coming. So what the fuck, bro? I'm like, who the hell is this nigga? Who is this dude? So now when they kick back to me, he wants me to go dive into whatever he just brought up, which is 15,000 things, 2,000 years ago, twice, the Amish, degeneracy. Where do I start, nigga? Look, for you guys that think he a professional debater, this is a poor demonstration of a professional debater. This is why you don't see him have any clips. This is why there's no clips on his channel. This is why he's deleted it from his channel. This is why I don't see any of these clips that he put out on the OnlyFans girls, because he's lost it. He's not even rational at this point, but I'm the one that's incoherent. And he's drunk too. He's drunk too. All right, so I already realized this. Like, where am I at? Okay, here we go.
Your turn.
All right, we're turning back to earth. Now, first things first, when it comes to this, back in reality, there's no God in marriage. So Mr. Sky Daddy, God, religion, that's all great, but there's no God in marriage. At this particular point, when you go through a marriage, if one person decides to not obey the Holy Bible.
Again, I'm back into facts now. Okay, let's go back into facts.
Or whatever you're thumping, you have no basis to keep that marriage together. If she decides to leave the church and decides not to listen or excommunicate herself,
do I look emotional? Do I look emotional?
He's now under the state.
I agree.
Now, when you're getting divorced, which I'm assuming you've been divorced.
Well, I mean, that's a hell of an assumption to make.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't answer his questions. CGA didn't answer his questions. You can see why I don't answer the questions. But I just asked him if he was divorced, and he said, that's a hell of an assumption. Okay, stop and pause. Let's put a pin in it. We now know, in fact, he has been divorced. Her name is a black woman, Taraka. We now know that his wife had 3 kids before he had, well, there were, 3 kids by 2 different men. Then he had a 4th one with her and a 5th one, but he had the 4th one while married to Taraka. So now that we know this, y'all got to feel bad about yourselves at this particular point. If you're supporting this guy still, y'all got to be bad. This is no ecclesiastical marriage. So I asked him point blank, and I kind of knew that he had at least 1 divorce, but that was just something that I just thought I knew, but I didn't know the gist of it. But now, knowing what we know, he dodged that question for a reason. Why? Because he's out of wedlock. You would have to bring up the fact that he possibly cheated on his wife. You would have to bring up why he got divorced. You would have to bring up, was it an ecclesiastical marriage? Was it an ecclesiastical divorce? Like, you would have to bring that up at this point. If you telling me he dragging me at this point, that is crazy work. Crazy work.
Decides to leave the church and decides not to listen or excommunicate herself, she's now under the state.
Agree.
Now, when you're getting divorced, which I'm assuming you've been divorced.
Well, I mean, that's a hell of an assumption, right?
Have you been divorced?
I mean,
there you go. Ask them directly.
Have you been married?
Can you tell me, if you can tell me how that has any merit?
Give me a second.
Debate.
My man said,
I can do some shuffling too. Look out, man, what you gonna do? Look out, boys, it's coming through. Yeah, man, yeah, man.
gentlemen, this is the conversation. Remember, is marriage good for men? Okay, there's divorce. He's saying you're anti-divorce. Okay, yeah, I've been divorced. Yeah, divorce is bad. I ask him, has he been divorced? How do you assume that? Have you been divorced? Why is this important to the conversation? Because we're literally talking about that. That's what we've been talking about. What? He getting thumped in this debate. He getting thumped in this debate. He dodged the obvious question that would torpedo his whole goddamn argument at this point if he admits that he's divorced, because that would open up a whole bullshit. Oh, now who did you divorce? And what happened? Were you ecclesiastically married? What happened in the divorce? Did you lose your kid? He knew it was over. He would have lost, but he lost by not answering it. But I was the one not answering questions and providing solutions. Man, this shit is man, I'm dragging him, bro. Oh, by the way, I haven't got emotional yet. I haven't cursed him. I haven't called him out of his name. I haven't gaslit him. I did diss him with the cigarettes. I haven't even been irrational yet. Or what did he call it? He said, I can't even remember the word, but people keep mentioning it because he planted it in your heads. I haven't even gone and said anything that is off the cuff or that's not easy to understand. That is crazy, bro. But anyway, how many minutes are we in at this point? We haven't solved anything. We're 27 minutes, 30 minutes in, and I'm beating him. Incoherent is what he said. I haven't even done anything incoherent or doofus yet. And I'm dragging him. All right, let's continue.
Now, when you're getting divorced, which I'm assuming you've been divorced.
Well, I mean, that's a hell of an assumption, right?
Have you been divorced?
I mean,
have you been married?
Can you tell me, if you can tell me how that has any merit?
Give me a second, because if you've been through one, you would know that there's no God in the divorce court, in the family court. There's no God in there. No one asked you.
There is the state in there.
There is the state. So that's what we're arguing from.
Yeah,
that's when you get married.
That's the there is the state in there. Exactly. That's when I ask you, can we come out of the ecclesiastical to the state where 99% of the people are? Yeah, the moderator tried to laugh too. See, this is where you're going. This is why I'm like, we're in Fantasyland. By the way, the moderator just got married. So he just got married maybe a month ago. And I'm not going to say anything about his marriage or him or his wife, but he just got married a month ago. And it's not an ecclesiastical marriage, just so we know. It is a legal by the state marriage. So he knows nothing. But I'm like, man, please, bro. That's important. And what Andrew's good at is making what you're saying important. Whatever you're saying that's important, he'll make it unimportant. Oh, what? Yeah, this is just ridiculous and dumb. I don't understand what you're saying. That means he's getting cooked. He has nothing back. Let's continue.
So you're telling me if, and I'm telling you, well, this is what's going to happen. Even if you took Sky Daddy into court with you, they would say you pray to the judge. Oh. The judge is the authority in the court. So the God argument is a nice, interesting argument. And I probably am not going to say on the conversation very long because that's your God. That's your Sky Daddy. Okay. That's your religion. I have a different religion. So who gives you who gives you the authority to change the understanding, the conversation to your religion? That's
exactly. Who gives you the authority to keep bringing in your religion on me? And I said, I'm not going to stay on this for very long. Like, I'm tired. This is where I first got emotional here. If you could say I got emotional. I'm tired of this shit. We ain't going to stay on this very long. I gave you the chance to move on. I see you're not going to argue with me rationally. I'm done with this. Let's talk about the state. Let's talk about reality. You keep going back and hiding on this religion. So at this particular point, you can see that I'm like, we're not going to do this very long. All right. I know you're playing some sort of game, and this game works for you if I argue in your fantasy. As you can see, this is the point where I was like, I told you once, I told you twice. Now it's going to be a shit show after this if we keep doing this. So don't get mad at me now if I turn this into a shit show. All right. And as we also know, he's not even traditional himself. So we're way off topic. We're way off base. We've covered what he wanted to cover already. There's no need to belabor the point already. You don't want to come off of it. Okay, now what's the point here?
I'm not changing the conversation.
Okay, so it only works if it only works if you believe in your Sky Daddy. That's the only way it works, and that's the only way you're going to advise men.
We're talking about mitigating risk.
No. We're talking.
No, we weren't exactly
about. Can men get into a marriage today?
Exactly. Look at that. You see how he tried to change the goalpost? I think people completely missed on this one. And I corrected him. He said, we're talking about mitigating risk. I said, no, we're not. No, we're not. You're talking about that. I said, the question was marriage good for men? I don't know why people miss this. These are big misses that people have missed because people aren't paying attention to details. We're talking about mitigating risk for divorce. You're talking about that. And I stood up for myself again. I said, no, we're not. That's what you're talking about. Let me show you again. He tried to move the goalposts of the debate. I said, that's what you're talking about. He's losing bad. I mean, he's bleeding at this point.
Your religion. I have a different religion. So who gives you the authority to change the understanding, the conversation to your religion? That's your religion.
I'm not changing the conversation.
Okay, so it only works if it only works if you believe in your Sky Daddy. That's the only way it works, and that's the only way you're going to advise men.
We're talking about mitigating risk.
No. We're talking about can men get into a marriage today only under your Sky Daddy? That's what we're assuming.
Okay.
Now, can they do it otherwise?
Yeah, you can have secular marriage.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Okay, yeah,
make it work.
I just did.
Make it work.
The argument that you have is that marriage is great. It's a great institution.
We are.
Now he's starting over. See, this dude got nothing, man. Again, I brought it back up. Okay, can we move forward? And what did he do? He went right back to the beginning of the debate. Well, we agreed that he didn't have anything. Just say you didn't have nothing. See, this is why, again, I'm already 30, 40 minutes into it. He's trying to antagonize me at this point. We already agreed to disagree and move on. And they're saying he beat me and crushed me and cooked me. I don't see it right now, and I'm trying to be honest and fair, but of course I'm biased. Now he's starting the conversation over. All right, nigga, we already covered this 30 minutes ago.
Okay. Now, can they do it otherwise?
Yeah, you can have secular marriage.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Okay, yeah,
Make it work.
I just did.
Make it work.
The argument that you have is that marriage is great. It's a great institution.
We already covered this.
Well, what made it great?
I even said it right there. We already covered this. Come on, man. This is your king. We already covered this. See, most of these thoughts that I'm having, I realize that I even said it live. This is the first time I'm kind of watching it, breaking it down. All right. I saw somebody else break it down. I said, we already covered this. But I get accused of interrupting. We already covered this for 30 minutes. I'm standing on business, man. I'm standing on business. We already covered this, nigga. Move on. I asked you to move on. You said no. Now I'm asking you again. You said no. Now I give you again. You said, okay, I'll move on. And then he starts over again. We already covered this, nigga. All right, let me show you again.
Can they do it otherwise?
Yeah, you can have secular marriage.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Okay, yeah,
Make it work.
I just did.
Make it work.
The argument that you have is that marriage is great. It's a great institution.
We already covered this.
Well, what made it great?
We already covered
What
this.
made it great?
Can we go into why it would make it work for your secular? That's the question I ask you. You're asking me questions back. Go ahead and answer the question.
So
I'm chin checking this nigga, man. Chin checking. See, he's not used to this because he's debating politicians and liberals and women. We covered this already. Nigga, we covered that already. All right, look, why are you asking me questions back? I ask you a question. But I'm interrupting him. I'm emotional. I'm crushing him at this point. I got him by the larynx. I got him by the nape of his neck. He getting bodied. Because I'm not letting him get away with this bullshit and get his shit off so he can get some clips. Nigga, please, bruh. Move the fuck on. You seeing a real man talking to a boy, for real.
That's what we're assuming.
Okay.
Now, can they do it otherwise?
Yeah, you can have secular marriage.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Okay, yeah,
Make it work.
I just did.
Make it work.
The argument that you have is that marriage is great. It's a great institution.
We already covered this.
Well, what made it great?
We already covered
What
this.
made it great?
See that? He tried to kick the question back to me. This is amateur hour, bro. I asked him a question. Well, what made it great? You see that? I'm not answering this little bullshit so you can get me distracted chasing this little shit over here. What made it great? You says Sky Daddy. We already covered this. Keep it moving, nigga. I asked you the question. You're answering me questions back. I got him in a headlock at this point. In a head motherfucking lock.
Can we go into why it would make it work for your secular? That's the question I ask you. You're asking me questions back. Go ahead and answer the question.
So if you're talking about secular marriage, there's never been any point to it.
I'm sorry?
There's never been any point to secular marriage, ever. Never. What would ever be the point of secular marriage?
You see that? He keeps asking me questions, and I'm not taking it, man. What would ever be the point of secular marriage? You see this debate, if he's a great debater, I would say he can debate well. That's his forte. That's what he's known for. But he's trying to get me off by asking me all of this little shit in the middle of it because he don't got no answer. So then when he asks me this little shit and I answer it, now he gets to bring it in and offer it as a point to try to take me off the subject matter. And I'm not going for it. Keep going, nigga. Go ahead. Offer it. Secular. Come on. Don't bring me another question, nigga. Keep going. But I'm supposed to be the one that didn't answer questions. And he still hasn't answered it. He's trying to kick 2 questions back to me. This is literally I'm running over this guy, bro. Right? Running over him. I don't know if it was the alcohol or not, but
it's back. Go ahead and answer the question.
So if you're talking about secular marriage, there's never been any point to it.
I'm sorry?
There's never been any point to secular marriage, ever. Never. What would ever be the point of secular marriage? It's always been a religious institution. That's what made it great.
That's false.
Now, when you say it's a great institution, what made it great for secularists, other than the fact that Sky Daddy and God had all these
another question
enforcement arms, and those things had to be enforced socially. Like, for instance, men weren't allowed to run away. And women, right, they had to show cause for these divorces. And they had to be good causes. They had to show it for things like infidelity, right? It was all biblically governed. It was all lawfully governed by this Sky Daddy guy you like so little. But that's what made the institution great in the first place. And what you're...
Bruh, he is not... This is a circular argument. I don't know why we're on this still. And he still hasn't answered the question of the secular marriage. He tried to get me to re-answer it by answering my own question. Who said he won? All right. First of all, religion hasn't been over marriage the whole time. That's false. In Europe, it was true. We already covered this. He has not moved on and progressed. He has not matriculated. This is like him doing 3 and outs, 3 out punt, 3 out punt, 3 out punt, 3 out punt, 3 and out punt, all from your motherfucking own 10-yard line. And I keep giving you bad field position, and you keep 3 and out punt. But he's supposed to have cooked me. The propaganda is crazy on this one. There is no cooking at this particular point. There's no cooking. Let's continue. And then he tried to get me to say this. He asked this question, which I didn't answer it because I knew he was chasing. He says, and we look at Andrew Wilson fans are leaving. I asked him, and I know you guys are super chatting, so I'm going to try to get as far as I can on this one. He tried to say there was no point of secular marriage. That's false. But I was not going to say anything because I said, excuse me, and then I just let it go. Because I was like, we'll come back to that later. There's only so many things I can deal with at one time. So secular marriage, dude, people have kids. Marriage is for purpose of procreation. I think I'll bring that up later. All right, there's no need for religion on that one. Let's continue.
You're talking about here, you're making a point that divorce is bad. And yet, I agree, divorce is bad. So what we're really talking about is how do we mitigate the risk for divorce?
That's what you're talking about. Gentlemen, that's what you're talking about. I'm not talking about that. And he's back to the beginning again. We handled this in the first 5 minutes of the so-called debate. We are now at a minute 29, and we still here. You keep repeating, wow, this is crazy.
And we have 2 different methods here.
Well, the conversation is marriage good for men. That's the conversation.
But it is.
I had to correct him. This is like the 3rd or 4th time again that I've tried to correct him. And I'm very calm about this. He keeps changing the topic, and I keep reminding him what the topic is. That's the 4th time that he's done that. And I had to remind him again for the 4th time what the topic was. He's stuck. He can't get out the blocks. Let's see it again.
Bad. And yet, I agree, divorce is bad. So what we're really talking about is how do we mitigate the risk for divorce? And we have 2 different methods here.
Well, the conversation is marriage good for men. That's the conversation.
But it is. We already said it's good for men. That's not even a dispute.
And now, how do we make it better since they're avoiding it?
Here's now that I got him. See, now that I got him, the conversation was, is marriage bad for men? We did agree. I said, no, we didn't agree because I end up concluding that it wasn't. So he put words in my mouth. So my conclusion of my opening statement is that it wasn't. So he's saying how to make it better. Now let's see where he goes with this.
Men or women are avoiding it.
It sounds like the thing that you think makes it bad is divorce, not marriage.
Bruh.
Correct.
Then we need to mitigate divorce.
We're 15 minutes in, and we are in the land of reality. You finally caught up.
You finally caught up. Shish. Who says he cooking me? Let's be honest, bruh. We're 15 minutes in, and you're still here. You finally caught up. Now you're listening. Now you can get off them 2 talking points you had on that paper and move the fuck on. Please. This bro, this is crazy. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Tell me how we can get to the secular marriage. I mean, I've given you a chance. So you're dragging your feet.
So again,
you're dragging your feet. I'm giving you a chance.
In secular, there's never been any point to secular marriage.
What about that? There's no option there. What about the solution there? Nothing.
Now listen, marriage is for child creation. It would be great for child community and all of these things. And now listen, by the time the religious aspects got into marriage, they were chopping people's heads off and burning Bibles. So listen, I know we want to take it back to the past and act like the past was better, but there's always a negative part of the past. If you go back and you look at the English, this has all been there. People were getting their heads chopped off. The Crusaders were doing their things across countries, and they were spreading Christianity through threats and violence. Now, that's what you're trying to uplift. That's what you're trying to uphold.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
You would. Here we go. Now, this is another gaslighting tool that's been used, and even his people picked it up. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Now, I'm going to repeat the statement that I played, that I just said. That was pretty easy to understand. I said, you're cherry picking the past. The Crusaders were 2000. You said the frame reference of marriage, you said were under religion. And you said 5 minutes ago, it was 2,000 years ago twice. So he introduced that into the discussion. Now that I'm using that, he says, I don't even know what you're talking about. Again, making me sound incoherent. But this is something he offered up. I'm going to rewind it. He said 2,000 years ago. He said it twice. And then he said religion governed marriage for 2,000 years. I said, well, 2,000 years ago, the Crusaders were chopping off heads. It was not even that long ago. Okay. So now I don't even know what they're talking about. This is when he's losing bad at this point. Now he's going with the, you're not making sense. I can't understand you. I'll play the sentence again and tell me you don't understand what I'm talking about. I know it's hard to agree with me, but let's go back to see what I said.
Well, again, secular, there's never been any point to secular marriage ever.
Now listen, marriage is for child creation. It would be great for child communities
No,
and all of these
that.
things. And now listen, by the time the religious aspects got into marriage, they were chopping people's heads off and burning Bibles. So listen, I know we want to take it back to the past and act like the past was better, but there's always a negative part of the past. If you go back and you look at the English, this has all been there. People were getting their heads chopped off. The Crusaders were doing their things across countries, and they were spreading Christianity through threats and violence. Now, that's what you're trying to uplift. That's what you're trying to uphold.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
You wouldn't know what I'm talking about.
don't.
That's where you're lacking.
I have no
So
idea.
Catch up.
See that? That's gaslighting. That's gaslighting. That was very clear statement. And I use what he's using as a frame his perfect marriage under the religious institution, where religion's not perfect. Neither was history. That's very clear what it is. So now we're going to gaslighting. This is very clear. And I guarantee you, he would not review this right here. That is a very clear statement, and I use what he said, and that's very clear historically. Your marriage and religion is not merged as you believe. Now we're gaslighting. Okay? Now we're gaslighting.
The Crusaders were doing their things across countries, and they were spreading Christianity through threats and violence. Now, that doesn't
have to do with anything.
What you're trying to uplift. That's what you're trying to uphold.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
You wouldn't know what I'm talking about.
don't.
That's where you're lacking.
I have no idea.
I have no idea. Oh, shit. I have no idea. I have no idea what you could be talking about. That is passive aggressive. That is a personal attack. That is a gaslighting maneuver. That's gaslighting 101. Pretty much, you can understand that. I mean, there could be somebody that doesn't know historically what I'm talking about, but that is gaslighting. All right. So he is, and I think I say at this point, you ain't got no bullets left. All right. You without bullets at this point.
So catch up. You're sitting across from me.
What does have to do with divorce?
That was when your holy marriage was the best marriage that you're trying to go to. Now listen.
In the 1950s?
Look at that. Look at him move the goalpost. Look at that. That's gas right there. That's gaslighting. See, that means he knew what I was talking about. That means he knew what I was talking about. That statement right there proves that he knew that I was talking about 2,000 years ago. In the Crusaders. I don't know what you're talking about. And then he went to the gaslight because he knows the Crusaders were not in the 1950s. So it would sound ridiculous. So he's trying to make the statement ridiculous. There's no Crusaders in the 1950s. This is gaslighting. Women do this to men all the time. I haven't exhibited any level of gaslighting or emotions or manipulation or any of that. So now that shows, because now if he says 1950s, there's obviously no Crusaders or chopping heads off. There's just people blowing the atomic bombs on each other. So now we have the 1950s. So now we know that he is partial to the 1950s, but this is gaslighting. So now he's saying I'm incoherent, I'm irrational, I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm dumb, I'm stupid, I'm goofy, I'm a doofus. but he clearly understood by moving the 2000s to the 1950s. Okay. And now you can see who's emotional. Who's emotional? Let me show you again. Let's see how I'm talking and how he's talking.
The hell you're talking about?
You wouldn't know what I'm talking
I
about.
don't.
That's where you're lacking.
I have no idea.
Off the Crusaders were doing their listen. I know we want to take it back to the past and act like the past was better, but there's always a negative part of the past. If you go back and you look at the English, this has all been there. People were getting their heads chopped off. The Crusaders were doing their things across countries, and they were spreading Christianity through threats and violence. Now that's what you're trying to uplift. That's what you're trying to uphold.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
You wouldn't know what I'm talking
I
about.
don't.
That's where you're lacking.
I have no
so
idea.
Catch up. You're sitting
What
across
does
from me.
Crusades have to do with divorce?
That was when your holy marriage was the best marriage that you're trying to go to. Now listen.
In the
if we're trying to drag it
1950s?
back-
Were we crusading in the 1950s?
No.
See that? Look at that. That's masterful gaslighting. And that's emotion. That's being emotional. I haven't been emotional that much yet. He's displaying a whole bunch of emotions. Not only that, his face is red. He's discomfort. He's drunk. He's got nicotine. He's crashing out. But he's signaling to his, this is like virtue signaling to his audience, and that they can take this talking point that I'm not making sense and he doesn't understand me. All right. So this is a virtue signal so that they can take that talking point, even not even seeing the entire debate. They can see this clip and say, this guy was talking crazy. All right. But this guy is way off his lane. Matter of fact, if you're an Andrew Wilson fan, have you seen him act like this in a debate? I got to ask you that. Have you seen him act like this in any debate? I wouldn't know because I really haven't watched him do much. Have you seen him act like this in a debate? He's going to say it was because of me, but it was because he had nothing. Oh, my goodness. You got an Andrew fan in here saying I'm jealous. They invited me to the conversation. Why would I be jealous? All right. I destroyed this guy, but yeah, nice try. All right. I didn't ask him to debate. He asked me. So he's off his game at this point. He's way off his game. But he always acts like this? Okay, I wouldn't know.
What the hell are you talking about?
You talked about the institution of marriage for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
Sir, do you need me to catch you up on what you're
Exactly. Look, bruh, I'm cooking this guy. Do you need me to catch you up on what you said earlier? Drunk ass nigga. You said this earlier.
talking about? You're having trouble keeping up with me. You're having trouble keeping up with me. You said
he going back to 50. You see him moving that goalpost? Just moving that goalpost. Now that he knows about the 2,000 years reference, I'm using it against him. Now he doesn't want to cover the Crusaders chopping people's heads off. He wants to go back to the 1950s. So now he's moving it back 50 years ago. Sir, that was 70 years ago. But anyway.
No.
What the hell are you talking about?
You talked about the institution of marriage for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
Sir, do you need me to catch you up on what you're talking about? You're having trouble keeping up with me. You're having trouble keeping up with me. You said 2,000 years ago. And I told you 2,000 years ago, they were chopping people's heads off.
Which has what to do with anything?
I need you to catch
up. What does that have to do with anything? This is like a victim. This is like women. What does that have to do with anything?
With me, sir.
Okay.
If you want to take things back to the past, you have to accept everything as the past.
Exactly.
You can't just cherry pick. Now, here's the thing. You're cherry picking. If you want to take things back to tradition, take it all the way back. Why stop at the 50s? Take it back to the 1890s.
What you're saying right now is so incoherent. I
see that? That's gaslighting.
Actually don't even understand
well,
it.
That's what
I don't understand it. Look, man. Hey, bro. I mean, I could end it right here. I could end this debate coverage right here. I could end it right here. I don't even need to go further than this, but I don't even have time. I'm gonna do the super chats, but he getting cooked right now. He getting cooked because he got nothing. So he's going back to his old, okay, when in case I ain't got nothing, let me virtue signal to our audience. This is incoherent completely. Did you not understand what I'm saying? Everybody understood what I'm saying. He throwing in the towel without throwing in the towel. I don't understand. This is more, I'm talking to a woman here. And by the way, he's emotional. I'm not. He's emotional. I'm not. Let's go. I'm going to just show you this right here. I'm not even, I'm a little bit, because I'm like, what are you doing, bro? He drunk at this point.
You talked about the institution of marriage for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
Sir, do you need me to catch you up on
what he said? I'm covering what he said.
Talking about you're having trouble keeping up with me. You're having trouble keeping up with me.
Now he said 50 years. He moved the goalpost.
You said 2,000 years ago.
Truly,
and I told you 2,000 years ago.
And I used that 2,000 against him.
They were chopping people's heads off.
Which has what to do with anything?
What has what to do with anything? Let me clear it up, okay? You ask me, what does that have to do with anything? Listen.
Catch up with me, sir.
Okay.
If you want to take things back to the past, you have to accept everything as the past.
Exactly.
You can't just cherry pick.
So I cleared it up for him. You can't cherry pick. You can't say this was a great institution back then and let's bring that now, but keep everything else in the past.
Now, here's the thing. You're cherry picking. If you want to take things back to tradition, take it all the way back. Why stop at the 50s? Take it back to the 1890s.
What you're saying right now is so incoherent. I actually don't even understand
Well,
it.
that's what. Yeah, bro. That is professional gaslighting. I mean, this is literally what women do, and we counsel you. And he displayed all of it. Now that was incoherent. Cherry pickings. Let me get to these super chats. That's bad, bro. That's your king. This is your king, bro. I mean, this was a poor debate on his side. Pathetic. Now people can. It's like the first 30 minutes, 35 minutes in, he getting dragged at this point. There ain't no way he cooking me, all right, with anything. All right. But I do got to do these super chats. Let me see if I can get this going. All right. For some reason, I don't see the screen now, but we'll go ahead and refresh. Let's see here. Oh, they attacking the screen? They attacking. Okay, I'm back. They attacking the stream. They're attacking it. We should not. Okay, yep, reports. They reporting the stream. They trying to snipe the stream. They don't want to hear this shit, bro. And for somebody who won, why is this happening? Let's get to these super chats, man. Look, shout out to y'all. I hope y'all had a good week and a good weekend. I had a great week. So we're going to continue to have a good week over here. And from this point on, I'm going to just say I'm done with it. I'm done with it. I'm done with those people. I'm done with the manosphere. I'm done with the red pill. I'm good. I'm good. All right. I won. It was clear and decisive. And everybody's playing the clip when I went on his wife, but he brought his wife up. I didn't. I was gonna show you that, but that's so far down in the debate. He brought his wife up, and he brought his wife up to compare his wife against me. I bet my wife sold more books than you. So he brought his wife up. She's a public figure. She got. All right. Shout out to our brother Julian, says fraud Drew Ifson is a disgrace. Shout out to you. So I've genius. AW watches this stream. Chain smoking. 3 cigarettes at once. Ghost J, thanks, coach. Truth is stranger than the fiction. He says right here, no marriage and no cohabitation. Macaroni Tony, they thought you were going to stay in G-Shock watches and old Navy shirts forever. And the answer is nope. And they should have read the book. DJ Fresh is in the building. Shout out to you, the speaker of truth. Thanks for pulling up last night for my 44th birthday live stream with the big support. He says, I was honored to see you. 2026 is the year of keep up or keep out, play ball, and amen. That is a co-sponsorship. Shout out to DJ Fresh.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right, shout out to No Government ABH. CGA's response seeking $25K to Everwood's request for a round 2 debate was epic. Only losers request a rematch. So the rematch request is Andrew Wilson's admission that he lost. Also, and by the way, they requested a rematch. I didn't. I offered it to them saying, hey, if you guys want to do it again, I know you took that L, but you can go ahead. But they're the ones tabling a rematch, but it's going to cost them. And he says, also, if I've only seen one YouTuber call out the condescending racism in Wilson's conduct towards CGA. I heard Angry Man talk about it. And for me, I typically don't like to use the race card, so I'm not going to bring it in here because for his group and for others, even my supporters, even my haters that are not a part of his group, that's going to be an immediate attack point if I use it. All right, so if I use it, now they're like, oh, CGA is using a race card. CGA got his nigga wake up call. CGA realized the manosphere don't like niggas. All right, then if I use it in Andrew Wilson's, oh, that's black fatigue, victim mindset, right? So I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to use it. It's unnecessary. You can see it for what it is. I don't know if he's a racist. I'm not going to accuse him of being one or his audience. So I'm not going to use it. It doesn't even need to be used. Somebody said it ain't even necessary to use. I don't even need to use the race card. If we're just talking about if it was two black men or two white men talking, I'm cooking his ass too. It's not even needed to be used. But, you know, if y'all want to use it, you can use it. But it's not even needed to be used in this particular point. And by the way, his audience is using it because they're immediately going to racism, black fatigue. Now, my audience has said nothing about him being white or a Klan member or any of that. All right. Nobody, my audience has not used race to talk about the discussion. All right. Shout out to No Government Name. Great pivot to Boss Up. He says, keep bringing thunder and lightning to these ninjas. He says, have you ever commented on black men that act like black females when it comes to money? He says, I see a lot of niggies like to make money, but hate to spend it on nice experiences. Yes, they do. All right. That's an interesting thing. That would be an interesting subject matter to approach. All right. And somebody says, I loved how you kept avoiding the low fruit during the live debate. Yep. I was ignoring all that shit. There's another one where I think it was soon after that where he started to try to ask me something and I just sat there. All right. For the people that said I interrupt them. All right. And he was like, don't you think this? And don't you think that? It got over there to the black community issue. And I was like, I'm not answering none of that shit. So he keeps asking me these questions to engage in an argument. And I'm avoiding the argument, but I was supposedly cutting them off and being irrational and emotional. All right. I don't know where it was in the stream. Let me see here. It was a wide angle view. Let's see here. They got to the statistics and all of that shit. And let me see if I can do this. All right. So, there was a point where he pulled something up on ChatGPT, which I was like, y'all using ChatGPT like that? All right. But he pulled something up in which they said, hey, that proves, look at this. This proves that the divorce rate is lower. But as Quarantino the God said, if you add these up, then you're going to get closer to 50%. Because what he's doing is saying, no, the Eastern Orthodox ecclesiastical divorce rate is 17%. And I'm like, no. That's not what I ask you. What is the divorce of religious people versus secular? Now, look at the Catholics, 19 to 25%, mainline Protestant, 30 to 35%, evangelistical Protestant, 26 to 33, non-religious affiliated, national average. Okay, add those shits up. Don't just separate them. Well, my Christianity's different. Nah, bruh, I ain't going for that shit. Those Protestants, those Catholics are different. No, nigga, no. You see, that's what these people do. They want to drag you into a religious argument to argue their religion, and then when you talk about their religion, it's different. Well, ours is different. See, that's why you can't argue religion. That's why religion should have never been a part of this debate, because now once you bring in religion, then even when if you go in and attack religion, well, our religion is different. So my point was versus secular versus religious people are getting divorced at same rate as secular people. Well, no, they're not. If you go to the evangelistical Protestants, nigga, what, bruh? If you go to the Amish, no, they're playing that game. I'm not playing that game. Hold up for a second. You're playing that this is a goofy game, bro. My religion's different though. Well, the Catholics are different than who cares, bro? I don't give a fuck about either one of them, to be honest with you. We're talking about religious people, nigga. Didn't he use the Amish? I'm out. And I just listen here. I've not called them stupid. I've not called them goofy. I have not called him any disrespectful name about his intelligence. He has done that to me when you can clearly see that that's not the case. But here's the case. This nigga is crazy, bro. He's crazy or drunk. And I'm going to just go with more crazy than drunk, but he's probably both. And not only that, judging from his past, stepdaddy to a woman that had 2 babies by 2 different men. Huh? It doesn't even match what he's even preaching. So whatever he's trying to tell you, it doesn't even match. So now he's a hypocrite. On top of that, now you're a hypocrite on top of that. All right, Jesus Christ, man! Shout out to Deltrick L. Moore says, "Goalpost mover, you won." And by the way, the debate was only supposed to be for 1 hour. All right, and as you can see, I was fatigued. All right, I was ready to go. Joshua Moon says, "Going into hybrid monk mode for 5 years, stacking 10K a year is the goal. If I don't act now," he says, "I will be cooked in 2030. Undertaker Bell, please." Shout out to you. All right, Luis Gonzalez said, "Him hurt the Shamos fear." Shout out to you. He says, I think that's what you said. Shamos fear. He says, "Great job, Coach Alini." Shout out to Joshua Moon. "Today is my birthday, Coach. Anigi turning 25. Happy birthday to Joshua Moon." Hustle every day. Mayberry, Little House on the Prairie. The Green Acres are dead. Facts. Dead. Kirby H. Love the villain arc. Scorch Earth CGA. That's what we're doing. I'm not trying to help the world. All right. People who try like, you should have offered solutions to help the world. I'm not here for that. All right. Shout out to Rondell Copeland says, "For receipts," I think you meant, or recipes. It says receipts. Finishing. Shout out to you with the receipts. The receipts are crispy. Shout out to our brother Sergino says, "AW needs a consultation, not a debate with you." Facts. I could have helped him. Okay. My man said, "You know that man's racist." Again, that's low-hanging fruit. Again, if I use that as an argument, their group knows to counterattack that. All right. So you can't, what you want to do is, especially when you're in situations, even if you're not in a debate, even if you're in the situations where you know race is playing a part, what you have to do is to be able to dissect them without using that. Now, if you have to use that at the last minute as a trump card, use it. What you have to show them is that they're being despicable and disgraceful. All right. So at that point, then you can demonstrate that, which I've clearly done. All right. I've demonstrated that he's being disgraceful and despicable. All right. Now I can attach race to it if I need to, but I already did. I don't need to use that because their side is waiting for me to use that so they can attack it. But I've already demonstrated with just showing you. I mean, he's disgraceful. He attacked me. All right. He gaslit me. He was trying to move the goalposts on me. I was keeping the conversation on the debate topic. Let's get back to the topic. I did it 4 or 5 times. Nope, we're going to debate this. Okay. Right. And then in the middle of making his points, he kept asking me questions. So then when people say I interrupted him, he kept asking me questions in the middle of what he was saying. Wouldn't you agree that? Okay, so when I start talking, I'm interrupting him. So you're going to give me the floor. I'm going to run with the motherfucker. I'm not going to give you the microphone back. One thing they tell you as a news reporter, when you're interviewing someone, never let them hold the mic. Because what they can do is turn away from you and keep the mic, and now you can't control the conversation. You can't take the mic back. But he kept giving me the floor, and so when I just run with it, then you're not letting them talk. Don't give me the mic. Make your point without asking rhetorical or redundant questions. All right, and if you can't do that, you have to tune up your ability to debate, because I almost rarely did that. When I made my statement, I declared something. And I declared it and backed it up. And I said, here's a fact. All right. He then said, rhetorical question back. Answer a question back. I asked him a question. He answers a question back. This is all female tactics. All right. But it's okay. Brother Todd C says the ecclesiastical slapper. Shout out to you. Shout out to our brother here. It is Raylon is in the building. He said Cash App. Wayne Wonders Peter says the AW ass whipping. Shout out to you. AW stands for ass whipping. And that's the bottom line. Ian Williams says, who else wants some Hollywood? Cole is in the building. That's what you said. Salute the CGA. Hustle Every Day says, you won't make any friends this way, coach. I'm beyond making friends in the YouTube sector. All right. I don't need any friends in YouTube. All right. I got enough friends outside of YouTube. Shout out to our brother Jonathan Milton says, hey, coach, where did you get your nice shirt from? Shout out to you from, well, I can't say. All right. Our brother here, but Underdog Glory says, Law 15, crush your enemies totally. Salute, sir. Okay. Eric Scott Sermon, shout out to you. Luis Delgado, that clown has nothing on the free agent lifestyle. Nothing. Nothing. And I think men in general, and I do feel bad for men, men in general want to believe that they're going to get married. But if you're an average man, you're going to marry a fat woman at best. And even Andrew Wilson married, well, I'm not going to comment on her weight, but she is 4 years older than him. I mean, go figure, bro. I mean, it makes sense now. Now we know why he is the way he is. I mean, just it makes sense after the fact. I just would have wished I'd known this beforehand, because he ended up marrying, well, he married who he married, bro. But come on. And that's going to be you too. You're going to end up, that's all going to be your options as well. It's going to be limited like a motherfucker. Shout out to our brother Rusted Junk says, I saw that a black man getting engaged to that super huge white woman. I'm done. I'm so embarrassed of the black men. I'm giving up my black card. It's for sale and it comes with a bottle of Hennessy. He says, me no black poppy. Okay, we're going to get them all, man. Shout out to you. We got, let's see here. Shout out to Cesar Santana, Rolo Sick, Andrew Wilson on CGA. The Mitchosphere is intimidated by the undisputed alpha CGA. The free agent lifestyle, the after pill philosophy is undefeated. Marriage is a hope, dream out of a man's control. The classic beta wolves tried to overthrow the alpha CGA wolf, and it didn't happen. It didn't work, which I'm concerned because those men are desperate. They're desperate at this point. Because how did they get him over to the studio that fast? And not only that, I was supposed to appear on Fresh and Fit that same week, this week, and I didn't. So lines have been drawn, friends have been picked, sides have been chosen, and now we can see what happened. Now we know what happened. Now we know how this debate came up. Shout out to Martin Muhammad says, Coach, what you're showing me is people are sheep because they're easily led in the wrong direction. People like this guy play on a man's conformity and vanity. Remember the old fable of Hans Christian Andersen? Finally, a child from the crowd says, hey, he's got no clothes on. The emperor was upset, but he thought the procession must go on now. He says, so he walked on in his underwear. Is this your king? I mean, he's been stripped. I mean, I'm not about ruining careers, but he's been exposed, if you will. The emperor has no clothing. So now they have to give him you did okay. And now you have to think, if this guy was the one to take me down, who else in their manosphere can do it? Okay. Who else in their manosphere? Like, because that was their top dog. That was their top sick 'em. Again, I would encourage the manosphere to build a bridge with CGA, but it's clear you haven't, and you didn't, and you did have time, but you ran out of time to build this bridge. But these things have been exposed. Shout out to our brother Patrick Horton says this was a doctorate level masterclass, doctorate level. All right, and I wanted to go through it clip by clip, because what people are saying is only what he said. It's incoherent. You were emotional. You were in your feelings. And though they showed a couple of clips to support that, it wasn't true. All right. There was gaslighting, manipulation. Paris Francais says showing support. Acknowledge CGA. Shout out to you right here.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, they're living in the past. The past ain't gonna work, guys. Anybody selling you the past as a solution, they're idiots. All right. Shout out to our brother here. Pug Dad. Okay, you got two stories here. But nice try, Manosphere. It was a good run with the Manosphere, but it's clearly over. But it's been over. Pug Dad says, have a buddy who's been married in California 13 years, said his wife around 3 years ago really became aggressive and confrontational to the point he called the police on her. She now got a restraining order and put his ass out of the house. Just like that. Damn. Just like that. All right. And he says right here, he said he's starting to make around $250,000 around the time she started to get aggressive and change the attitude towards him. He's making around 80K. So he now she feels she doesn't need him. His employer said he needs to have back surgery, and she just took him off medical. Ugly. All right. Ugly situation there. All right, but that's marriage for you. Ain't love grand? Let me see if I can I think one more over on PayPal. And thank you for the contributions. We got somebody talking about a guy that wears a cap all the time. He was the lone married dude on the panel, along with Andrew Wilson. Trollo has been married for almost 30 years, but yet tells men to spin plates. The irony. Now he's telling them to get married ecclesiastically. I'm supposing. All right, I'm assuming, but I didn't see the stream. But apparently now that's what they're supporting out here. The CGA didn't go for the ecclesiastical divorce or marriage. It's like, what? Coach, after I saw that black man, okay, I already got that one right there. Okay, let's go on over here, and then we'll get the rest of Ko-Fi. Okay. Royal Gains says, thank you, Coach. You have helped many of us become more calculated thinkers, doers, and speakers. He says, shout out to the Coach Gang. That's from Royal Gang 77 in the chat. D. Elmore says, we need you, Minister Jap and the Angry Man. Thank you, guys. No promo, but y'all are doing great work out here. Shout out to you, man. G. People are slow. The solution is to have leverage and options. If you can't control your 304, then it's because you have no leverage and options. And even when you do, when she starts running off, let her run. Shout out to No Government Name, Boss Up Season. He says, Coach, got to hit a book tour and bring the Mitch slapping to the masses. Check out these titles. How to sell lots of copies. This is our brother here. Okay, how to sell lots of copies by an author. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. There's got to be a new book. All right. Before I hit the road and all of that, there's going to be a new book. Just can't use the same book. All right. Callie West says, salute Free Agent Lifestyle. Yo, CGA. Mr. Simpson himself is a certified Gump. These Clanosphere members thought this was Revenge of the Nerds, but this is the Gridiron Gang out here. Now that I think about it, it reminds me of Booger, very socially awkward, and Mitch Made. They're boogers. All right. Shout out to you, Callie West. Cam, I would be mad too and constantly chafing Siggs if I got cucked like that too. His resentment towards you is really towards his bish. Cam, that's the truth. All right. When you're in a marriage and you're browbeaten and beaten down, you're resentful to other people. King Porter says, my wife and I in 2016 sat down with two Pentecostal pastors, and they went through telling her why she should stay married and why she should have sex with her husband. And she said, I'm out. So there we go. There's an example. Have sex with your husband. Two pastors sat her down. You need to be more faithful in your marriage, stay in your marriage, and have sex with your husband. She was like, nope, no. And that's going to happen. All right. Don't think that these pastors are going to just make these declarations that they're going to force you. At some point, she's going to get over it. This happens in the Mormon culture. You know what they call the Mormons that kind of get away from that? They call them Jack Mormons. So Jack Mormons are Mormons by kind of association, but they've left. And even in the fundamentalists, LDS, FLDS. All right. What happens is those women get trapped and they end up, what happens is these men that want to control women end up being abusers. All right. So they force you into sex and the woman complies. And then eventually she just don't want to have sex. Then, of course, they want virgins. All right. And I wish I would have played that part of the clip because I was shook when he said virgin. I was already shook, but he brought up virgins. But then if the woman's a virgin, then what'll happen is she's not going to be wanting to have sex all the time. She's not even like centered toward sex. Right. And not only that, then they start abusing it. And now they start marrying minors. All right. Now it goes even worse and worse and worse. All right. Then they start marrying 16 and 14 and 13 and 12-year-olds and grooming them into it. So this is the scary thing about what I'm hearing from him was that he was getting very close to that. That's what he was getting very close to, where it's very cultish. And I'm like, that is not my thing. I don't know. I'm disassociation from any people who want to control women through social pressure and getting the state out of it so these women stay forced in marriage. I am not with that. No. And that's not even masculine. You could say it's patriarchal, but it's very close to sounding like abuse. That's what it's very close to. All right. And I'm like, I ain't with it. But Mormons that get, excommunicated typically is because they start saying, well, I ain't going to follow this doctrine. And when they do, they leave and then they expose what was going on in there in them secret tunnels and shit, them secret houses. All right. Catfish says Andrew underestimated you. He didn't know you were the Toastmasters champion. Shout out to you. And most people don't, man. And he probably went back to the whoever sicked them on me. Like, man, you didn't tell me this nigga was.
Acknowledge me.
All right. You didn't tell me this dude was right here because I was not letting him run away with the conversation. Shout out to Joel Goose says his entire argument falls apart on the Whatever podcast suggesting women obey their man and seeing how they react to obey. He says, Myron demonstrated this too. Modern women aren't obeying shit whatsoever at all. So that's my main point. Y'all trying to herd sheep at this point or kittens. I'm not trying to make any of these women obey. All right. Teresa says, congratulations on the slaughter. Showed his ass. You ain't the one. And that's the main point. I was like, I ain't the one to fuck with over here. You kind of trying to fuck with me. I ain't the one. And you see me set him straight several times. All right. I was like, what are you talking about? We're over here. What are you talking about? We're over here. Then he started going, when he ran out of bullets, guess what? Incoherent. I don't understand. You're all over the place. This is classic female argument tactics. This is classic. And by the way, I've demonstrated it live. Where's his demonstration at? Where's his clips at? Did he go through the debate? Did he show you where I was going crazy? Because I showed and demonstrate. Yep, ad hominem attacks. He did everything. Shame, insult, guilt. He had the need to be right. He was everything. For me, I was like, can we get back to the topic? Can we get back to the topic? Can we get back to the topic? One more time. Can we get back to the topic? No, you're talking about that. I'm not talking about that. You're talking about that. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't gaslight me. Listen, you don't understand. Fine. I'm going to make you understand. Slow down. Well, I don't want to understand. Okay, whatever. All right. Whatever. Do what you want. I was like me talking to a child. It was like me talking to a child. I was like, this is crazy. And he didn't realize that I talk to people like this. I counsel people. I coach people. I train people. I've coached basketball players. I know what's going on. He kept resetting the record, repeating the same 2 talking points. It's so obvious. He wasn't prepared. So he had to keep it there. Gary says, how this guy, Andrew guy, going to save the black community when he divorced and married a Keisha and then married a chick with 2 baby daddies. Whoever follows him already is a simp matrix and a lost sucker. For real, bruh. That's your king. That's my question. That's your king. He says, Trinidad Shelton, I rewatched the debate and Andrew had a solid point when it comes to using propaganda to promote traditionalism. All we have to do is procure billions of dollars, take over the media conglomerates and advertising agencies to propagandize the Gen Z women. Again, he gave me so many goofy points that I was like, we can have propaganda that teaches women to be stay-at-home moms. I was like, bruh. In order to do this, please, and I didn't even want to ask him what's your plan in order to accomplish this, because again, he's got me chasing. When he brings shit up, he got you chasing over here because it's so outlandish that if you even address it, then he can go back into his outlandish result, right? So, but for losers, they think that's possible. Yeah, we can do, bro. You know what we have to do? We have to take over ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, cable television, social media, Sorge Goros' son, politics, HBO, CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, Newsmax. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Dude, like, how you gonna accomplish this, nigga? The you know who-ish, Disney Plus, Disney, ESPN, TikTok, IG. We would have, for even us, I'm not even going to bring, I was like, I wish I could have saw with my reaction on that clip. Netflix, Hulu, New York Times, LA Times. Like, come on, bro. We can give women propaganda to promote traditionalism. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Yep. I had to hit every advertiser. Get the fuck out of here. Facebook, Like, bruh, like, dude, I can't even. And that's when I think I said, well, in order for to accomplish what you're accomplished, we'll all be dead by the time this is accomplished. We're going to be dead as a doorknob because it ain't going to work. Savagely Hustling says, I have been out here getting money. I'm looking at close to over $330,000 this year. Shout out to you. He says, you honor me with sharing the video. He says, but get these weak ass males out of here. It's Thanos time. Boss the fuck up. Shout out to you, Savagely Hustling, making that big grip. Pause. That big go. That's a sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right. Brandon says, I agree with you, coach. No second debate. That was a disgusting and beyond diabolical. He says, another victory for the Notorious one. You are acknowledged. Shout out to you, a sponsorship.
I'm rich,
Kev Brown says, peace, coach. Shout out to you. Mr. Rule says, although you did win, the debate was over. Wait, the debate was allowed to veer off topic. He says, and Andrew started with dirty tactics. He started that shit. He says they pulled the Mushashi technique, being unorganized, showing up underdressed, and being sophomoric with name calling, all mean to anger and to annoy you. And it did to a certain extent, but I thought I maintained frame considering what I was dealing with. Considering what I was dealing with, I did try to maintain as much frame as possible, but there's only so much you can do. So I agree. They tried to do that to be able to gaslight me so they can have a victory celebration. Time Traveling says, Andrew perpetuating some bullshit he doesn't even really believe in. Hit him with the Reverend X. All right. I don't have it on my stream here. Smart Guy says, waited 5 years after marriage to look at relationships. Offered your advice. I stacked 40K and made 150K a year. You changed my life. Love you, coach. I am smashing a 35-year-old single mom, but by my choice. Shout out to you. Make sure you don't nut in her, or at least make sure she got her tubes tied or you got a vasectomy. The Steel Curtain, coach, you didn't choose the fight. It chose you. He says, I think you may have unearthed another nickname for yourself, the Undertaker. He says, you just bodied that fool. He says, how he gonna live in a glass house, then throw stones at the Notorious one? I'm the degenerate. I'm promoting sleeping around. How? Okay, judging from your past, that's what you did up until a certain point. An ecclesiastical Memphis nigga says, coach, I had to come by and give you an offering. This has been the funniest week of the internet all year. I almost got an ecclesiastical baby mama that rocks with me, but decided to become a free agent. He says, on the second debate, let him hang himself with his own rope. Coach gang. I don't even have to talk in the second debate, but apparently people had a problem with that. They had a problem with me not answering questions, but you saw the questions. All right. And King Porter, wow, coach, that timeline of the wife looks like a temporary sexual exclusivity that you talk about. Yeah, his own wife had 3 men in 6 years. Or what? Something like that. But listen, look, bro, like the point is, I don't care about her past. I don't care if she was promiscuous or not. I don't care if she's a baby mom. What I care about is if you're going to hold morality court on me, now it's fair game to show your morality. That's my point. You're going to play morality with me. All right, well, let's discuss. Because now we can't play morality. Shout out to Dr. Bito says, just paying my dues. Keep the content coming, GOAT. Shout out to you, Big Dog T. Big T-Dog says CGA earned his title as the Mitch Slapper. AW and the Manosphere are too afraid to look themselves in the mirror and face reality. It is free agent lifestyle for life. CJ, coach, just want to let you know your message is being passed to the future. My 7-year-old son told me he's never getting married because he needs multiple girlfriends and to keep his money. Shout out to you, the baby free agent lifestyle.
I got money.
And one of the things is people are blaming me for a society problem. I'm like, bro, society's doing exactly what I might be participating in. What do you want me to do? What they don't want you to do is you benefit from it. All right, no, you shouldn't be benefit from it. You should be fighting against it. I ain't fighting against shit. Shout out to our young baby free agent lifestyle. MS81, you're right at the end of the day. The traditional men want women back to not having jobs so they can threaten to kick them out and shame them for sleeping with men of other races. You know they hate when us brothers cracking they women. Shout out to you. Yes, they do. And I fucked a lot of white women.
Where the white women at?
Of course I do. All right. And they don't like that neither. Abel returns to Eden. My very dear coach. This is your favorite Quaker monk. Shout out to you, Abel. It's been a while. And he says he's part of the shield. I am peeking my head out of the Northwood cabins to show much love and support over your defeat of the manosphere narcissist. He says, victory unto thee. I will hold you in the light. Shout out to you. Man, Abel returns to Eden. And by the way, Abel returns to Eden is Mennonite. How do you think it's the Mennonite? Quaker? Oh, no, you're a Quaker. You're a Quaker. I'm not sure if that's Mennonite, but you're a Quaker. How do you feel about you being used as the exception to the rule? The Amish, the Quaker, the Mennonites. I mean, these are small subsections of people. All right, JC says, my problem with the debate is that I was looking to learn something. I know CGA's perspective, but other than that, I was confused. A non-biased moderator was needed to keep things on track. However, Andrew gave us absolutely nothing to chew on. Over and over again. YouTube guy says, last one of the day, there's no holes in the free agent lifestyle because the free agent lifestyle is about you. Yep. You could just do it's about you.
And that's you.
All right. So what you want to do, Nev says, First Corinthians 7:39 says he isn't even supposed to be remarried and stay single if he is divorced and his ex-wife is alive. He is not following what he prescribes. We can clearly see that. All right. That is very clear. All right. That's the hypocrisy part. And that's what I take exception to. I take exception of you throwing rocks at CGA in my audience. Like, that's what I don't like. Like, if you want to do whatever you want to do, fine. If you want to come, but don't throw rocks on morality. Don't hold the moral high ground and sit on your moral high horse. That's what I don't like when people do, especially the religious people. Okay. Listen, everybody has a past. I have a past. Everybody has a past. I've admitted my past. He hasn't. He's hiding from it. He's running from it in many, many ways. And then he's trying to portray himself as something. And then he attacks me with it. Now, don't attack me with it. Like, look, I'm fine. If you want to be a whoremonger, a baby daddy over, I don't give a fuck, bro. Like, it's weird, but do it. But don't beat me over the head with your moral high ground argument. Then I come back and find out otherwise. That is the big problem I have with him. That's the biggest problem I have with him, is that you tried to be snobby and snooty towards me, and you a whole piece of trailer park trash. Like, come on, man. Come the fuck on, bro. I can't. I ain't letting you get away with that. All right. I ain't letting you get away with that. And now you got your whole audience attacking me. Do they know about this shit? And if you're an audience member of his, how you supporting that shit? How you supporting that? If you're out here trying to get us, what do you call it? An evangelistical marriage and marry a virgin. And then you look at him. I mean, shout out to a no government name. He is on his sovereign citizen. I wasn't driving. I was traveling. So I don't need a driver's license. Non-state recognized unions are subject to the family court. He says the only way you beat the system is not participating and not partake in it. No marriage, no cohabitation. And one more point. He ended up admitting that he could still go to court, which is odd because he has gone to court. He's already been to court with the divorce from his first wife and also with the custody battle of the son that ended up dying, his stepson. So he knows this. His wife has already been to court. He knows what he knows, but he goes to ChatGPT. See, you can't get divorced. And I'm like, bro, I didn't say you can get divorced. I said you're going to go to family court, and you will, even with an ecclesiastic marriage. Now, you could, I should say. And the reason I say you could is that if she decides to take it there and she files. And by the way, I was explaining this and he was saying I was incoherent. I said, if she files, you have to respond. You can't ignore it. And you can't say, well, I'm not married, so I don't have to respond. And then I went into the divorce as a lawsuit. They went to ChatGPT. For some reason, ChatGPT said it wasn't, which is absolutely crazy. And then he ended up admitting that, yes, even when an ecclesiastical marriage, you're going to child support. So I'm like, bro, I'm like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Like, how did I lose? This nigga out here just scrambling and scraping for shit. So all of that hour that we spent talking about, it's not a marriage with a prenup. Why do you need a prenup with an ecclesiastic divorce? A marriage is beyond me, because you don't have a marriage if you need a prenup. But then you get to the point where you admit you're going to be in child support court at the very least. Point proven. So how do you avoid the divorce issue? That was your proposition. You can avoid it by this. No, you can't avoid it by that. You're still gonna go to family court. If you have children, you plan to have children with this woman in an ecclesiastical marriage? Yes, a whole bunch of them. Well, guess what? You're going to child support if you get divorced, or if she just decides to leave. Matter of fact, he should know this. It's on the timeline. Right here. This is what I don't get. It's literally in his damn marriage now. It's too easy. Shit is too easy. It's right there. His wife, current wife, put the second baby daddy on child support. So that's why, yeah, he's being disingenuous or to preserve his audience, but that's why he looks silly out there. But he didn't look silly to ignorant people. When I say ignorant, they just don't know. And I was trying to correct them, but they was like, he didn't know what he was talking about. I was like, okay, all right, if you're going to listen to him, go ahead. All right. Go ahead, bro. All right, but you guys are being motherfucking led. I'm going to tell you that right now. That's why I say you're leading guys into a burning building. All right, because you're not giving them the truth. You need to be honest with them. Curtis has said, keep winning, coach. It's the free agent lifestyle. Piss off these Mitches in the Clanosphere and any other content creator who got anything else to say. Don't forget, I said it first, nigga. Ninja, he says, LOL. Shout out to the coach gang. Yeah, man, we on piss off mode here. We here to piss you off. All right. If you don't give a fucking fly fuck and you want to argue with me, we here to piss you the fuck off. That's a co-sponsorship. Brandon said, enjoy your weekend. Watched the debate yesterday, and without question, you were the superior being. He had no solutions whatsoever, just ideological theories that he did not want to get off of that are never going to come to fruition. If it doesn't apply or benefit Gen Z women, it's over. Well done, CGA Thanos. It's in the building. Shout out to Andrew P. Andrew says, congratulations to you on making your mark on history. Congratulations to me for making my mark on history. Keep slaying the dragon, CGA. Forever the dragon. And I think we're just generally getting caught up right now. All right. So thank you for your patience in reading these. I know they're an hour or two behind, but I get caught up in the subject matter. It's pretty tough. Cool season. CL says, I was just waiting on you to run him over with the marriage wheel. He says, either way, you and your aura crushed his soul. Salute, CGA. And I'm glad I wore that suit, because that suit put the extra cherry on the top. All right. Because now I'm not some dumb nigga, with a hat and a hoodie. All right. J Flo says, it's great to watch a true Ronin go to battle with the forces of Suckerverse. He says, great victory, coach. And shout out to the coach gang. They mad over there when we celebrating. Shout out to you. You doubled it up. So I'm going to give you a sponsorship. Shout out to G. Money is in the building. I don't understand why there's so much emphasis on trying to get the wife to have sex with her husband. Doesn't it also get tiring for the husband too, since it's the same piece of meat? Or have I been corrupted by having too many JUCOs in my past? Well, no. If we want to take it to the Bible, well, we would have to take it back to polygyny. They don't want to discuss that. See, and the reason why I don't bring that up is because that's not my wheelhouse. Okay. That's going to sound like sexual degeneracy to them. But many of the people in the Bible, specifically in the Old Testament, this is not my wheelhouse to argue, so I never bring it up. But polygyny is in there too. Why don't we do that? And that's why I say average men ain't never gonna win. Average men ain't never gonna win. Average men are gonna only win in the 1950s. That's it. And that's why these average losers want to go back to the 1950s. It makes sense, because that's when average sucker losers got them a wife, and the wife obeyed and cooked. and they was able to clamp her down under religious context and then marital grape her. And soon as them bitches got a chance to run in 1970 with no false divorce, they ran up out of them houses, clutching their bras and panties. It's not that hard to figure out. And so average losers now want to take it back to that time where they had favor and leverage without being anything. They can be built like Barney Rubble and win with women. They want to take it back to there. It ain't coming back. It ain't coming back. Sorry, nigga. Now you got to be somebody to get some pussy or buy it. It ain't that hard, niggas. You can't be average and win out here. Period. Anything. Shout out to Brian Taylor, says Andrew needs a shot. Andrew needed a shot just to debate Coach. He says Coach was sober and on point. Facts. Dark Side Foundation, you should charge them $100K, given that every debate you do goes viral. Facts. He says, by the way, the host didn't even use ChatGPT, right? LLMs hallucinate over often if you don't adjust their temperature and tell them to give answers based on receipts. All right, shout out to you. Yeah. I was in favor of the ChatGPT, but that's what they wanted to use. Kendall Young, you absolutely cook Andrew. He's a master of talking fast and gaslighting. He's better at gaslighting than my Dominican baby mama. My 2 baby boys will never be losers like that. Mitch, time to boss up 2025 and beyond. Shout out to you, man. Let's go.
Better boss up, nigga.
And by the way, I was able to clearly demonstrate him gaslighting me and manipulating his audience. Shout out to Maurice Roach, says boss up. Shout out to H Everyday Coach. You're not a team player. Let him win. All right. Deltrick says good goalpost mover. You won. I was able to clearly demonstrate that. He's moving the goalposts. He's changing the argument. He's putting words in my mouth. Okay. He says he didn't go there to debate. He went to destroy my brand. He went to go get clips, which he has produced none yet. Like I said, he's been on the road. So maybe when he gets from the road, maybe he'll put out his clips and his team will put out. But I would have figured they would have been out because it's the talk of the town. But he has not been able to show any demonstration from his point that he just crushed me. He ain't got no viral clips, but maybe he'll come up with some. All right. But shout out to him. Shout out to you guys. Have your bail money ready. Wear your condoms. And guess what? All right. Pull out if you don't wear your condoms. Clap them cheeks. Come on her face. All right. Right down her throat. Also, protect yourselves at all times, gentlemen. It's a scary time out here. People are not rational. People are in hate mode. People hate successful people. So if you're successful, watch out for these people. Continue to shine on these motherfucking haters. All right. It's Boss Up 2026. Motherfucker, it's the villain CGA. This ain't your friendly neighborhood CGA. This ain't Mr. Rogers CGA. This is goddamn Notorious CGA. The winner 2-0. Anybody else want to step to me, you're going to need at least $25,000, but $50,000 is my baseline motherfucking fee for the next debate. No more free debates because I get too much attention from my debates, right? Whether you win or lose, you're going to get attention, nigga. All right, I'm going to make you famous, whether you like it or not. Notorious one out. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Have a good weekend. Peace.